Ms. Zhang's boldness was beyond Zhou Hao's expectations. In order to prove her charm, she didn't care about devotion at all. She brushed her small hand on her clothes. The neckline was opened, and a piece of white blossom appeared in front of Zhou Hao. The young version of Ms. Zhang, youthful and sunny, is still plump and mature, but she untied the neckline, and the plump twin peaks inside couldn't wait to squeeze out. Zhou Hao, who was close at hand, could see clearly and even smelled it. A burst of fragrance. Is this the legendary frankincense? Ms. Zhang, I think you really misunderstood what I meant. I'm not trying to be like you. You should stop it. Zhou Hao felt that his heartbeat was accelerating, and this feeling had not appeared for a long time. Ms. Zhang chuckled, not only did not stop, but she posted closer and said in a dreamlike tone, "Don't call me Ms. Zhang. I don't have my surname. Just call me Xiao Zhao. You men are not all very. Do you like Xiao Zhao and the heaven and slaying dragon? I am Xiao Zhao from the demon sect." Zhou Hao had to admit that the current Xiao Zhao is really attractive. She is the saint of the demon cult, and so is Xiao Zhao in the novel. That is a pitiful and loving character. He tries to control himself as much as possible and smiles strongly. Girl Xiao Zhao, although you are very beautiful, but you are like this now. I can't help it. Xiao Zhao grinned. His little hand touched Zhou Hao's chest and gently stroked him. You can't help but do what you can do. I want to see what you can't help but, he said, touching it down while smiling. Although Zhou Hao is not a swinger, but at this time, how can he be passive? Xiao Zhao, this woman is deliberately seduce herself. He knows that this woman is mostly proving her charm, but now it is enough to make herself unable to bear it. Decided to fight back. Wrapped his arms around Xiao Zhao in her arms. Her big hand unceremoniously stroked her plump but neat buttocks and pressed down hard, so that Xiao Zhao's body was immediately pressed into his arms, and their chests were tight. Squeezing together, he can fully feel the elasticity of the girl's chest. Xiao Zhao didn't expect Zhou Hao to take the initiative suddenly. The intimate contact made her groan unconsciously. Seeing her teasing Zhou Hao, she was calm, and she was really in physical contact. On the contrary, she was even more unbearable than Zhou Hao. The body's temperature is rising sharply, as if it is about to burn. Zhou Hao felt that Xiao Zhao's reaction was a bit strange. Why didn't he seem to have experienced love between men and women? But at this time, he didn't have time to think about it. He felt that the figure of this girl was really too good to say. A girl in her early 20s actually had a peach. The same figure is simply a man's favorite. The range of movement of the hands is larger, from Xiao Zhao's buttocks to her back for a while. As the range of movement of the big warm hands increases, the girl in her arms becomes dishonest, and her body twists unconsciously. But the two of them, if you twist the body close to it, it will cause a lot of friction. And the more friction, the higher the temperature between the two people. At first, they seemed to be teasing each other, but later they turned into real affection. Zhou Hao didn't know when Xiao Zhao's little mouth was stabilized. The girl's skills are so strange that she even touched Zhou Hao's lips with her teeth several times. Zhou Hao didn't care so much. He was already immersed in this kind of jerky intimate contact, and forgot why Xiao Zhao reacted so much. But he had no experience, especially when his hands went deep into the girl's clothes, on her chest. When Yin Hong needed the first 2 points, Xiao Zhao had already screamed. Her reaction was very fierce. At first, she teased Zhou Hao, but now Zhou Hao was successfully teased, but she couldn't control herself at all. While responding enthusiastically to Zhou Hao, her 2 little hands were also aimlessly on his body. It seems to be looking for something. Zhou Hao has rich experience and naturally knows what she wants to touch, and deliberately guides her down until she finds what she wants. Zhou Hao also took off the girl's clothes while taking a cold breath. This little girl was really excited. She almost broke it several times. Fortunately, under the guidance of Zhou Hao, Xiao Zhao's technique has slowly started to adapt from the beginning. He has only now discovered that in certain things, women's understanding will always surpass that of men, and he can also guess that this Xiao Zhao seems really no experience. Just don't know if she is the first time. Both of them were very excited. No matter what the deal or the conditions, they just wanted to vent the passion in their hearts quickly. With almost no effort, the two of them had already frankly faced each other. They were truly unconcealed, and Xiao Zhao's figure was really like that. It feels the same, impeccably perfect. Zhou Hao nodded secretly in his heart. She was worthy of being the saint of the demon cult. She looked at her appearance and figure, no worse than any beauty she had ever seen, and definitely worthy of a saint. And even if she pretended to be Ms. Zhang, ordinary people could not compare. It's just that such a perfect girl will soon belong to her. There is no love between him and Xiao Zhao, but he has always had an inexplicable impulse. So did Xiao Zhao and him. After the clothes were gone, her eyes were kept closed and her body was covered with red clouds. It was obviously very excited, but she is very shy again, but now she doesn't know what to do. After all, Zhou Hao is still a sane man. Even though the bodies of the two of them have been attached to each other seamlessly, before entering the customs, Zhou Hao still asked badly, "Xiao Zhao, I am going in. If you are too late to regret it now, I think it should be the first time for you." Xiao Zhao opened his eyes slightly and glared at him in an agitated manner. He said in embarrassment, "It's the first time you found out that I am now? Don't you think I'm a good man? I'm going to prove it to you. What are you stopping now?" Zhou Hao continued with a smile and said, "I'm not afraid you will regret it. I'm not going to trade with you, and I won't lose my body to me because of you. I will listen to you everything." A daze flashed across Xiao Zhao's face, then gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, this is not a deal. If you want to help us in the future, you will help. If you don't want to help, you won't help. I don't know why I can't restrain myself. You come in, I can't bear it." After speaking, he closed his eyes. In fact, Zhou Hao knew that she was ready, but after listening to her, Zhou Hao was also a bit taken aback. He felt the same as her. It seemed like natural attraction, not rational control at all, but why on earth? I just don't have time to think about it now. He could feel Xiao Zhao being shy, but quietly approaching him. It seems that she is more anxious than himself. As a man, if he can't even compare with a woman, it would be too bad. I have already said anything anyway. She will not force herself to help the demon cult because she has lost herself to herself. Thinking of this, the body moved a little, and in the midst of Xiao Zhao's groan, there was one less girl and one more young woman in this world. Xiao Zhao was indeed still a virgin, and the saint of demon cult was destroyed by Zhou Hao. Lost. In fact, Zhou Hao still has a sense of accomplishment. This is the saint of the demon sect. Although the current demon sect is not as good as before, it is also called the demon sect. The saint of the demon sect has now become herself. A woman, even if she will not always follow her in the future, she is proud enough. This is also modern. If it were in ancient times, he would be famous in the rivers and lakes, but now his mind is on the girl. He feels that he has never felt so strong today, even with Hongya and Li Shuihan, not as good as now. Feeling excited. This is why he has no intention of studying, and is completely immersed in the passion of the girl, and the girl is not like the first time, like an octopus, wrapped around Zhou Hao, no matter what posture Zhou Hao wants to use, or she can cooperate very well whatever she wants to do. Fortunately, Zhou Hao's feelings for Xiao Zhao are very clear. Otherwise, she really thought she was fake for the first time, but from her unfamiliarity and reaction, we can be sure that she is definitely the first time. The reason for this cooperation must be very comfortable, and there is a natural tacit understanding with myself. I don't know how long it took. When the two of them came to the end, Zhou Hao suddenly felt that the internal strength in his body was moving. The strength that he had not improved for a long time had actually improved a little. At his level, he wanted to improve his cultivation. It's already difficult, but today there has been a little change. He guessed that this might be related to Xiao Zhao, and he unconsciously thought of a kind of martial arts in his mind. In the novel, the almost deified martial arts, Tao Fei Demon, appeared in the novel, which is the kind mentioned in Master Huang Yi's novel. Cultivation methods, during cultivation, can rise in the daytime. Of course, this is just a legend. If it were placed in the previous life, he would definitely not believe that all of this could come true, but it is hard to say now. After all, he has encountered rebirth, and he has also become a martial arts master. And Xiao Shoa, who is a demon saint, is naturally attracted by himself, and it is reasonable to use this method to explain. He knows that this may not be the Daoborn demon, but it may also be a similar situation. What he cultivates is the inner strength of the righteous path, and Xiao Zhao may be some kind of skill in the cultivation of the demon sect. There is a natural attraction between him and her, and they can help each other. Of course, this is only the best possible. Another possibility is Xiao Zhao's virgin Yuan Yin, which will help him improve his cultivation level. Otherwise, he cannot explain his internal strength improvement. Although it seems illusory, Zhou Hao thinks it is very possible. He felt that he might have found Bao this time. Xiao Zhao actually feels the same as him. The Meigong that she has practiced for many years has always stayed in the natural and invisible. But through this intimacy, she actually feels that she can stimulate Meigong, and her internal strength has also improved a lot. They all suspected that they had practiced the legendary skill of harvesting yang and replenishing yin. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao had a good time, and suddenly they found that their stagnant internal strength cultivation base had loosened. Although the change had not changed much, Zhou Hao was already excited enough. Since the strength reached its peak, internal strength has not increased. Feeling similar to him, Xiao Zhao was actually very surprised. She suspected that the Meigong she practiced had the effect of picking up yang and replenishing yin. She lost her virgin body, but in exchange for a lot of internal strength, she practiced for so many years without longevity internal strength, but now in such a short time, has internal strength. Both of them were surprised by this change. Even though they both rested, they were silent together. If it weren't for Wang Xiaohu's voice at the door, they would have to wait a long time before they could continue to speak. "Boss, are you sleeping? I'm back. Do you have anything to explain?" Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu came back from the casino outside and found that Zhou Hao's door was locked. After knocking on the door, Wang Xiaohu asked. His words awakened the cranky Mandarin ducks. In the current situation, Zhou Hao would naturally not let them in. He said directly, "Well, I have already lied down, so please rest early. Tomorrow is the last day. Have fun. Play, we are going back." "Okay, boss. Then you have a good rest, and we will go back." Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu both knew Zhou Hao's strength, and naturally they would not doubt that Zhou Hao had an accident. They all agreed and went back to their rooms. Hearing the footsteps of the two of them leaving, Zhou Hao changed a comfortable posture, put Xiao Zhao in his arms, and said with a smile, "You are a saint of the demon cult. It stands to reason that you should be clear and clean, but the way you look now, it seems that you are not so innocent anymore. How do you go back and explain?" "Bah, it's not your bad guy who committed the crime. I was fine, but you were all deceived." Although there is no special relationship between the two, after all, Zhou Hao is Xiao Zhao's first man. She will always be somewhat attachment. Adjust the angle of the body, and make yourself as comfortable as possible. Zhou Hao touched the girl lightly, saying innocuously, "You little girl is unreasonable. It's obviously that you just took the initiative to seduce me. How come I seduce you? I was taken advantage of by you. Okay, if it wasn't me generous, I should find you responsible for me. I haven't seen a person with such a thick-skinned face. You are obviously bullying others, and you blame me in turn." Xiao Zhao snorted, then curled his lips and said, "What is your responsibility? Who doesn't know the Hong Kong stock god, Mary Sheik? I have a wife and a lover. He Hongsen's daughter is one of your wives." Zhou Hao smiled. His own details are clear. He must also understand this matter. He quickly turned the subject away and asked curiously, "As a demon saint, how can you not know how to martial arts? Are you still a martial arts school? You don't need to practice martial arts." When asked about this, Xiao Zhao's interest also came. It happened that she was a little tempted just now, and Zhou Hao answered honestly, "Although our magic sect is not like before, how can we forget to practice martial arts? It was not in line with the traditional style at the time, but our skill was not weak. I know, according to the truth, it is at least a bit evil, and martial arts should be good." Zhou Hao nodded and continued, "But I don't feel any internal strength from your body, could it? Are you practicing outside martial arts? The demon cult will not let the saint suffer this, right?" Xiao Zhao twisted Zhou Hao's body and said dissatisfied, "Of course I don't know how to practice outer martial arts. I don't want to become a muscular weird man. Demon teaches many inner martial arts." Zhou Hao gave a smirk, took a hand on Xiao Zhao's chest, and then said, Yeah, you don't need to have developed muscles everywhere. As long as your chest muscles are developed enough, your chest muscles are much more developed than mine." Xiao Zhao's body suddenly softened. She was already sensitive, and she felt uncontrollable when she was with Zhou Hao. She didn't know why this happened. Anyway, she liked Zhou Hao to touch herself and was afraid of him. "Touched, I don't want to do anything." Zhou Hao obviously saw Xiao Zhao's situation. The red glow on her body had only retreated, and it had begun to spread upwards. While surprised that the girl was sensitive, she couldn't help touching two more until Xiao Zhao groaned. Zhou Hao stopped her hand. Under. You really hate it. If you tell you something serious, you will be messed up. Zhou Hao stopped. Xiao Zhao was able to breathe, calm down a bit, and couldn't help but give Zhou Hao a blank look, and said with anger. Even though Zhou Hao was ready to calm down, he was accelerated by Xiao Zhao's heartbeat. This girl was really charming, and he was ready to move. Xiao Zhao naturally understood what it was and had a pretty face. Suddenly, she became red, but she was still a little weak to resist. With an embarrassing cough, Zhou Hao laughed. I'm not embarrassed. Brother is not very obedient. Let's continue to be serious and talk about the topic just now. Even so, he was stroking the girl's hand and couldn't help but increase his strength. And he originally put his hand behind Xiao Zhao and slowly moved downward, kneading it on Xiao Zhao's stilted buttocks, as if he liked it very much, and the firm position did not leave Xiao Zhao's body, where he kept rubbing. He was talking serious words, but slowly he could no longer control his emotions. Xiao Zhao really had no resistance to Zhou Hao. As Zhou Hao's movements got bigger and bigger, she could no longer control her, and she was like a snake again. Twisting in Zhou Hao's arms, his starry eyes rose slightly, bewildering Zhou Hao. It was not the first time for the two of them. Zhou Hao naturally understood what Xiao Zhao was thinking. He squeezed the girl with both hands and directly helped her up and let her sit on him. At this time, he could fully feeling how excited the girl is. She doesn't need much action at all. He is very experienced. Even though Xiao Zhao's movements are unfamiliar, he helped her straighten her position and let her sit down gently. It was different from the previous feeling. This time Xiao Zhao felt that he was going to die, but Zhou Hao's support happened for another moment. If you can't die, it turns out to be dead. No wonder some people used to call this kind of feeling like dying and dying. Xiao Zhao didn't understand before. Now when I meet Zhou Hao, I not only understand a lot of things I didn't understand before, but now I really understand what it means to die. I really like this feeling. After tossing like this, another hour passed. When Xiao Zhao stiffened all over again, Zhou Hao didn't endure anymore. He hugged Xiao Zhao tightly in his arms, his legs straightened, and he was also comfortable. Xiao Zhao was lying in Zhou Hao's arms. Zhou Hao held Zhou Hao tightly. Until 2 minutes passed, Zhou Hao said, "You little fairy, you really want to squeeze me out. Fortunately, I have a good physique. Otherwise you have to die on your belly. Bah, you are really shameless. It was you who seduced me. How could it be my problem? And you said it nicely, and died on me. Before you died, I was already tossed to death by you. I don't even bother to move my fingers." Xiao Zhao's body was lying in Zhou Hao's arms. As she said, except for moving his mouth, there was no place to move his body. Zhou Hao is very proud. A woman who can say this is the easiest way to satisfy a man. He smiled and said, "Of course you will be tired. I don't know who was so crazy just now. I couldn't stop moving endlessly. Now I blamed me. Alas, I was taken advantage of, and I have to be told. You said, let me be angry again." Xiao Zhao thought of his previous appearance, just like a long-time resentful woman, and he was too ashamed to stop Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao also knew that enough was enough. He stopped joking and touched the excited Xiao Zhao lightly to calm her heart. At the same time, he picked up the topic before and said, "You haven't told me just now. What is going on with you? Isn't it necessary to teach saints to practice martial arts? I blame you. I know the trouble, and the topic is almost forgotten." Xiao Zhao first groaned, and then helplessly said, "It is not the problem of the magic sect, it is my problem. I have a congenital physique problem and cannot practice martial arts. So for many years, I have never practiced at all." "Oh, no wonder. It turned out to be your own problem. So how do you demon teach you are also a public enemy of martial arts? If you don't have martial arts, you dare to go out and walk the rivers and lakes. It's really courageous. Don't you think that there are no masters in society now, is it less?" Zhou Hao said suddenly, but still asked curiously, "Of course I know it's dangerous. So even though I didn't practice martial arts, I still practiced a kind of martial arts called chuckle, which is the kind mentioned in martial arts novels. But I am not the kind of chubby that specializes in seducing men. I can be confused. Anyone, just the skill is not enough." Xiao Zhao smiled softly. Zhou Hao was startled and said unconsciously, "Mei Shu, you actually practice this kind of martial arts?" After speaking, he looked at Xiao Zhao in surprise. This time it was Xiao Zhao's turn to be weird and asked in a puzzled way. What's wrong? Is there any problem with this? Although the name is called this, it's not an evil skill. I have practiced for many years and I haven't tempted anyone. You should know. Right. Zhou Hao coughed. Of course I know that you haven't charmed others for so many years. The first charmer was me, and it succeeded. It's just that I think with my strength, you shouldn't be charmed by you. You are too overestimating yourself. You think your concentration is good, big pervert. Xiao Zhao hummed twice, affirming that Zhou Hao's concentration was not good, and then continued, but I have to declare. Now, I didn't charm you. It was a natural reaction, and I just found out that I have internal power. In fact, she didn't explain. Zhou Hao knew that he was not deceived by her. Although there was always impulse before, it was definitely not the result of being seduced. Hearing this, he was even more surprised. He opened his eyes and said, You have internal power. My internal strength has been stagnant for a long time, and I just felt that I have improved again, which is really strange. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao didn't understand what was going on. Their internal strengths had changed. Zhou Hao became stronger. Xiao Zhao's internal strengths grew out of nothing. Although the changes were not big, it was enough for them to surprise. Unexpectedly, there can be such an influence between you and me. I have never believed in double cultivation before, but now it seems to make sense. Zhou Hao unconsciously sighed while feeling the change in his strength. Xiao Zhao was also very surprised and couldn't believe it. I thought it was my own illusion before. It turns out that all of this is true. I really have internal power, but I am considered to be the only one who can't practice for hundreds of years. The saint of internal strength, but I now have internal strength. Zhou Hao patted the back and smiled and said, This shows that you are not a waste material, just those elders. You cannot accurately estimate your potential. Now that I have developed it, you should be happy. Why does it seem to be distressed? Xiao Zhao frowned and said helplessly, I should be happy. After all, this is the ability I have longed for many years. With internal strength, I can not only stabilize my position, but also do a lot of things that I couldn't do before. But, at this point, I became hesitant to talk. Zhou Hao's heart moved and tentatively asked, Could it be that you lose the qualifications of a saint because you have lost your body to me? But you can also be considered sacrificed for the demon cult. They wouldn't be so rigid, right? Xiao Zhao saw that Zhou Hao had misunderstood what he meant and did not explain. He smiled strangely. Then I gave you all your body. As a man, should you be responsible to me? I'm not casual woman. You will never abandon me. When talking, Xiao Zhao naturally showed a sad expression, and everyone would feel pity when he saw it. What's more, it was Zhou Hao, a passionate man. He and Xiao Zhao said that there is no trade, and that feelings are not emotional. But people gave it to himself for the first time, and he couldn't say anything if he refused. Zhou Hao has many women, but he can say that he loves any woman very much, and no one will leave it behind. But the relationship between himself and this Xiao Zhao is a bit messy, and he doesn't know that Xiao Zhao, if he really follows him, is it using herself, or because she is her first man? Xiao Zhao obviously saw Zhou Hao's hesitation, but he still felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but snorted. You men are like this. Before going to bed, Qianibation treats people as treasures. If you can't do it, you can't do it right. Treat people like grass. Zhou Hao sweated. She just hesitated. She complains so much, but she can say it is also true. People say that they don't admit it if they wear pants, and now they don't wear pants, they don't admit it. No wonder people feel resentful. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao had to hold Xiao Zhao tightly in his arms, touch her lightly, and smiled and said, You little girl can really think about it. How could I be this kind of person? Although we have not had any intersection before, but after all, you gave it to me for the first time. Although I cannot marry you, I will definitely not be bad for you in the future. Who asked you to marry me? I said, You just need to help the demon cult. Even if I trade with you anyway, the first time I can have such a great advantage, it is worth it. Xiao Zhao snorted, off. Zhou Hao thinks that he is very accurate in seeing people. He can see from Xiao Zhao that he is insincere. This makes him feel more at ease. At least Xiao Zhao did not treat the previous things as a deal. Even if he treats her better in the future, there is no problem. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao's hand continued to stroke her body and smiled. Transaction is for trading. Anyway, During this period in Macau, you will be by my side. It happens to be supervised for cooperation, and you see, this thing is right. Both of us are so good, we should study more. You really hate it. Who studies with you? It's not enough to bully me once, and you want to bully me all the time. Xiao Xiao was actually not really angry. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, he was suddenly embarrassed, except when she spoke. The heartbeat speeds up obviously. There is no slightest reluctance. Zhou Hao is actually very surprised. Now Xiao Xiao's character is charming and cute. It is completely different from the mature Ms. Zhang before. It is also different from the previous charm. She is indeed a saint of the magic sect. She was so confused that she liked her a little bit now. Zhou Hao's current age is also in his early 20s, but with the age of his previous life, he is now close to 50 years old. He has a very accurate vision. Although Xiao Xiao has changed a lot, he can feel that Xiao Xiao is not malicious. At least now I can't see what she is deceiving herself. Xiao Xiao, don't worry. If the demon cult really doesn't let you be a saint, you can come to me. Although I am not very capable, it is not a problem to want to raise you. I destroy my governance. You because I left the demon cult. I don't have the heart. Zhou Hao flirted and said to Xiao Xiao sternly without forgetting the business. Xiao Xiao was taken aback, determined that Zhou Hao was not joking, feeling a little moved, and said with a smile, "Don't be so serious. You are not afraid that I say these are all excuses. The purpose is to lie to you and help us the magic sect." "I'm afraid. Why am I not afraid? I am a small family, but I can't resist such tossing, so I want you to stay with me all the time. If I feel that there is something wrong, I will find the cheapness from you. Then I won't suffer." Zhou Hao smiled and said in front of the girl's chest. Xiao Xiao shyly slapped Zhou Hao's hand and said dissatisfied, "You know you are bullying me. I thought you were an honest person. I refused in every way before. It turned out to be pretending. I'm so stupid. So take the initiative." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "I didn't lie to you. I didn't want to. I didn't want to get involved with the people of the demon cult. Although the nature of the current demon cult is different from that of the past, everyone is different. I just want to be my ordinary person, but now it seems that there is no way not to get involved." Xiao Xiao was silent for a moment, and when Zhou Hao was about to continue speaking, he groaned. "Actually, you don't want to be in contact with the people of the demon sect. I understand it, and I have a way. You still act according to your plan. It's just that you can help when the magic teaches a problem that the reality cannot solve." Zhou Hao was taken aback and said in a puzzled way, "Aren't you going to cooperate with me? In this case, it will become separate actions. I help you, even if it is an additional layer of insurance. Why have you suddenly changed your mind?" "Oh, it's not because of you. Before you had nothing to do with me. How can I say now that you are also my first man? Whether I like you or not, this is a fact. I can't just think about how to use you." Now, Xiao Xiao also confessed, telling Zhou Hao his thoughts directly. Zhou Hao could feel that she did not lie, and she was a little touched in her heart. He smiled. "You are really considerate. Otherwise you really get out of the demon cult and follow me. The demon cult has long existed in name only, and even a He Hong Sun can't solve it. I still want to dominate. It's a dream. I grew up in the demon sect, and it is impossible to go casually. In fact, I was not worried about being deprived just now. The current demon sect has changed a lot. There is no requirement that the saint must remain a virgin or even marry and have children. The teaching is like an industry organization. There is no need to let the saints follow restrictions." Xiao Xiao did not refuse, nor agreed, but said the current status of the magic sect. As Xiao Xiao said, Zhou Hao's understanding of magic education was derived from novels and movies. He always thought that the so-called magic education was created by the writer of the novel in order to set an enemy for the protagonist. With this kind of existence, I never thought that the rules of the magic sect had become like this now. The saints no longer have to restrict marriage and have children. This form of magic sect is indeed beyond the reach of normal people, but it is understandable. Now everyone in the sect focuses on doing business and making money. It is estimated that many people have forgotten the teachings of the sect. The sect is not ordinary. Perhaps there is only one name left in the fall, but it is actually an empty shell. Since you are not worried about this, why are you unhappy? I really thought it was because of the status of a saint." Thinking of this, Zhou Hao couldn't help thinking that Xiao Xiao seemed unhappy before and asked, "Oh, let me tell you the truth. Because I couldn't practice internal skills since I was a child, I only studied melody. Xiao Zhao was asked again by Zhou Hao, and had to tell the truth. So, I just focus on melody. In terms of research, I didn't expect that I might have internal power today, but as a result, I don't have any exercises to practice internal power. So, Zhou Hao didn't expect it to be like this, and couldn't help being dumbfounded. So what? I have to ask, now that I have no internal power, but I don't know how to use it, or even how to increase my internal power. It's embarrassing. Xiao Zhao gave Zhou Hao a sullen look and continued. Said, if you want to laugh, just laugh. As a saint of the demon cult, she has no internal strength and can't use it. It's so shameless. Zhou Hao thought that the angle of the question was always a little different from that of ordinary people. He didn't feel that Xiao Zhao was ashamed, but he was very distressed. He unexpectedly asked, Xiao Zhao, if he has not been able to cultivate internal strength for many years, he will definitely be talked about. You have suffered a lot. Unexpectedly, Zhou Hao would say this suddenly. Xiao Zhao thought of being ridiculed by his peers, and that some people were jealous of being a saint, but they didn't know the internal strength. She still remembers that feeling. When Zhou Hao said this, she didn't know. Why is it very moved? As if only Zhou Hao understands himself. Seeing Xiao Zhao lying in pain in his arms, Zhou Hao sighed secretly. If he hadn't been born again, he couldn't understand Xiao Zhao. If he was suppressed for a long time and suddenly realized that he would do something, this emotion is just like when I was born again. Xiao Zhao vented a bit and felt much better. Wiping away tears, Li Hua smiled with a rain. You are still a very considerate person. No wonder so many women like you. I am about to fall in love with you. But your woman, there are too many. I can only make small ones. Seeing that she was in a much better mood, Zhou Hao smiled and said, I don't dare to treat you as a small child. You are much older than me. A mature woman in her 30s ate my tender grass. I didn't look for it. If you are responsible, you will be content, and although I have many women, I am sincere to them. Xiao Zhao curled his lips and snorted. Manhwa says that. But why do you still say that I am in my 30s? Look at me like a 30-year-old woman. I just pretended okay. Zhou Hao naturally all that was Xiao Zhao's disguise. He wanted to say this deliberately. Hearing Xiao Zhao's protest, he smiled, squeezed Xiao Zhao's chest at 2 blushing spots, and then nodded and said, pink and tender. Cute. She is a beautiful young girl no matter how you look at it. After firmness, Xiao Zhao is a young girl. I hate it. You pervert, speak well, and you know you will take advantage. Xiao Zhao groaned and knocked out Zhou Hao's bad hands. But his body was soft, and he didn't want to get up, lying in Zhou Hao's arms, and his little hand stroked Zhou Hao's chest. Circled, murmured, you are taking advantage of me now, but you can't be with me. What do I want you to do in the future? Zhou Hao's heart was shocked. Although Xiao Zhao said nothing, in fact, there is no woman who doesn't care about her first man. Although she was a little surprised with her, it is a natural attraction. After all, the two have such a relationship. How can they say to let go, just put it down? But not only do I have a lot of women, but I also have something to come this time. I can't stay in Macau in the future. As Xiao Zhao said, if I really follow myself back, I can only be a child. Zhao Yuqin is my wife. Even Qi Haishuan couldn't do it. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao could only be silent. Obviously I have seen Zhou Hao's thoughts. Xiao Zhao sighed, and then smiled and said, okay, let's not talk about those boring topics. Anyway, you are now in Macau. It should be my own, anyway. You are my first man, and I can't treat you purely as an object of interest. When Zhou Hao heard her say this, he also laughed and said, well, although you and I are not congenial, but they are considered to have a good relationship with each other, and I am also very interested in demon teaching. Actually, if you don't do this, I won't ignore the magic sect. I knew you were a bad guy. Why didn't you tell me before? You have to wait for others to take advantage of you before you speak. You did it deliberately. Xiao Zhao wrinkled his nose and said delicately. Zhou Hao was stunned. As expected, a woman's thinking man couldn't guess. He just told the truth. How could he become ill-intentioned? This little woman is indeed a saint of the demon cult, and her thoughts are different from those of ordinary people. Xiao Zhao was very satisfied with Zhou Hao's reaction, patted Zhou Hao's cheek, and smiled proudly. It's okay. The girl you served is very comfortable. Let's forget what happened today. Besides, I also have internal strength. If you compensate me, You don't need to feel embarrassed. Zhou Hao couldn't laugh or cry, and said helplessly, Miss Xiao Zhao, it's obviously voluntary by both of us. Don't seem to say that you seem to be the victim. Actually, it is me who works, me who gives, and you who enjoy it. I seem to be the one who suffers, but I have been rejecting you before. Humph, who doesn't know how to refuse and welcome? You think I don't know what to say about enjoyment? I just hurt me to death. Xiao Zhao snorted, very dissatisfied. Zhou Hao shut up this time. Reasoning with girls has always been not a man's strong suit. What's more, Xiao Zhao's words are also reasonable. People gave it to himself for the first time. What reason is there to compete with her? No matter what the relationship between the two parties will be, this just let her be the time. Xiao Zhao felt like he was victorious. Facing Zhou Hao's speechlessness, he was very proud of his chest, and Zhou Hao's saliva was almost flowing down. If it weren't for her body's unbearable flogging, Zhou Hao maybe he stood up again, but his combat effectiveness was time-tested. As if feeling something, Xiao Zhao's face was no longer proud, but was gradually stained with red clouds, even the misty water mist in his eyes, which looked like a dream. Zhou Hao naturally knew why she was like this. The last time it was over, she was still in Xiao Zhao's body. Now that she had thoughts in her heart, she naturally knew that the feeling of fulfillment was enough to make Xiao Zhao confused for lovers. She didn't move again. It was because she was really tired now. Sorry, your temptation is a bit big. I can't help it. Huh. I didn't expect that I was so energetic. Zhou Hao tried his best to calm himself, but he can no longer toss Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao blushed and said with a slight breath, You are a bad guy. Don't move. I can't stand it anymore. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Isn't it easy for men to solve it? Why are you so different? Even if Zhou Hao has a wealth of experience, he will inevitably be a little proud of being asked like this. All men will be proud of it. He thought in his heart. He said with a smile on his mouth, I am a talented person, and you are also very attractive. Can't help but cannot restrain. You have to start something. Bah, there is something I can't think of. Just don't mess around. Otherwise we can't talk to you. We still have a lot of things to say. Xiao Zhao helplessly poked Zhou Hao and asked him to keep calm. Zhou Hao is not a pure lower body thinking animal. Hearing Xiao Zhao's words, he remembered the topic before and immediately said, Yes, there are indeed many things that I haven't said. You have misunderstood the sincerity I asked you before, but now it doesn't matter anymore. Let me tell you clearly, I want your people of the demon cult to submit to me. Xiao Zhao was stunned. She didn't expect Zhou Hao to have such ambitions, and she didn't expect him to tell herself so simply. Does this mean that he has regarded himself as his own? But she still couldn't help saying, Zhou Hao, it's not that you think too much. Don't you think your appetite is too big? Zhou Hao smiled proudly, stroked the girl's back lightly, and said in a deep voice, Now the magic sect is not as good as before. Basically, it can no longer stand in the rivers and lakes, and in this era, all of them are doing business to make money. Who will really go? Hunjiangu, you follow me, better than now. Without waiting for Xiao Zhao to speak, Zhou Hao continued, What's more, there is no love for no reason or hatred for no reason in this world. I have nothing to do with the demon cult. Why should I help the demon cult deal with He Hongsun? Wrong. I want to deal with him, but that is my business. What does it have to do with the demon cult? This time it's Xiao Zhao's turn to be silent. As Zhou Hao said, the demon cult is not as good as before. Otherwise, even He Hongsun won't be able to deal with it. Either he asks Zhou Hao for help or cooperation, provided that Zhou Hao should have the benefits are good, but the magic teaching can't give Zhou Hao what he wants. Zhou Hao never lacked money beauty, saying that he was going to deal with He Hongsun together. Zhou Hao could deal with He Hongsun even without the help of the magic sect. The magic sect really could not give Zhou Hao anything. He still had some ideas at the beginning. Naive. Zhou Hao waited for a while. He knew Xiao Zhao also needed to think. After a few minutes, he continued, And the most important thing is that I don't think there is any need for the demon sect to follow the previous tradition. There is no good and evil now. There are almost no sects, so what are you still holding on? And according to what you just said, you are just the southeast subrutter of the demon cult. What about the other subrutters? Seeing you being bullied, no one comes forward. It is because they cannot protect themselves or do not have a united heart, no matter what. It seems that the current magic sect is meaningless. And I am different. When you really submit, I will support you regardless of manpower and material resources. You can help me maintain order in Macau. As long as you are not against the country, you can almost become the king of Macau. How many times better the current life situation is, regardless of the sect or out of chaos. Isn't the purpose of life better? When he finished speaking in one breath, Xiao Zhao was silly. She now feels that Zhou Hao is no wonder that he has made such a big achievement. Speaking of inciting words, ordinary people are really incomparable. As Zhou Hao said, now the demon sect has long existed in name only. The purpose of real business is not to develop the power of the past, to overthrow the incumbent, but to survive better. Now if you really go to Zhou Hao, with his national care, not to mention the convenience of doing business in the future, it is not impossible to really become the king of Macau. She has studied Zhou Hao's experience before coming, otherwise she will not find Hao last week. Well, I'm excited. I said that these are superficial. There is another problem. If you are a magic sect and cannot be used by the country, the final result, as you can imagine, is about to return to Macau, and the government is the He Hong Sun is not the true authority, nor is the demon cult. Zhou Hao saw Xiao Zhao deeply thinking, so he didn't forget to add a sentence. Xiao Zhao can become a saint of the demon sect, and she is naturally outstanding without martial arts. Zhou Hao said the truth so clearly. If she still doesn't understand, then she's really pretending to be confused. Just understand. She doesn't think it can be achieved. I already understand what you mean, but now the magic sect is not my final say, and they will feel that there is no difference between submitting to you and following He Hong Sun. They have been fighting against He Hong Sun to the end, so they can fight against you to the end. It's an idea that can't be realized. Xiao Zhao considered it for a while and said the problem. Zhou Hao smiled and said, although I have not been in contact with you, I believe that the people of the demon cult are not stubborn people. As long as they are threatened and lured by the time, can they still hold the false name of the demon cult and disagree? Zhou Hao made it clear to Xiao Zhao and knew that the people of the demon cult had hoped to become his own subordinates. Zhou Hao wanted to use the demon cult as his own from the beginning. Even if they exist in name only, they still have their own power, at least in the future. Macau is very helpful to myself. I'm not sure if I can make sense now. The elders of the magic sect are relatively stubborn. I can become a saint because of the help of my master. Now my master is no longer there. Everything can only depend on me. Zhao had a headache and anguish when thinking about the magic sect. Zhou Hao didn't worry. He smiled and said, now that the magic sect has reached the point where you have to sacrifice to solve the crisis, even if they don't want to agree, there is no way. I will accompany you to the magic sect for a trip. He knew that no matter what martial arts sect was, it was profit and force in the final analysis. He had no shortage of both, and he would be enough to make their hearts move, and he really wanted to see what the authentic demon cult looked like. Seeing that Zhou Hao had decided, Xiao Zhao stopped talking, just thinking that if he brought Zhou Hao back, the elders would not say that they were apostasy, or that they were colluding with outsiders to deal with the demon cult. Don't worry, everything will go straight to the bridge. If I can't take them for my own use, how can I help them with confidence? In the final analysis, they are all factors of social instability. Rather than leaving danger, it is better to get rid of them. Do you think this is the truth? Zhou Hao knew what Xiao Zhao was worried about, patted her on the back, and said with a smile. Xiao Zhao nodded, and then said, it's too early. I should go back. Otherwise, the 3 people named Chao will be suspicious when I am not here tomorrow. We will contact you after we disembark. Zhou Hao clasped his arms tightly and smiled and said, don't go back, no matter why you are with the 3 of them. Since you are now my person, how can I not let you deal with those men? I think this ability is still there, and I see what you mean. It's not that I want to qualify in the gambling game, so don't bother. Xiao Zhao actually didn't want to leave Zhou Hao, but Zhou Hao never made it clear that she didn't want to rely on Zhou Hao. Now listening to him say that, she just lay down on Zhou Hao and explained, and the 3 of them being together is actually because they want to contact more people to deal with He Hong Sun. These 3 people have fought against He Hong Sun in the early years. Then He Hong Sun does not have the power today. They have always wanted revenge without a chance. Now it is the best. The time is now. Zhou Hao understands that this is the so-called wall down. Everyone can guess that if Macau returns, He Hong Sun, the Macau gambling king, will definitely not get better. This is the best time to deal with him, or wait until it is true. After returning, He Hongsun ran to a foreign country, and there was no hope of revenge. Despite this, Zhou Hao insisted on let Xiao Zhao live by his side. If Xiao Zhao had a simple transaction with himself, Zhou Hao would not be like that. After all, he is now Xiao Zhao's first man. Even if there is no love, he also didn't allow his own woman to mix with other men. He felt that he was very domineering, but he could no longer change. Xiao Zhao, I just said that you only have internal strength, but now you don't have any martial arts. Are you planning to practice martial arts after returning to the magic sect, or what? Zhou Hao thought of Xiao Zhao's current special situation and couldn't help but care. Xiao Zhao didn't expect Zhou Hao to change the subject suddenly. He was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled. Of course I should wait to go back and find a suitable internal strength practice method to practice. Now that I have internal strength, how can I do it? Use. Actually, the reason why I ask you is just to see what you mean. I actually know some inner strength mental methods. Although I don't know how better than your demons teach, it is at least a good martial arts mental method. It's better to follow what I taught you. How is the cultivation? Zhou Hao thought of a kung fu that is very suitable for women to practice. Xiao Zhao is also his own, so he wants to teach her. Xiao Zhao didn't expect Zhou Hao to have this idea. In the martial arts, each school regards their martial arts mentality as the top secret of the school. Even if it is not as good as the ancient times, there are fewer and fewer people practicing kung fu, but the real kung fu is not. It is unexpected that Zhou Hao is so generous when teaching it to others casually. And Xiao Zhao understands that the relationship between herself and Zhou Hao is not considered a lover. At most, it is because the two are attracted to each other. That's why the result is now. He is so generous to pass on her martial arts mentality. She understands that this is Zhou Hao is kind to himself. As a saint of the demon sect, she has been intrigued since she was a child. So at that time Zhou Hao wanted to show her something. She wanted to give her body. Zhou Hao helped herself. Even if she reduced her favor with Zhou Hao, she also felt that justified. Seeing Xiao Zhao, Zhou Hao was stunned and thought she was unwilling, so he smiled and said, "If you don't want to learn it, just forget it. This exercise is more suitable for women to practice. I just want to teach it to you. If your magic sect also has this, no matter the mind. After all, the magic teaching that has been passed on for so many years must have a lot of good work. I learned. Why didn't I learn it? The magic teaching has been inferior to the past for so many years. If it is the top mental method, why is it being bullied so much now?" Xiao Zhao woke up and quickly accepted it and said with disdain, "The demon cult is only a nominal demon cult now. Perhaps the real leader is a master, but I have never seen it. I have only seen elders since I was a child. They have practiced for decades and are first-class masters. I don't want to practice with them for a lifetime. Nothing," Xiao Zhao said frankly. Zhou Hao understands Xiao Zhao's mind. If the demon sect's mental method is really powerful, she may reject herself, but now the demon cult's mental method is estimated to be average, and she is also a super master in terms of how she can produce martial arts. Not too bad. She naturally moved. In fact, the martial arts mentality he wanted to teach Xiao Zhao was not his own. Zhou Hao's martial arts mentality was Wu Qin Shi. As long as it was so powerful afterwards, it was purely a kung fu that he could comprehend by himself after he gained great internal skills. But he has a super master's father and a super master's father-in-law. He used to know about martial arts of various schools, especially the Tang sect martial arts. After all, Li Shuihan is the Tang sect's eldest lady. The kung fu he thought of was Li Shuihan's cultivation method, which was specifically for women. At the age of 20, Li Shuihan has reached the quasi-extreme height, and this set of inner training methods is indispensable. As Li Shuihan's husband, and often practiced against each other, Zhou Hao naturally knew her inner strength and mentality well, and now that he felt suitable for Xiao Zhao, he would not be stingy. "Since you think it's okay, then I will tell you the inner strength mental method I know, and you can practice according to this mental method. Although you have missed the cultivation age, you already have a certain inner strength foundation. Good entry." Zhou Hao thought of this and began to teach Xiao Zhao's internal skills. Xiao Zhao can become a saint of the demon cult. In addition to being a beautiful god, she also has extraordinary wisdom. Zhou Hao only told her the exercises once, and she had already remembered it completely. Zhou Hao discovered that Xiao Zhao he is an unforgettable person. This is the first time Zhou Hao has seen this kind of person except in novels and movies. In novels and movies, it's always said that being unforgettable is very common. It seems that 8 out of 10 people can remember. In fact, this kind of person is as rare as a giant panda. It is really amazing to talk about the inner strength mental method, which is obscure and difficult to understand, and it can be understood quickly. But remember, Xiao Zhao doesn't understand the meaning, and Zhou Hao must explain to her. Fortunately, Xiao Zhao came from a demon sect. Even if he didn't practice internal skills, he was very familiar with the meridians of the human body. She explains how to cultivate, and she can do things like running. This girl not only has the ability to remember but also has a very strong savvy. At least, Zhou Hao didn't let Zhou Hao explain repeatedly. She gradually learned how to mobilize the internal forces in her body. Xiao Zhao was very excited. You are really good. When I practiced martial arts, it took a lot of time. You took less than an hour. You are really a martial arts wizard. If you practiced since childhood, it is estimated that you will soon catch up with me. Zhou, seeing that Xiao Zhao learned quickly, Hao said with sincere emotion. Xiao Zhao laughed and said, I have accumulated many years. I can't practice martial arts on weekdays, but I have read a lot of books. Now with the guidance of you, a master, I will naturally get twice the result with half the effort. It seems that martial arts is not that difficult. I want to practice quickly to become a master. Don't think about it this way. You still have to practice martial arts step by step. Haste is not good. You are so easy to practice today, not because martial arts is easy, maybe because the mentality suits you, or because, as you said, you have accumulated a lot of accumulation, but you can't be careless. If you get into trouble, there will be no way. Zhou Hao shook his head and warned her. I've even figured out the problem. Isn't you still there? You can still look at me and don't care. Besides, I just want to practice the exercises, but I didn't think of anything crooked. You have to rest assured with me. Xiao Zhao wrinkled his nose, said with a grin. Okay, you're reasonable, but it's not a joke to practice internal skills. Although I haven't heard of anything going crazy now, it's just because the news is relatively hidden. I've seen people having problems practicing martial arts, and then get mad and hopeless. Zhou Hao had nothing to do with Xiao Zhao, so he could only say to scare her. Xiao Zhao is smart. He can fully understand Zhou Hao's painstaking efforts. He smiled and said, I know what you mean. Don't worry, I will be careful, but I didn't expect to have such a good internal strength. I think I'm full of energy. It seems that you can have endless energy without sleeping. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Of course, but now that you have regained your energy, should we be able to exercise? Then Xiao Zhao exclaimed, pressing her under him again. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao had been tossing most of the night, and they didn't go to bed until the early hours of the morning. Although Xiao Zhao was indomitable during the tossing, she really waited until she rested, and she felt weak, like falling apart, and even blamed Zhou Hao's strength. No, I can only sleep first. On the other hand, Zhou Hao is really refreshed. So many days are not close to the female sex. Tonight is considered to be happy. If it were not for Xiao Zhao, without any experience, it would not be so easy to let her go. Even so, it would be ravaged. His eye was in a good mood, thinking that although Mr. Chow had been provoking himself, it would be fine to give a lesson. No matter what the relationship between Xiao Zhao and Mr. Chow. After all, he was always making Xiao Zhao's idea. Eventually, Xiao Zhao was snatched away by himself. It seemed that he was really robbing love. By the way, Zhou Hao suddenly remembered a question. Xiao Zhao always wanted I call her Xiao Zhao. What exactly is her name? I really don't know. It's no wonder that Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao didn't plan to do anything, nor did Xiao Zhao think that it was the first time. Now that she is her own, she always has to figure out her real name. Take a name, contemporary number, shook his head and smiled bitterly. He is really a careless person. Looking at Xiao Zhao, who was sleeping soundly next to him, Zhou Hao was rather helpless. He really couldn't control his own heart. This was another mess, but if he did it, he shouldn't regret it, as long as Xiao Zhao really followed him. Even if there are multiple women, it's not a problem. There are many women anyway, not one more than her. In fact, there is another reason. When Xiao Zhao is intimate with him, his internal strength will always fluctuate inexplicably, as if the internal strength is more excited than him. Zhou Hao doesn't know why, but he knows Xiao Shua himself. Intimacy actually helps increase internal strength. The more advanced a person is, the more he hopes he will make progress. After all, after reaching a certain level, it is very difficult to improve his cultivation. Being intimate with Xiao Zhao actually has such an effect. Naturally, Zhou Hao will not let go of the opportunity. Zhou Hao felt that he could wake up from a dream. Zhou Hao didn't know, Zhou Liren didn't know, Li Tsongyun didn't know, at least in the martial arts. It seemed that he hadn't heard of anyone breaking through this realm. Zhou Hao has almost reached the top level now. If you make a breakthrough, you will exceed this realm. When he was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door, and Wang Xiaohu's voice came. Boss, it's past 8 o'clock now. Do you want to have breakfast and play for a while? Zhou Hao didn't realize that time flies so quickly. He looked at Xiao Zhao, who was sleeping, hesitated for a moment, and responded. Okay, you go to the restaurant first. I'll be here soon. He knew what Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu would order. They understand their tastes. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu left after responding. Naturally, they wouldn't guess Zhou Hao Jinwu Songjiao. They thought he was resting or practicing kung fu. They were all members of the martial arts. Everyone knew about martial arts practice. Zhou Hao didn't practice this evening. In fact, when he reached his state, the effect of cultivating or not was not much affected. It's just that Zhou Hao had this habit. But tonight's practice without cultivating took a month longer than usual. Strong can be regarded as a surprise. He didn't wake up Xiao Zhao, who was sleeping. Women would always be more injured for the first time. Now it's a good thing to get more rest. He got up and put on his clothes, tidied up his instruments, and walked out of the cabin to face Mr. Chow and others. After Zhou Hao got out of the cabin, Xiao Zhao opened his eyes, wrinkled his nose against the cabin door, and said to himself, "Bad guy. I want to go if I take advantage of it. I won't let you get what you want, huh?" Then I tried to prop up my upper body, trying to do it, but I didn't expect that the wound was too deep, and I fell back to the bed. In a whispered cry, Xiao Zhao even gritted his teeth and cursed. "Bad guy. It's too cruel. No matter how hard it is the first time someone is so cruel. I am mad at me. I have to show you good looks." Then he forced his pain. "Get up again, as a demon saint. Even if she hasn't really practiced her inner strength, she won't be scared by this pain." She rubbed her sour arms, took a deep breath, and tried to get up from the seductive blanket, directly go to the bathroom. Zhou Hao didn't know what happened after he left. He thought Xiao Zhao was still asleep. When he arrived at the restaurant, Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu had already ordered his favorite meal. They saw Zhou Hao coming, and Xiao Lu was busy. "Open the chair and let Zhou Hao sit down," while Wang Xiaohu greeted him. "Don't be so polite. We are friends now. Although we are here for a purpose, we should relax now and have fun." Zhou Hao has 20 million chips. Even if a dark horse appears, he wants to enter the next round. It shouldn't be a problem either. Except for himself, no one in his team should have the strength of a dark horse. After he finished speaking, Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu immediately smiled and said, "Boss, we are not polite. As a little brother, how can we have the consciousness of the little brother? Otherwise we will be seen by outsiders. Aren't we unruly? Rich people, we don't want to shame you." Zhou Hao looked at the restaurant, and besides them, there were indeed many people. It seemed that after the third day of the game, more and more people were eliminated, and some of the remaining people were confident. No need to spend time in the casino. Bai Chongxing and Jingxi Mahjong Demon didn't know if they were still in the casino. As for Mr. Chow and others, Zhou Hao didn't see it either. It seems that each has something to do. It's just a gambling game with Mr. Chow at noon. Be careful. The three of them were talking and laughing. They were not like the contestants who came to the competition. If it weren't for someone who knew Zhou Hao before, everyone would really think they were relatives of a contestant. From the attitude, they couldn't guess Zhou Hao was. Already confident of advancing, he gave up directly. Anyway, he looked like he didn't care about the result of the game at all. Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu knew that Zhou Hao and Mr. Chow had a fight. After eating for a long time, they saw Zhou Hao not speaking. The impatient Xiaolu couldn't help but say, "Boss, how did you fight with those people yesterday? Are you sure? Gambling outside is unlimited." Wang Xiaohu also said on the side, "Yes, boss. If they really bet a few tens of millions, shall we play with them?" The meaning of the two is very obvious. They don't know how Zhou Hao's gambling skills are, but if they spend tens of millions to gamble, they still feel a bit too big. Even if Zhou Hao has money, they feel too risky. Zhou Hao smiled and said meaningfully, "Although a few of them are not simple, I have not really put it in my eyes. But besides them, there are powerful characters, but I don't know if he will make a move. I mean to start gambling. There are even more powerful characters? Aren't they all playing? Can they come out and gamble with you? Xiao Liui was taken aback and couldn't help asking in disbelief. Wang Xiaohu calmed down, did not speak, but still had doubts on his face, staring at Zhou Hao, wanting to hear his explanation. Zhou Hao laughed and said, "You don't have to look at me like this, you don't need to ask me. I'm not sure, I just feel that today's gambling game will be interesting, but I don't know the final result, whether it will be as I expected. Tens of millions are tens of millions, I can still afford it, so don't worry." Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu have always felt that Zhou Hao is unfathomable. Now he is playing mystery and making them unable to understand. They only think that the boss is even more mysterious. They just hope that everything is right for him. Even if Zhou Hao doesn't care about tens of millions, he doesn't. People don't like winning money. Just when they were about to finish eating, the fragrant wind rushed into their faces. Ms. Zhang, who was Xiao Zhao's incarnation, appeared in front of the three of them. Although she was a little awkward while walking, she would frown from time to time, but except for Zhou Hao. Can't guess what happened to Ms. Zhang. "Excuse me, Mr. Wang, can I sit here?" Ms. Zhang was rude, walked straight to Zhou Hao, and said with a smile. But her eyes were shining with determination, and she couldn't refuse. Zhou Hao didn't know which one Xiao Zhao was going to play. Why suddenly she changed back to Ms. Zhang's appearance, guessing that she was probably for the convenience of action, and he had no reason to refuse his request. As for Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu, they are all the role of bodyguards, so it is naturally impossible to speak out against them. After Xiao Zhao turned into Ms. Zhang, she didn't have the charm of Xiao Zhao, but she was still dignified and elegant, and could make ordinary men who like mature women immobile. Zhou Hao thought that charming women are eye-catching no matter their age. "Mr. Wang, why don't you seem to welcome me? Is it because I and Mr. Chao are dealing with you together?" Ms. Zhang seemed to have never been a Xiao Zhao before, still talking to Zhou Hao as Ms. Zhang. If Zhou Hao could not determine from the smell of the other party, this was Xiao Zhao who slept with him yesterday. He even thought that he had a hallucination yesterday and had a spring dream. Xiao Zhao became Ms. Zhang, and his personality and appearance have changed. Now he listens to her. Asked, not knowing how to repay for a while. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu looked at Zhou Hao and then at Ms. Zhang. They guessed instinctively what was going on with them. They seemed to be good friends, but they didn't seem to be right. If they said there was any adultery between them, they felt even worse. Perhaps, the two of them also didn't know how to interrupt. Xiao Zhao smiled in his heart and said quietly on his face, "Since Mr. Wang didn't welcome me, then I'm not welcome. Mr. Chao and the others will come back at noon. You really have to be careful when that happens." Zhou Hao felt that this was Xiao Zhao reminding himself to be careful, so he smiled. "Well, I will be very careful. Although Mr. Chao and others are more powerful, I am not afraid of them. Don't worry." "Oh, Mr. Wang, you misunderstood what I meant. I didn't tell you to be careful of them. I will also take action in this betting match. I have to do my best." Ms. Zhang smiled strangely. Xiao Zhao became Ms. Zhang again, and the performance had nothing to do with Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't know what she wanted, so she cooperated with him. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu naturally didn't know what was between Ms. Zhang and Zhou Hao. They were very curious watching Ms. Zhang talking to their boss. They all could see that Ms. Zhang was a little bit aimed at Zhou Hao, but this woman was pretty. Even the two of them felt that her temperament was in line with the aesthetics of men. Zhou Hao felt that the eyes of Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu were always on himself and Ms. Zhang, and they were full of suspicion. He knew that they must have not thought of good things. The grievances of men and women are not ordinary grudges, and there must be some peachy in it. This is the perception of most people. Thinking of this, I quickly said, "Since Ms. Zhang is interested, let's play together. Anyway, the gambling game at noon today is also open. If you don't want to go to the game and continue to win money, just play with us. It was the same yesterday, except that we are going to play stud today. It doesn't matter, everything is the same. I'm not like those gambling players who can use skills to change cards. I'm just an ordinary player, just by luck." Ms. Zhang shrugged and said indifferently. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu looked at Zhou Hao in disbelief. The meaning was obvious. They were very curious about what Ms. Zhang said and asked Zhou Hao to confirm. Zhou Hao naturally knew that she was telling the truth, so they nodded gently. He and Zhang the lady bet against her several times, but she didn't see her pay 1,000. If she didn't retain her strength, She really wouldn't. Mr. Wong, please don't freak. Just tell me if you don't want me. I can still be afraid of you. Xiao Zhao's Ms. Zhang seems to be familiar with Mr. Wong, and she is not so polite. The face of the big man exposed their secret sentimental. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. This Xiao Zhao didn't know what he wanted to do. Fortunately, as long as he didn't speak, Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu wouldn't do anything. They had to shook their heads and said, Ms. Zhang has really good eyesight. You have discovered this, but you have to cheer at the poker table for a while. It really costs money. Ms. Zhang smiled lightly and said, Well, don't worry. If I don't even understand this, I won't want to participate in the gambling game. When it comes to you, Mr. Wong must be careful. I won't play anymore. Be merciful. Don't blame me for being cruel and cruel. Zhou Hao sat facing Ms. Zhang, received a provocative look that Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu couldn't see, and smiled to his heart. He understood Xiao Zhao's mind a little bit. Maybe it was because he was lost to himself yesterday, and his heart was not balanced. Today give yourself some trouble. Zhou Hao is not going to get angry with such mischievous tricks. Anyway, apart from himself and Xiao Zhao, no one else knows. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu have already determined that their boss has an unusual relationship with this elegant woman. The two intend to wait and see the changes. In addition to Zhou Hao's superb skills and earning money, he was also sent by the people of Pluto. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu once regarded Zhou Hao as idols and masters of picking up girls. They are really worth learning. They only played against Ms. Zhang at the gaming table yesterday. Can forge an inexplicable relationship. The boss is the boss. What Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu thought in their hearts, of course, could not be known by Zhou Hao. Just when he was about to talk to Ms. Zhang, Mr. Chao brought Mr. Li and Mr. Zhu to the restaurant. Their eyesight was very good. I saw Zhou Hao, Ms. Zhang and others sitting here. Except for a glimmer of jealousy and annoyance in Mr. Chao's eyes, Mr. Zhu and Mr. Li came over naturally. All of this fell into the eyes of Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang. Their views on Mr. Chao were even lower. It is estimated that the guy can deny the for a woman. Mr. Wong, you are quite early. It seems that you are planning to practice first in the morning and then fight with us. Since Mr. Chao has an opinion on Zhou Hao, he must be the first to speak. His tone of voice filled ridicule. This early bird has worms. Mr. Chao must have the winning ticket. Otherwise, how could he be so leisurely? Zhou Hao was not outdone and took a piece of food earlier, calmly saying that he looks much more leisurely than Mr. Chao. Mr. Chao didn't get angry. He just smiled and said, Of course, there is no certainty of victory. How can you gain a foothold in the rivers and lakes, although you have the ability? But today, stud, it is not that simple. Mr. Zhu also said to the side, Yes, Mr. Wong. Don't you know that old Chao is very famous in the world? He is famous for playing stud very well. Even the king of gambling, He Hongsen, is also very good at his gambling skills. Compliment is added. If he reaches the age of He Hongsen, he may be able to surpass the gambler in this project. Mr. Li was a little bit low-key and didn't brag about himself. He just smiled and said to Zhou Hao, Mr. Wong, we have considered what happened yesterday. We are all friends. It is not okay to do something on the scene, but let Chao directly lose everything. If Gui is out, it's a bit cruel, or if you apologize to old Chao, what happened yesterday will be over. Zhou Hao spread his hand and smiled helplessly. Mr. Li, Mr. Zhu, I don't understand what you said like that. It was you who came to make me bet yesterday, and today I said that I don't need to bet. You were too casual. Let's talk about it. Yesterday, it was obviously Mr. Chao who failed in cheating. Why should I be blamed on me? What is the reason? It's even more wrong to have me apologize. The three saw Zhou Hao denying that. Mr. Chao was furious, and they wanted to do it right away. Fortunately, Mr. Zhu and Mr. Li were relatively sane. They grabbed the angry Mr. Chao and said, Mr. Wong, everyone is gangling on the road. Why make things so stale? We think it's best for everyone to resolve them peacefully. Zhou Hao leaned on the chair and looked at the three of them. He ate a snack leisurely and said with a smile, Three of you. You also said that everyone was mixed on the road. In that case, you asked me to have a fight yesterday. I took the initiative to find you, right? I am a very peaceful person. Mr. Chao and the three of them didn't look pretty. Yesterday they were indeed going to gamble with Zhou Hao, but think about it calmly afterwards. Zhou Hao is a master of martial arts. No matter what his gambling skills, if he wants to retaliate against the three, it's really hard to say what will happen. In this way, Mr. Li later suggested that if Zhou Hao agrees to apologize, the matter should be fine. But they didn't expect Zhou Hao to be so tough now, not to mention Mr. Chow being angry. Mr. Li and Mr. Zhu's faces are not pretty. They don't want to be enemies with Zhou Hao, but they can't solve the current situation. Fortunately, Mr. Li compares clever, turned his eyes for help to Ms. Zhang. Ms. Zhang, who is Xiao Zhao's incarnation, is naturally smart. In fact, she knew from the beginning why the attitude of the three of them changed drastically. Seeing Mr. Li cast his eyes, she smiled secretly and said, "It doesn't matter if you play. Anyway, everyone is in the gambling world. People, if you have any grievances, we can solve them at the poker table. I think no one will put this kind of technical grievances under the gambling table to solve them. It's too tasteless. Are you right, Mr. Wang?" Her words have been very clear to help the three of Mr. Li and use words to trap Zhou Hao. As long as Zhou Hao agrees not to retaliate privately, the three of them don't mind playing with Zhou Hao. When Ms. Zhang helps them, it is 4 compared to 1. They naturally wouldn't be afraid of Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao still didn't quite understand what Xiao Zhao wanted to do, but at this time he also knew how to cooperate with Ms. Zhang, and said with a smile, "Since Ms. Zhang said so, I can't help but show face. So we just take everything to the poker table. Solve it. Now the 3 gentlemen will have some breakfast. I will go to the place over there first." Seeing Zhou Hao's promise not to retaliate in private, the 3 of them immediately became excited and laughed together. "Mr. Wang, please, we will see you at the casino over there." Mr. Chow came to Ms. Zhang even more diligently and said with a smile, "Ms. Zhang, you haven't had breakfast yet. If you want something, I'll call it for you." Ms. Zhang smiled, shook her head, and said, "No, I have already eaten. I will also go over there and take a look. I will start gambling in a while. I don't want to be won by you and Mr. Wang too much. This is mine. Private money." Without waiting for Mr. Chow to speak, he quietly followed Zhou Hao. Although Xiao Zhao is now appearing as Ms. Zhang, she is still a saint of the demon cult. Since she does not plan to deal with Mr. Chow and others, this status is not important anymore. She is not afraid of making a relationship with them, instead of letting Zhou Hao see. When you feel uncomfortable, it is better to leave on your own initiative. She has investigated Zhou Hao. He has extraordinary dominance towards his own women. He can't wait for all the women to turn around him. He is now his own, and he agrees to stay with him all the time. But now he wants to deal with other men. Zhou Hao would definitely not feel comfortable. Zhou Hao is very satisfied with Xiao Zhao's performance. If she does not leave with him and continues to deal with Mr. Chow's 3 people, he may have to reconsider the relationship with Xiao Zhao. He doesn't like his woman as a socialite. Even if she has other purposes, she can't. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu saw everything in their eyes. Although Ms. Zhang helped the 3 of Mr. Chow to speak before, only seeing her chasing Zhou Hao to leave later, the 2 of them are even more sure that the relationship between Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang is not clear, although I can't determine how far it has developed, and it's not easy. The 2 of them are even considering whether to report to the Beijing boss. Zhou Hao didn't know that there was a wife spy around him. When Ms. Zhang followed up, he smiled and said, "Why doesn't Ms. Zhang have some breakfast? The casino here is always open, so you can come here anytime." "Oh, there is no way. I will bet against you experts in a while. I don't want to adapt in advance. How can I be able to play at that time? I don't want to be won by you all, and no one will support me. I'm sorry." Ms. Zhang tried her best to maintain her state, but she unconsciously showed Xiao Zhao's playfulness. Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang said that they came to the casino with a smile. The gamblers are indeed the most industrious group of people in the world. In the entertainment casino, you can see people playing at any time, and as the players in the casino are eliminated, there are obviously more and more people here. When they came, there were not many empty seats. After a round, they found a suitable place. Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang smiled and said, "You see, our luck is pretty good. There is an empty seat here. Wait for them to come. Now let's start here." Ms. Zhang naturally has no objection. She looks like Ms. Zhang, but she is actually Xiao Zhao. She will not object to Zhou Hao's decision and nodded and said, "Just here. Wait for them to come. We can start, but you have to be careful not to be won by others." Zhou Hao is still smiling. He really is not afraid of others cheating. With his own vision, whoever cheats will be spotted by Zhou Hao in an instant. Otherwise, he would not dare to deal with the challenges of the 3 people. They must have been aware of themselves. The reaction was very keen, so it changed from a single challenge to a three-person challenge. It's just that they would never have thought that Zhou Hao was a supermaster. Unlike ordinary warriors, supermasters are almost out of the scope of human abilities. Even if they are not superhuman, they have certain abilities that ordinary people cannot imagine. Zhou Hao's eyesight is such an ability. The four of them greeted the croupier and told him to reserve a place for themselves. Otherwise, in case someone was playing, there would be no place to start a bet. After the croupier nodded and agreed, the four went to another table. The waiting time is boring. They want to see how other gaming tables are, or have nothing to play at other tables, especially Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu. They will definitely not participate in the subsequent gambling games, just like they usually go to the casino with Zhou Hao. Take a look around. When they came in, because they were looking for seats, they didn't pay attention to which table had more people, but now they saw that there were obviously more people in one table than elsewhere, and even some were not gamblers at all. They watched the excitement, but they were all happy. This abnormal phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of four people. Zhou Hao hadn't spoken yet. Wang Xiaohu had run over to take a look, and then came back to report. Boss, there is the old man from yesterday. This old man is so powerful. It is said that he has not returned from yesterday until now, and he has been playing Baijia. Lu, it seems that he is good at this, but he doesn't miss it. The stakes at this table are not big. Even if you lose a game or two, you don't have much money. But if you sit here and win a night, the number is very impressive. When Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang approached, they only saw the old man. A pile of chips, I don't know how many there are in total. Opposite him was a middle-aged man, sweating profusely and muttering words. Obviously, he wanted to win the old man, and the old man turned his cards. He was still nervous. In the end, he lost to the old man. The old man won the game again, and the middle-aged man was unwilling to play with the old man. The old man waved his hand suddenly this time and said with a smile, "Brother, you still don't come. You have lost 7 in a row. Today's hand style is not very good. Just forget it. I don't want to beat you anymore." The middle-aged man plucked up his courage and finally left in despair, losing 1 or 2 unwillingnesses. But after losing so many times in a row, even if the fool saw that there was a problem, he was obsessed with it. He would really lose it all. Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang looked at each other and knew in their hearts that this old man is not easy. If it is an ordinary person, no matter how lucky he is, he cannot win all night. Moreover, the old man's self-confidence is very strong. It is definitely not a right tone, that is right. In his own way, he must be a big boss. The more the old man wins, the louder his reputation and the more people who want to fight him. Everyone is curious. Everyone wants to see who can win the old man. It's not to get the chips, but to see who can. To do it, the opponents have been constant this evening because of everyone's thoughts. When the middle-aged person left, a young man in his 20s sat down immediately. The two sides didn't know each other. They put in chips, immediately stopped talking nonsense, and started the competition. The result disappointed everyone again, and the old man won. The young man was naturally unwilling. Once again gambling with the old man, the result is still the same. The young man feels that he is not good enough, and he easily wins himself. The gap is huge, and he is inappropriate as a gifting boy. When the young people leave, naturally there are others who continue to sit up. The end result is that before repeating, whether the opponent is a man or a woman, whether it is old or young, anyway, as long as you sit down, it will not take long before the old man will win the opponent without any temper. Straight down and left. Well, this old man is very strong. This is enough for him to make a fortune and become a billionaire. Zhou Hao watched for a long time and couldn't help exclaiming at Ms. Zhang. His gambling skills are good, and he can really become a billionaire. But no matter how good he is, his ability to make money is far worse than you. But I want to ask, do you understand how he did it? Ms. Zhang smiled slightly and asked Zhou Hao. She felt that Zhou Hao's eyes must be very venomous, and she could see how the old man made 1,000 things. To her disappointment, Zhou Hao shook his head and said in a very affirmative voice, "I didn't see the trace of his cheating. I just watched it a few times. He took the cards normally and then opened the cards without any pause in the series of actions. I have looked at it specially and found no trace of his card change." Ms. Zhang knows Zhou Hao and knows his true ability. Since he said that he could not see cheating, Either the old man did not cheat, or his technique was too fast, but no matter which one, it is a little unacceptable. What is this? Only a master of this level can reach this level. No wonder even Zhou Hao has a solemn expression. This old man doesn't know who it is. If he is just like Baccarat, then it's better to say that if he is really good at other gambling skills, the strength of this old man will be shocking. Endlessly, Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang feel that the gambling king, He Hong's son, is at this level. Boss, he is winning again. We stood here just now. He has already won 6 times. It seems that he still wants to continue. It's really amazing. If we have this gambling skill, we won't sweep the gambling game. Wang Xiaohu he and Xiao Lu watched for a long time and couldn't help but speak. Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang had no objection to this. The old man's gambling skills were better than the gambling masters they had ever seen. At least those people had traces of cheating, and this old man could not find any flaws. Wang Xiaohu was still quite calm. While feeling that the old man was so powerful, he couldn't help but ask, this old man is so advantageous. Why didn't he participate in the competition? If he did participate, he might be able to win the final championship. I think he is better than that. Chongsheng, Jingxi Mahjong is much more powerful. Ms. Zhang looked at Zhou Hao in amazement. She obviously didn't know about Bai Chongsheng and Jingxi Mahjong. This was what happened after Zhou Hao came to Macau. She couldn't investigate so clearly. Bai Chongsheng and Jingxi Mahjong. They are all well-known masters in the gambling world. She naturally knows. Zhou Hao didn't blame Wang Xiaohu either. The reason why Wang Xiaohu didn't avoid Ms. Zhang was because he thought Ms. Zhang had something wrong with him. In fact, the relationship between the two was really unusual. He did not intend to conceal Zhang's affairs about Bai Chongsheng and Jingxi Mahjong. Madam, these 2 people are my friends, and they will be known sooner or later. It's better to be generous. I don't know the specific strength of this old man, but I would rather face Jingxi Mahjong Demon or Bai Chongsheng than him. If Bai Chongsheng and Jingxi Mahjong Demon really make money, I can find that this old man is me. If I can't, I still can't be sure whether he cheated. Zhou Hao's eyes have been on the old man from the beginning, but he just couldn't see that he was cheating. By saying that, he had already affirmed Wang Xiaohu's words, and Wang Xiaohu also said, then I am even more strange. Why doesn't he participate in the competition? I just thought that if he participated, he would definitely have a chance to win the championship. Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang actually have the same idea. With this old man's ability, as long as he sits in the casino and gambles on baccarat, no one can win. However, Zhou Hao still said fairly. Although he is more powerful in this aspect, who knows how other gambling skills are? If he is eliminated in the first 2 rounds, he will not even have a chance to enter the free gambling game. There are many people who specialize in one. The other 3 nodded. Maybe so. At least Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu played in this casino for several days, only to see the old man betting on baccarat. The others have never seen it. Maybe this old man only plays baccarat. At this time, the 4 of them had been watching here for half an hour, and Mr. Chow and the 3 of them had finished their breakfast. They were all worried about the gambling for a while, and they immediately came to the examination room. And then they saw Zhou Hao, and the 4 gathered together to watch others gamble, especially seeing Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang talking and laughing. Mr. Chow had a big opinion of Zhou Hao because Ms. Zhang looked at Zhou Hao differently. The way he sees them now is directly defined as kiss me and me. Men who are burning with jealousy will lose their minds, at least now. Mr. Chow couldn't wait to drag Zhou Hao out. If it weren't for Mr. Li and Mr. Zhu beside him, he would really like to call Zhou Hao out for a one-on-one fight. Even so, he couldn't help feeling sour in his heart and took Mr. Li and Mr. Zhu to Zhou Hao. By his side, he asked, Ms. Zhang, what are you talking about, so happy? While speaking, he automatically ignored Zhou Hao. Ms. Zhang did not speak. Zhou Hao suddenly said, nothing, we just saw a master, here to estimate how powerful he is. We think his strength should be comparable to He Hong's son, at least better than you and me. A lot stronger. Ms. Zhang is also ashamed. Mr. Chow curled his lips and said disdainfully, let me see who is so powerful, who can make you so admired. What else is he doing here if he can compare with He Hong's son? Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang just laughed at Mr. Chow's big words. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu were not so well trained, especially the straightforward Xiao Lu. After listening to his words, he snorted, Mr. Chow, you speak. When you do, you have to look at their performance first. The old man has never lost money. Mr. Chow's anger suddenly came up. Xiao Lu's identity was in his eyes. He was not influential at all. He was the root of Zhou Hao, and a small attendant dared to make irresponsible remarks with himself. This was clearly not the basic meaning. There must be someone instigating it, so it goes without saying who it is. Boy, you have to get over your head when you talk. I'm talking to your boss. So how can you be qualified to interrupt? Mr. Chow snorted, bluntly, and then pouted. An amateur player appeared on the gaming table. Someone who is a little level will always win. This is a very simple thing. Never seen the world so fuss. His words offended everyone. The people who were originally watching the excitement also glared at Mr. Chow. They thought that the old man was very powerful, but they didn't know where he was so arrogant. Guy, I have to say that I was ignorant. Mr. Zhu and Mr. Li sighed secretly. This old Chow was dazzled by jealousy, and he stopped talking, so he kindly pulled him a bit to stop him from speaking out, which would make him look even less dignified. Mr. Chow is now in a state of jealousy. How can he listen to the advice of others? Although he did not push Mr. Zhu and Mr. Li directly, he stared back at those who saw him. He believed that his thoughts were absolutely correct. Consciousness, I don't have the ability, and I still don't listen to those who have the ability. Zhou Hao looked on coldly and didn't speak at all. Now Mr. Chow has obviously been dazzled by jealousy. If he wants a person to die, he must be mad. Now Mr. Chow is on the verge of death. He himself thinks Dora. The wind. Fortunately, Ms. Zhang didn't really think about him. Otherwise, depending on his current appearance, she would leave in disappointment. Okay, since you want to take a gamble with me, let's go over there. We have already decided on the position. Whether or not people have a level is irrelevant to us. Let's go over there. Zhou Hao thought. The intention to pull the three of Mr. Chow aside to start a gambling is also out of good intentions. Why? You drag me away now, and I will leave. That is not to prove that my previous words are false. I will go to the old man to gamble now, and I will see how good he is and show it to someone. Isn't he rare and weird? Mr. Chow thought that Zhou Hao didn't want to let himself be in the limelight, and he was immediately unhappy. This time, even Mr. Zhu and Mr. Li were disappointed with Mr. Chow. This old Chow didn't drink alcohol today. Why did he start to go crazy? Whether the old man is a master or pretending to be a master, what does this have to do with you? The two looked at each other. Mr. Li stepped forward and whispered, Old Chow, stop making trouble. Let's go and deal with the surnamed Wang. What does that old man have to do with us? Let him beat him. Mr. Chow was just impulsive, not really crazy. After listening to Mr. Li's words, he calmed down and snorted. All right, Mr. Wang. Let's go to our own gambling game. The people here are with us. Nothing, let's go. Zhou Hao shrugged his shoulders indifferently. This person was not normal, too lazy to reason with him, and led Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu to the previously determined position. Ms. Zhang naturally stood by Mr. Chow's side at this time. This is before. Yes, she wants to bet against Zhou Hao. The 5 people were sitting around the table, just like yesterday. The 3 of Chow and Ms. Zhang did not bring their attendants. Behind Zhou Hao stood Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu. This is a public casino. There is no problem if anyone is watching. As long as the players participate in the gambling. No opinion, no one will say anything. After the 5 people are ready, Mr. Chow smiled and said, Mr. Wang, we already said about the bet yesterday. If you feel that it is not suitable today, you can change it. How do you say it? Today is different from the inside. There is not much money. You have to think about your financial resources. Mr. Chow seems to be kind, but in fact it is equal to activism. He doesn't believe that Zhou Hao still doesn't understand why he is against him. No matter what kind of man she is, he will inevitably love Face very much. I believe Zhou Hao must be such a person. Mr. Chow is a very confident person. Otherwise, he failed to change the cards yesterday, and he would not look like hell. The reason why he was dissatisfied with Zhou Hao was because he felt that the relationship between Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang was not simple. Hao will definitely be the same as himself. As long as Ms. Zhang is there, he will take care of Face. It's a pity that he was wrong. Zhou Hao was not a person who swollen Face and filled a fat man. Not to mention that Ms. Zhang is here. Even if his wife Zhao Yuqin is here, if he feels that the power is overwhelming, he will not insist on it. Zhou Hao's past and present life combined, he is older than Mr. Chow. How could he be so impulsive? Mr. Chow, the bet is set like this. Every time you bid 1 million, the upper limit is uncapped, and the whole card is under 5 million. What do you think? Zhou Hao smiled lightly, saying that it was better than the bet agreed yesterday. Even bigger. Mr. Chow was startled. This kid is so rich. He doesn't need a stud. He just bids. It is very likely to exceed 10 million. If this is played for half a day, even if he has a net worth of hundreds of millions, he may lose. Not afraid. But how Mr. Zhu and Mr. Li think he can't call the shots. Unconsciously, he turned his gaze to Mr. Li and Mr. Zhu. The bet was a bit big. He wanted to ask his partner, and of course he did not forget to ask Ms. Zhang with his gaze. Mr. Zhu and Mr. Li didn't expect Zhou Hao to play such a big game. There are 5 people on the scene. Zhou Hao is at least 1 to 3. If Ms. Zhang is favoring Mr. Chow, Zhou Hao is 1 to 4. In the situation, such a person would dare to play this way under adverse circumstances, either because he burned the money or he had full confidence. Judging from yesterday's contact, Zhou Hao is obviously not the kind of person who is hot-headed and burns money for fun. Otherwise, he will not be the final winner yesterday. Then he has enough confidence now, and the two of them are starting to lose their hearts. Without understanding Zhou Hao's ability, the unknown is the most terrifying. But now being taken to this position by Mr. Chow, wanting to retreat and face saving, the two of them hesitated for a while and didn't know what to do. Their faces also showed embarrassment. Everyone knew that they were hesitant. Ms. Zhang is Bing Xue's clever Xiao Zhao. She understood everyone's thoughts at a glance. She felt that this time it was Zhou Hao and Mr. Chow's grievances, and that Mr. Li and Mr. Zhu have always treated themselves well, and they can be regarded as their own friends. Really won the two of them so much, she was also upset. Mr. Wang, you said it a bit big. Why don't you make a bottom of 2 million, and each bid is still 1 million, and the upper limit is 20 million? Then there is no need to worry about who has insufficient chips, even the opponent's cards. I can't open it anymore. Ms. Zhang thought of this and proposed. Although the bet she said was still not small, it was acceptable at the stud table. Mr. Li and Mr. Zhu hurriedly nodded in support, and Mr. Chow understood what they meant and asked Zhou Hao. Mr. Wang, what Ms. Zhang said you have, we all agree. Zhou Hao smiled gently and said, since all the beautiful women say so, then I have any reason to disagree. When that happens, people will definitely say that I don't know how to pity and cherish Jade, and I have to compete with women. When he said this, he did not forget to wink at Ms. Zhang. What he said was actually to Ms. Zhang. Only the two of them knew what the two sides were thinking, and Xiao Zhao, who became Ms. Zhang, naturally knew that he was talking. Self unconsciously gave him a blank look, extremely charming. Others may not pay much attention to their eye contact, but Mr. Chow, who is full of evil fire, can see clearly. This kid is blatantly seduced Ms. Zhang. It is really damn, and it seems that Ms. Zhang really has a little meaning for him. Can't. Mr. Chow thought, categorically said, if this is the case, let's start. When we can't afford it, we can withdraw from the game. If we win, I hope it will be yesterday's matter. Explain, like apologize in public. Zhou Hao understood what Mr. Chow meant, and he must have embarrassed himself in public first, but he didn't care, but asked back. Then if you lose and I win, what will happen to you? Mr. Chow didn't believe that he could lose at all. With the help of Mr. Li and Mr. Zhu, even if Ms. Zhang didn't help on either side, Zhou Hao wouldn't be the one who won in the end. He said proudly, if our 3-member alliance loses, then you can do whatever you want. But everything is only for me and has nothing to do with Lao Li and Lao Zhu. Although Mr. Chow's eyes are relatively small, he is still quite loyal. At the critical moment, remember to push his friend aside. Zhou Hao secretly nodded. Although he is a bit mad, he is not incurable. As I said, as long as one of the 3 of you has more chips than me, even if I lose, I will apologize in public. If I win, I will do whatever I want. Are you sure you mean that? Mr. Chow thought for a while and nodded firmly. Yes, that's it. If there is no opinion, we will start. Would you like to give a high five or something? Okay, then we'll give a high five agreement, and we will wait until the gambling round is over. Zhou Hao stretched out a hand and said with a smile. Mr. Chow did not flinch. He walked in front of Zhou Hao and took out his palm in front of Zhou Hao's hand. He struck Zhou Hao's hand 3 times before saying, since we have already high-five is an agreement, so we don't regret it, so many people are watching. Zhou Hao and Mr. Chow agreed with a high-five. They each have their own minds. They prepare to start the gambling game together. They sit in random positions. Anyway, everyone knows the relationship between each other, and there is no need to be afraid of anyone cheating. Just when they were about to start, someone next to him suddenly said, "Are you going to bet on stud?" "I'm the one. I haven't played in a long time," and itchy hands. Following the reputation, everyone was shocked. They had only seen this person playing baccarat before, and now they came here. The players who watched before have now focused their attention on this side. No one. Thinking of playing baccarat, the old man who killed the quartet actually came to play stud. In this casino, various forms of gambling tools are everywhere. He chose to play here. The purpose does not seem to be that simple. Everyone is smart, and everyone can think of it. The old man obviously did not intend to conceal his meaning. He first looked at Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang, then fixed his gaze on Mr. Chow, and said with a smile, "Someone thought that my gambling skills were not very good before. The old man has been doing this for so many years. Once I heard it, I also wanted to meet this expert." Hearing what he said, who wouldn't know that the old man rushed to Mr. Chow, but Zhou Hao's heart was stunned. This old man should be a powerful person. In such a noisy environment, he should not only bet against others, but also hearing Mr. Chow's doubts about himself. This is not something ordinary people can do. Unlike a bystander like Zhou Hao, Mr. Chow is very upset now. He doesn't know this old man. Now he dares to make trouble for himself. It's really disgusting. Only then did he want to have a good bet with Zhou Hao, so he came. Spoiler. "Sir, you are good at playing your baccarat over there, so don't skewer it everywhere. We are just a few friends who have nothing to play with." Despite the unhappy heart, Mr. Chow still remembers that Ms. Zhang is by his side. "Try our best, keep your demeanor, and let the old man go to play. Look at here. No one is playing stud except your table, or they have already started to play. I will help you here. Don't you think I'm not good at it? Aren't you afraid of me winning? Let's spend your money." The old man naturally wouldn't really obediently leave and said with a smile, "Afraid of you? A joke, old sir. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Our bet this time is not small, and it's different from the small troopers in baccarat. If you leave now, at least you won money today, which is enough. You have enjoyed it for a long time, and if you are here with us, you may lose all in one go." Mr. Chow naturally lost face in front of the beautiful woman, said madly, "Young man, don't be too arrogant. Look at the friend next to you. You are very calm. You are far worse than others. You have to practice." The old man smiled and pointed to Zhou Hao. "Mr. Chow said." Mr. Chow's eyes immediately turned red. The old man didn't know how to write dead words. He thought he was capable of stepping on places everywhere. He actually compared himself with Zhou Hao and said that he was inferior to him. He was angry. Mr. Chow immediately snorted. Said, "Old sir, I think so for you. Since you don't appreciate it, you will lose money soon, but don't regret it. Haha, don't worry. I have played cards for so many years. Even if I lose penniless, I have not regretted it. Since you have no objection, I will sit down." The old man laughed, regardless of what Mr. Chow meant. Just sit down, obviously determined to play. Mr. Chow looked at Zhou Hao, meaning to ask him if he would mind adding someone. Zhou Hao shrugged and smiled. "It doesn't matter if you add someone. The more people are more interesting, and there are more people, whoever wins will win. More, why not do it?" He can see that the old man is targeting Mr. Chow. Even if he does not know him, the enemy of the enemy can be treated as a friend. Ms. Zhang's attitude does not understand and does not know what this chick is going to do. The three of Mr. Chow have to deal with themselves. The last old man must distract the three of them. The old man is obviously not a silent person. Seeing Mr. Chow and Zhou Hao's eyebrows, he followed with a smile. "I said that the young man's self-cultivation is better than you. Look at others and sit down with me. Not only does he have no objection, he is also very welcome, everyone. The gap is so big. Well, old gentleman, you're fine. We'll see you at the gambling table later." Mr. Chow was furious when he was run, but due to his demeanor, he was not embarrassed to yell at him. He made up his mind that he would definitely win him. The old man was not scared at all. He smiled and said, "I'm pretty good. I'll see you at the gambling table right away. I also want to see your strength, before I look down on me playing baccarat. Then let's play stud." The more calm he is, the more unpredictable he feels. The opponent he wants to find is neither Zhou Hao nor Ms. Zhang. They have a mentality of watching a show now. The three of Mr. Chow are not so relaxed anymore. To win Zhou Hao, and to win this old man, the pressure increased a lot. In fact, Even if Mr. Chow said lightly, he knew that this old man must have the ability, otherwise he would just play good baccarat. There is no need to run over to compete with him just because of a word of his own. It can no longer be measured by common sense, and the mind is too small. The croupier watched for a long time, and now when everyone stopped, he asked, "Everyone, can you start now? If you don't have any comments, please place a bet. Is it the bottom line according to what the lady said before? 2 million, 1 million bid once." Everyone nodded without comment, and the dealer smiled and said, "Well, now, please draw lots. The bank with the highest number of points is the banker. According to the casino's regulations, the winner of each round must pay a 10% rake. If there are no comments, let's start." At this time, everyone knows that the gambling table rake is so high. The casino on the gambling boat is equivalent to the private casino opened by the gambling king, He Hongsen. You can play anything here, but everything here is rake. The outside casinos are the same, and the fees are higher. They bet money here. If a game wins between 20 and 30 million, the casino can take away 2 or 3 million. This is faster than their gambling. The most important thing is that he will not lose money. He is very profitable. No wonder He Hun-sun can do this. Net worth is much faster than grabbing money from the bank. Since Zhou Hao and Mr. Chow had decided to gamble here, they naturally didn't care about the rake. The leader nodded to the croupier, indicating that he could start, and the croupier asked everyone to bet again. Whether it is Zhou Hao, Mr. Chow, or Ms. Zhang, they have already exchanged their chips before the start of the gambling game. The old man already has a lot of chips in his possession, which he won at another table. There are 2 or 3. 10 million. The old man has indeed won in these 3 days. A game of baccarat is so fast, even if he bet a small amount and win one night in a row, his income is very impressive. Now he and Mr. Chow and others are betting on stud, almost without spending his own capital, just the money he won. It was enough for a while, and he didn't want to lose money. Each of the 6 people threw 2 million chips on the table. This means that they have all participated in the game, and then draw lots to determine who is the banker. This is a fair banker method set up by the casino for players. Whoever has luck, just take one. If you can't get the card with the most points, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. Everyone moved quickly. When everyone's points came out, it was surprising that the dealer was not Mr. Chow or Zhou Hao, but the old man. The old man took the card with the highest point and said with a smile, "Unexpectedly, I am the dealer in the first hand. This is not a good thing. I bid first every time." As he said, all cards are dealt and called from the dealer. Stud is different from other card games. With this fixed maximum card, his dealer cannot help him win others. It can be said that the dealer of stud is not very useful. However, no matter what the old man's mood is, according to the rules, the dealer has already begun to deal with the cards. The first card is naturally the old rules and is issued with a buckle. Only I can know what card he is holding. In fact, Zhou Hao asked the old man to participate. Meaning, the more people there are, the more cards can be obtained in the end. 6 people play. If no one bids 5 cards, 30 cards will eventually be obtained by the players, so that even if someone wants if you cheat, you have to be careful. If you change cards and get cards, the same cards will eventually appear. Even fools are cheating. Zhou Hao could think of this, and other people naturally thought of it. The current Mr. Chow has scolded the old man bloody. This guy is all right to make trouble. After a while, the gambling will definitely add a lot of difficulty. Okay, the cards have been dealt. The following is your bid time. Each bet is 1 million. If you think your card is not good, you can give up. After all the cards were dealt, I was responsible and repeated the rules again. From the old man's look, no one knows what the buckled card is. The bright face is a diamond Q, followed by Mr. Li, 5 hearts, 11 cards for Mr. Chow, and Ms. Zhang has a jack of spades. Mr. Zhu got an ace of hearts. Zhou Hao's card is the smallest, which is a Chow Hua 2. Judging from the names of the cards, no one knows the size, and the suits are also various. The most important thing is that everyone does not know what the whole cards are, but they are only starting to bid now, and no one will have that. Worry, the old man took the lead and asked for a card directly. Normally betting on stud, you can usually bid the last card without counting that you cannot win. This is also the reason why stud is easier to win. No matter how you play, at least you must invest in the front. If you lose, you can only blame you. Not good, and no luck yet. The croupier saw the money and immediately issued a card to the old man. Fortunately, it was still a diamond, and it was a diamond 9. According to the requirements of a straight flush, his 2 cards might actually be connected. Everyone could not figure out his thoughts as to what changed. The old man got a square and smiled and said, "It seems that luck is okay. I have a chance to be a straight flush. Come on, everyone." When he was speaking, he looked at Mr. Chow specially. He came to Mr. Chow today. Mr. Chow snorted and said maliciously, "Don't look at the first card. It's hard to say later. You still think about what to do later." The old man smiled slightly and did not reply. This time it was Mr. Lee's turn to take the card. He had previously won a 5 of hearts. This time if he got a heart or a card related to 5, he should be considered good. The result looks like today. Mr. Lee was unlucky and got a 8, which not only was not suitable for his own use, but also ruined Ms. Zhang's straight flush. It seems that my luck today is not very good, so I should actually give me one like this. If I don't give me 5 or 8, I will really give up. Just keep playing. Mr. Lee didn't have any. Very upset, just smiled and laughed at himself. After all, Mr. Chow and Mr. Lee are friends on the same front, and they quickly comforted. "Don't worry, there are 2 more cards, and they may not be bigger than you." He said that he threw 1,000,000 in, and it was already his turn. He got the card. When the dealer saw the money doing something, his hand shot quickly reached Mr. Chow's hand. It was a grass wreath, the most suitable card for him. The first card on his card was a grass flower J, and now he got a grass flower Q. So it is the foundation that has formed a straight flush. The next 2 cards can get other grass flower cards, and you can make a straight flush. It seems that my luck is not bad. I hope that I will get a K or a 10 later, so I hope to get a straight flush," he said, turning his eyes to Ms. Zhang and said, "Now it's our Ms. Zhang's turn. Let's see if this lucky person will still maintain his good luck today." Ms. Zhang smiled slightly and threw the chips in her hand, and she got ace. The card below her was broken by Mr. Lee, and she got the card above. Everyone could see clearly. Ms. Zhang didn't do anything. It's all luck, really worthy of the lucky person. "Awesome, I really got the cue by you. Your luck is still so good today, and you will be merciful in a while." How could Mr. Chow let go of the opportunity to please Ms. Zhang, and quickly smiled. Ms. Zhang seemed to be in a good mood, and she chuckled. "Mr. Chow can really make a joke. Our cards are almost the same from the cards. How dare I be merciful? How can we say that it's almost the same? We haven't entered the final competition yet. Let's look at them first. Maybe they can be better than us." Mr. Chow said modestly, then turned his eyes to Mr. Zhu and Zhou Hao, the last one. The 2 of them were left in the round, and Zhou Hao had a gamble with himself. Mr. Zhu was in front of Zhou Hao, seeing everyone turning their eyes and throwing 1,000,000 in. He smiled and said, "You are all down. I will definitely keep up. See what good cards I can get. If I break, don't blame me. I'm the one who relies on luck to eat." He had a kind of ace of hearts in his hand, and it did not conflict with other people's cards. Even if he got a card that was related to his own A, it would not kill people. After he finished speaking, he got a card in his hand. Ace of spades. Directly took Ms. Zhang to make a straight flush. Sorry, Sister Zhang. I didn't expect that my luck was so strong that I would walk ahead of you. Your deck of cards is not very fun now." Mr. Zhu got the A. Actually, he was very happy. After all, a pair of aces is already the largest card that everyone can see. Ms. Zhang shook her head and smiled indifferently. "Brother Zhu, you are really polite. At the gaming table, everyone is playing luck. You got the ace of spades. It's your luck. What's wrong with me? I will beat them fiercely in a while. These people are too arrogant." Mr. Zhu smiled, did not speak, just glanced over the old man and Zhou Hao unconsciously. Although the 2 did not join forces, they are now considered everyone's common enemy. In fact, up to now, they have always believed that Ms. Zhang is on their side. People, even if they can't help out, are definitely neutral, but the relationship between her and Zhou Hao can't be neutral long ago. Everyone has bid for the cards. Only Zhou Hao is left. Everyone's eyes naturally shifted to him, and he is the weakest to see the cards. There is only 1-2. Unless a small pair can be matched if you want to win the game, it is much more difficult than others. Zhou Hao stayed quiet, smiled at the crowd, threw in 1,000,000 chips, and said to the croupier, "Let's deal with the cards. Since everyone has followed, I naturally have no reason to back down. Let me see how lucky I am. Anyway, It will never be bigger than Mr. Zhu. The two aces are definitely big names. Mr. Zhu smiled unconsciously. Zhou Hao was right. At least for now, he has a pair of cards, which is a little bit more likely than the others to win. Others don't care if they match a straight or flush in the future. Is currently Mr. Zhu the biggest? Zhou Hao's luck was pretty good. He didn't get a card that matched a straight and a straight flush, but got a 2. At this time, his hand became a pair of 2s. In this case, it would be excluding Mr. Zhu. Besides, the biggest family, no one thought he could get 2 2s. Zhou Hao actually didn't expect that he would continue in this way, but he still smiled and said, "It's really good. A pair of juniors, running fast. Let me see if I can get the remaining 2 or 4. It's not a small thing if you are too." Mr. Wang is really optimistic. If you get 1 to 2, you just want to get 4. I don't know if other people agree or not. Mr. Chow and Zhou Hao had a bet. At this time, naturally they spared no effort to beat the opponent. And seeing that he is still so calm in 1-on-2, I feel very uncomfortable. Before Zhou Hao could speak, the old man seemed to decide that he would fight against Mr. Chow to the end. He said, "Yes, Mr. Wang, don't be too confident. Mr. Chow is holding a 2 in his hand. You can compare with him. Take the second away." The old man's words seemed to help Mr. Chow to talk about Zhou Hao, but everyone knew that if Mr. Chow's hand was really 2, even if he made a flush, the card would definitely be abandoned, and Mr. Chow would even change his color. "Old sir, you can't talk nonsense. If my whole card is not 2, you are suspected of bewitching others." The old man smiled carelessly. "Everyone knows that I'm talking about a joke. Mr. Chow wouldn't be so coincidental. There is really a 2 in his hand. It's not very good." Mr. Chow looked ugly, endured the anger in his heart, and snorted. "What my whole card is, it will be known in a moment. But I have to look at my whole card first and talk to the end first." Everyone quarreled a few words, and the next round officially started. The player with the largest card in the previous round was Mr. Zhu. This round was called by him. Since his own card was already the largest in the previous round, Mr. Zhu naturally did not. He hesitated, smiled, and threw in 1 million, just waiting for the dealer to issue the card to himself. When Mr. Zhu's card appeared in front of everyone, Mr. Chow's face became even more ugly. Mr. Zhu had already got 2 aces before, but now he actually got the third A, and it was the ace of the flower that Mr. Chow needed. In this case, neither Mr. Chow nor Ms. Zhang can make a straight flush with A. "Old Chow, this was an accident. I didn't expect it. It's a coincidence that I got your A," Mr. Zhu said to Mr. Chow, a little embarrassed. If they didn't form an alliance, it wouldn't matter. I always feel embarrassed about playing someone else's card, even though no one thought of it. Although Mr. Chow was depressed, he couldn't blame Mr. Zhu. After all, it was just luck. He pretended to smile and said, "Why is Lao Zhu so polite? Yes, you have 3 aces, and you have a great hope of winning. If you win, it means I won." Mr. Zhu thought about the same reason. It was agreed that no matter who the 3 of them wins, it will be considered a victory, and he was relieved and said with a smile, "It's still wiser, old Chow. Now look at our Mr. Wang and see him. What cards can you get?" Zhou Hao shrugged and saw that they had finished speaking before he said to the croupier, "Give you 1 million, and then give me a second. If you win, then I will give you red." Everyone could see that Zhou Hao was actually just joking, but he didn't expect that when the cards were dealt, it was really a 2. In this way, Zhou Hao's hand became a 3-2. Although it was not as good as Mr. Zhu's 3 aces, it was better than others. People's cards are much bigger, at least it is a big deck. Everyone looked at Zhou Hao and then at the croupier. There was a bit of suspicion in their eyes. Zhou Hao hurriedly said, "Don't look at me with this kind of eyes. Even if you don't trust me, you should rest assured of the staff. They are the people of He Hong's son, the gambling king, and have nothing to do with me." Everyone also knows that Zhou Hao is right. This can only be regarded as a coincidence. It is just a coincidence that several companies laugh and worry. The pressure on the 3 of Mr. Chow has increased, especially since they cannot determine Zhou Hao's whole card, the last one. 2 haven't shown up yet. After Zhou Hao was over, it was the old man's turn. The old man looked at this, looked at that, and said with a smile, "Your cards are so big, I don't want to talk to you anymore. But if I shrink now, someone will definitely gossip. Okay, I'll have one too." Everyone's eyes were fixed on the old man. They wanted to see if the old man could get a straight flush suitable for him to bridge. Unfortunately, He didn't have that luck this time. He didn't get a card that can connect Nun 9 and Q, but it's not that. Too much back. He got a square, and it was actually the kind of square A that Mr. Zhu lacked. The old man got the ace of diamonds. It seems that there is no hope for this card, but as long as he can get a flush, it is a bit bigger than the others. The key is that he broke Mr. Zhu's hope of 4 aces. This is the worst. He just aimed at Mr. Chow and didn't feel bad about Mr. Zhu. Seeing that he got the A, he was very embarrassed and said, "I'm so sorry. I took your A. It seems you have no hope of getting 3 A's. I hope you can get the full house." He is not a fake. If Mr. Zhu can get a pair and match his 3 aces, it will be full house. Although it is not a particularly big hand, at least it can be bigger than the flush. That is, it can exceed the old man. The old man said so. It is considered good. At least he would not say that to Mr. Chow. In fact, everyone understands that Mr. Zhu's hand cannot get 4 aces. The biggest one is full house. In fact, the chance of getting 4 aces is not great. It is second only to a straight flush. Generally speaking, if it is very difficult to get such exaggerated cards without playing tricks. Mr. Zhu naturally understands this truth, and he smiled and said, "The old man is really polite. The gambling table is based on luck. Since you can get square A, it means that you are better luck than me. How can I blame you? With your skills, you can also cheer, and you may get a flush. Thanks to your brother." The old man arched his hands, then turned his gaze to Mr. Li. The next bidder is Mr. Li. On the surface, Mr. Li has an 8 of spades and 5 of hearts. Others don't know what his whole cards are. They just look at these 2 cards. From any angle, it's not very good. If the whole cards are also a card with no connection, Mr. Li can give up. But when it was his turn, without saying anything, he threw in 1 million chips and signaled the croupier to deal to himself. This was unexpected. After the card was revealed, it was a 7 of hearts. He smiled and said, "You don't have to look at me like this. Since I dare to bet, I still have the support. I guess you guessed my whole card, but you won't know what it is. I still have something to fight for." Mr. Chow looked at Mr. Li. He can do a good job. Mr. Chow is actually very happy. After all, he is his own. If Mr. Li wins this round, it means he won on his side. The money is not a problem. The key is to fight for a breath, to Zhou Hao and to the old man. Others are not surprised that Mr. Li continues to bid. Everyone present, no one is capable of anything, so they dare to gamble, which is equivalent to throwing money here. Mr. Li must have his skills, but so far, I haven't seen him doing anything. Okay, now it's my turn. It depends on whether I am lucky enough to get the grass flowers. If there are really no grass flowers, I may be out. Mr. Chow smiled and threw in 1 million. Luck, sure enough, it was actually changed to a Chow Hua 10, with his previous card, which is Chow Hua 10 JQ. Mr. Chow was very happy. He was able to get the cards he wanted, and smiled and said, "This luck is really good. I know I have a chance to win money. It seems that the title of the man of luck should be given to me." "Ms. Zhang, you are right." Ms. Zhang smiled lightly and said indifferently, "Since Mr. Chow wants it, it is yours, but now it should be me who called the card. I'm sorry." After that, she threw in 1 million. It seems very casual, as if only 10 or 8 yuan was thrown out. A woman who can care so much about money is more appreciated by everyone, especially the possessiveness in Mr. Chow's eyes. Everyone can almost see it. Mr. Chow's luck was obviously not the best. After he got the grass 10, Ms. Zhang was fortunate to get the 10 of spades. Then her card became 10 JQ of spades, which was almost the same as Mr. Chow's cards. And now if her whole card is 9 or K, she can get another one to make a straight peach. Although it takes a lot of luck, it is not impossible. It looks like this man of luck is not yet old Chow's turn. Ms. Zhang always has better luck. Mr. Zhu looked at the cards of Mr. Chow and Ms. Zhang and smiled. Mr. Chow also appeared to be very graceful and smiled and said, "Sure enough, you can't accept it. If it is purer than luck, you will lose to Ms. Zhang. You are still more suitable for the title of man of luck. You really won the prize, but each of us now has 4 cards. Should we enter the final round right away, or should we take a break, even if we have the cards in hand?" Ms. Zhang smiled and reminded them that everyone is over. "Bidding, you can start the next round." The biggest card in the previous round was obviously Lao Zhu, and the order was exactly his turn. After hearing Ms. Zhang say this, she shrugged and said, "Anyway, this is my last card. I will definitely call it. I don't know you. Are you ready? He looked at the crowd and asked if they could start. Except for him. Everyone naturally has no opinion. Even if Zhou Hao thinks about it clearly, what will change in the end is pretty much the same. Whether you can win in the end depends on everyone's methods. But he believes that these people may eventually, he can do everything. His attention is very concentrated. Since there is no objection, I will start. The dealer gave me the last card, and I will see if I can fight back. He threw 1 million in, which is also the last 1 million. In fact, if he is sure enough, it's stud, and it can only do so now. He had good luck with this 1 million. He got a J of hearts, which didn't affect anyone, and he really hoped to be a full house. At least on the surface, there was another J of diamonds, which did not appear. Satisfied, he smiled and said to the old man, "Old gentleman, with your auspicious words, I may really be full house. Do you still want to continue to follow?" In fact, what he said was mainly for Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao is the next bidder. His current appearance is 3 twos. If Mr. Zhu is really a Val house, unless he gets 4 twos, he is sure lose to the opponent. Zhou Hao was very calm at this time, giving people the feeling that he had 4 twos, and said with a smile, "Of course I want them. All 4 twos are in hand. Even if you are full house, I still not afraid. I also want to see who can get a straight flush," he said, throwing 1 million into the table. The croupier saw that the money was dealt, and a straw flower 9 appeared on Zhou Hao's deck ruthlessly. When the cards were dealt, in fact, except for another 2, other cards had little effect on Zhou Hao. But this one Chao Hua 9 completely destroyed Mr. Chao's card. Chao Hua A was in Mr. Zhu's hand. Chao Hua 9 was in Zhou Hao's hands. And his Chao Hua 10 JQ was completely wasted. And because Ms. Zhang's hand is 10 JQ, even if he wants to match 3 cards, it's impossible. She directly announced that Mr. Chao will be out of the game. Zhou Hao said with some regret, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect to get this. Cards, Mr. Chao, you can only get out of the game early. You don't want to struggle anymore." Although Mr. Chao was angry, he knew that it was his bad luck. Even if Zhou Hao did not bid, others would bid. In short, this 9 could not fall into his own hands. He shrugged and said with a smile, "It's okay. 9 was taken away, and I lost 1 million less. It's not a bad thing to quit early." Zhou Hao admired. Mr. Chao is still very good. He looks indifferent if he loses money. He is bold and rich. I really admire him. If that's the case, just watch the show next to him. The old man was watching Zhou Hao talking to Mr. Chao, and couldn't help but interject. "Mr. Chao, if you feel bad and your liver hurts, don't bear it. I understand the pain of being the first one to get out. I don't even have a chance to compete with others. I also understand the depression." Zhou Hao now begins to admire this old man. This old man is really a must-have. Mr. Chao just didn't believe that he was a master before. This old man chased after him for revenge, and he really spared no effort to fight. If he was replaced by an ordinary young and energetic person, it is estimated that all fists are facing each other. Fortunately, Mr. Chao's full-fledged gentleman's sword could bear it at any time. He just smiled and did not answer. Zhou Hao felt that this guy was about to become a teenage mutant ninja turtle. Now that Zhou Hao's bid is over, it's the old man's turn. The old man smiled and said, "My card is not too bad. I can't be polite. Let's bid. If I get a flush, I still have a chance to win. Throw in 1 million," as he said. The old man didn't seem to be very lucky, but at a critical moment, suddenly his character broke out, and he got a 6 of diamonds. Together with the cards in his hand, this set of cards became 4 diamonds. As long as the whole cards were released, it would be 1. The first flush, although not very big or small, at least in this game, there is a certain chance of winning. When it was Mr. Li's turn, he was still very straightforward. He threw in 1 million without asking others and got a 6. Although the 4 cards he lit were of different colors, they were indeed 5, 6, 7, 8. Straight hand. If Mr. Li has a 4 or 9 in his hand, he will be able to form a straight and win rate. In this way, no one can be sure which of the 4 points is bigger now. They only see if Ms. Zhang can actually get a straight flush. If she does, she will be the biggest winner today. When it arrives, then just like Mr. Chao, he will be out. Everyone's eyes focused. Ms. Zhang did not throw the chips into the poker table, but smiled and said, "You all look at me like this. I am really a little nervous. Every one of you has a certain chance of winning, and so do my cards. It just depends on which one of us has a high chance. Do you say I bet? She said that. Everyone knew it was a joke, but no one dared to answer the conversation. After all, this is a gaming table. Even a good friend would not dare to just interrupt. Otherwise, who will bear this responsibility? Zhou Hao knew that when Ms. Zhang asked everyone, she was actually asking herself. This shame is really naughty. Without extra consideration, she smiled and said, betting. Zhou Hao's words were like ordering Ms. Zhang. Mr. Chow wanted to fight back, but he didn't expect that Ms. Zhang didn't hesitate to throw $1,000,000 and laughed. Then I want a card. Everyone, I'm so interested and want to see my luck. How can I shrink back? Mr. Chow was very surprised that Ms. Zhang listened to Zhou Hao. According to the current position of both sides, Ms. Zhang should listen to her own. But how she listens to Zhou Hao now? The key is that he is not good at asking now. So she can only ask with the doubt in his heart. The eyes of Zhou Hao became even more jealous. Zhou Hao naturally knows Mr. Chow's thoughts, but at this time he cares about Mr. Chow at all. Of course, Ms. Zhang has to listen to her own. Her people are her own, and who can listen to whoever doesn't listen to her? Regardless of the thoughts of Mr. Chow and Zhou Hao, everyone's attention was on Ms. Zhang. Ms. Zhang was lucky to get a 9, connected to the other cards in her hand, 9-10 JQ, all of the same color. Although she doesn't know her whole cards, from the card, she may still be a straight flush. I didn't expect Ms. Zhang to have such good luck. I really got a straight flush. I don't know if your whole card is the King of Spades. Mr. Zhu looked at Ms. Zhang's cards and couldn't help but exclaimed, it is really lucky. People, this luck is great. Old Chow, you are far behind. Although Mr. Chow has all kinds of resentment towards Zhou Hao, he is always in a state of ingratiation when facing Ms. Zhang. Yes, Ms. Zhang's luck is much better than me. Otherwise, I will not give up this round. With the King of Spades, you are the biggest of all. Ms. Zhang was not arrogant or impatient, and smiled and said to everyone, now that no matter the cards have been dealt, if you want to see my whole cards, you have to place a bet. I definitely want to keep it till the end. Do you dare to gamble? Everyone is a veteran player. Naturally, knowing that when it comes to the last juncture, it depends on who dares to place a bet. Generally, when the stud comes to the end, it must be a shuttle. Before starting, Ms. Zhang has set the price at 20 million. Ms. Zhang meant that it would cost 20 million. Now everyone's cards are likely to win, and no one can guarantee to win. The current situation is that if Ms. Zhang is a straight flush, hers will win, but now no one can be sure whether Ms. Zhang is a straight flush, and except for Ms. Zhang, Zhou Hao's cards are also uncertain. If Zhou Haoning is a 4 of 2, that is, in addition to the largest straight flush, Mr. Zhou and Mr. Li plus the old man want to win this round, but you have to determine the size of Ms. Zhang's card, and also determine the card of Zhou Hao. Come, this card becomes unpredictable. Among all the people, as long as Ms. Zhang's hand is the King of Spades, she must be the biggest. If it is not the King of Spades, she must throw money. She may be swindling people or really have them. Anyway, she must throw money. If you enter 20 million, if other people have the courage to fight with her, they may win. If they don't have the courage to fight, then just give up. According to the stakes and the subsequent bidding, in this round, each person has thrown in 5 million. Although it looks like a lot, it is not too much compared to Stud's 20 million. After all, if Stud loses, if that is the case, it would be 25 million, and the old man would lose all his betting before winning. Today's gambling game seems to be small in Ms. Zhang's mouth, but if so many people get down, as long as all the last players can take the crowd stud, they can win hundreds of millions in one sentence. From Zhou Hao's point of view, the money is not particularly large, but people who are as rich as him are still in the minority. Many people start companies. The profits in a few years are only 8 million yuan. The annual turnover can't come without a certain amount of guts. Whoever wants to follow Stud now, just place a bet. If you don't follow, it will automatically abstain. After a few minutes of pause, the croupier seemed to want everyone to think clearly before starting. He is actually very excited now. For a gambling game of 100 million yuan, the casino can't get a draw, and their own income is higher. This should be the biggest bet in this gambling contest. I'm old. I won't play with this game. I'm going to lose all this time, but it's not suitable for me. The old man who flinched first seemed to have predicted that Ms. Zhang was really a straight flush. Looking for on his own excuse, he gave up the gambling game. As for whether his whole cards are diamonds or not, no one knows. The old man's withdrawal is actually reasonable. His biggest card is a flush, which is smaller than Full House and smaller than 4. Now he has to make sure that Ms. Zhang, Mr. Zhu, and Zhou Hao have all the cards in the hole. Only when there is a problem can he have a chance to win. He does not want to take such a risk. Since the old gentleman's flushes have already been given up, if my Shunzi has to participate in it, it is a bit unreasonable. I also give up. Zhang's sister, I am optimistic about you. Mr. Li is also Mingzhi to protect himself. The result was not very safe, and he gave up the game. In this case, only Mr. Zhu, Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang are left. The best Mr. Zhang is Full House, and everyone's eyes are on him. In fact, even if he has 3 aces and 2 single cards, it is possible to win. After all, as long as the other 2 cards are wrong, his card is undoubtedly the biggest. Forget it, since Sister Zhang is so sure, I still don't want to join in the fun. This card is big or small, but it costs 20 million for this. It's a bit too generous. I'm not such a generous person. Mr. Zhu unexpectedly gave up and continued to compete. Lao Zhu, how can you give up? With such a big card, Mr. Wang will definitely not get 4 twos. You really disappoint me. Seeing Mr. Zhu give up the game, Mr. Chao couldn't help it at first. He jumped out of dissatisfaction with Mr. Zhu. Old Chao, you won't be right by the old man. Your whole card is the last 2? Mr. Zhu was a little surprised. He felt that Mr. Chao was not so clever, and he was really right by the old man. Mr. Chao's forehead bounced with blue veins, gritted his teeth, and said, Of course, otherwise, how do I know that the guy's cards are not good? You actually gave up. I was so disappointed. I thought you could guess it. Now we are all 3. The army is wiped out. Mr. Zhu sighed and couldn't help but look at the old man while watching the excitement, and quietly said, Old Chao, that old man is not easy. How can he guess that you are too? He really seems to be a master. A master? He must have guessed at random. Don't think too much. Let's prepare for the next game. Mr. Chao shook his head, disbelieving. Mr. Zhu was still unreliable, but he still said, Actually, the main reason why I gave up was not because my surname was Wang. I think Zhang's sister might be a straight flush, otherwise she would not directly give out 20 million. Someone followed. She was not a straight flush. She would lose 20 million. Mr. Chao nodded and said, You make sense. Ms. Zhang is lucky and is an old player. She won't be so adventurous. We all know that she is a straight flush. We can't go up and die. When the 2 talked, Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang also faced a choice. The others gave up the gambling. Only Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang were left. Xiao Zhao looked at him with eyes that only Zhou Hao could understand, and smiled. Mr. Wang, you are the only one left now. Do you want to stud with me? What kind of card I am now, it is obvious. Although I want to stud with you very much now, I don't have the courage. Your current hand is also a straight at worst, but my hand is only 3 twos, so I have to give up. Zhou Hao gave up easily. After finishing the game, he unhappily revealed his whole card. It was just a 3-handed card. His 5 cards only had 3 twos and 2 single cards, which was considered a relatively small card. Since Zhou Hao also gave up stud, the final victory became Ms. Zhang's. In one round, she won 5 other men and became the final winner of this round. Each person is 5 million. 125 million. If she plays again, she won't have to pay the capital. According to the general rules of playing cards, since there is no one to stud, the final winner does not need to show the cards to others, but Ms. Zhang did not. Under the gaze of 5 people, she turned over her whole cards and said with a smile, No, I'm so embarrassed. I was wrong. I didn't get the king of spades. This is just a 9. I regret it for the stud. I didn't expect you all to let me. According to Ms. Zhang's current card calculations, she actually only has a pair, and the other 3 cards are simply single cards. She did not forget to smile and say, What kind of lucky person is all your compliments? My card, it should be the smallest. If you didn't think I was lucky, I wouldn't win this one. The 5 men were silent now. Even Zhou Hao didn't expect Ms. Zhang to be so cunning. She had misread it. She was clearly deceiving others. No wonder people say that women are born actors and women want to deceive. People don't need to prepare in advance at all. They definitely cheat one by one. And it is true that the more beautiful a woman can cheat. The 3 of Mr. Chao were deceived and did not feel any shame. In the casino, intrigue is very normal. Both men and women have the experience of being deceived and being deceived. In fact, this one is not about being deceived. Without the guts of Ms. Zhang, otherwise she would really win the game with the cards. Girl, you are really amazing, much better than those guys. My old man has been fooled by you. You won this round. If you keep up, you will really get a flush in a while. Looking at Ms. Zhang, she smiled and encouraged. Thanks to you. If I can really get a straight flush in a while, I'll beat you halfway. Ms. Zhang chuckled and joked with the old man. In the first game, Ms. Zhang took advantage of everyone's different mental states and everyone's scruples about their own lucky people. She cleverly won the first game. Even though no one had a match with her in the end, she also won 2,500. 10,000. The next capital was won in one go. She is actually not pure luck. She has the smallest card among the crowd, but she has the most special status among the crowd. The other 5 men have each other. An opponent. As long as the opponent exists, he can fight to the end, but if the opponent is gone, he may not risk it. And the key to this contradiction is Mr. Chow, who happened to be the first to get out of the game. Then the old man and Zhou Hao withdrew from the gambling game. Mr. Li and Mr. Zhu clearly stayed safe and chose to withdraw. This is what happened. The result of. The reason why the old man praised Ms. Zhang for her ingenuity was not because of her superb gambling skills. It was because she had a good psychological exploration to make her successful fraud. In fact, it was not just the old man. After this round, everyone thought of it. To this point, they all know that Ms. Zhang can come to this stage of the gambling game, and she must also have good gambling skills. But because she is a woman and a very attractive daughter, she ignored her ability, and now she is really at the table. Only then did they know that she was amazing. Mr. Chow and others all remembered Ms. Zhang. She said she was a black widow, and now it seems that she really feels a little bit. What is different is Zhou Hao's feeling. Only he knows that Ms. Zhang's original face is Xiao Zhao. He didn't ask for her name exactly, but since she said that she was Xiao Zhao, she must be from the name of the girl in Etian Talongji, but I think the current Ms. Zhang's name is Zhao Min or Zhou Zhirua. Beautiful women are more deceptive. Regardless of what everyone thinks, the gambling will continue. Now that you have come to bet on stud and agreed to place such a heavy bet, everyone is prepared to be at least 50 million or more. Losing 5 million will not hurt you at all. Both the old man and Mr. Chow didn't hesitate to throw in 2 million and start the next game. Today, I don't know which door was played. The old man specifically restrained Mr. Chow. It seems that since the old man appeared, Mr. Chow's hand style has gone wrong. Even if he wants to cheat, he has no chance. Every time he bids the 4th card, or the 1st. With 5 cards, the old man can always get the cards Mr. Chow needs. The end result is naturally that Mr. Chow chooses to quit depressed, and Mr. Li and Mr. Zhu are always on a par with Zhou Hao. Without Mr. Chow's help, they would not dare to fight with Zhou Hao. Ms. Zhang ultimately benefited all the time. With 3 hands down, Ms. Zhang can win 2,500 each time. In this way, after playing 4 hands in half a day, the unexpected winner is Ms. Zhang, and because every time it is about 25 million, even if Mr. Chow abstained in advance sometimes, Ms. Zhang earned nearly 100 million yuan in 4 hands. The other 4 lost an average of about 20 million. Although it seemed that they won't win or lose much, the money of the 5 men went into Ms. Zhang's pockets, which is a bit too exaggerated. Okay, Mr. Chow, after playing for so long, let's forget it. You didn't beat me, and I didn't beat you. If you continue with this style of play, only Ms. Zhang will win in the end. Zhou Hao looked at the time and suggested. He can't see anyone cheating at all today. Mr. Chow was so crushed by the old man that he didn't even have the opportunity to cheat. At this time, if anyone doubts the old man's strength, he really doesn't know what death is. It is to use skills to restrain Mr. Chow so that he cannot cheat. The old man can get the card that Mr. Chow wants every time. It can't be luck at all. Otherwise, who can restrain his opponent every day? Now that he hears Zhou Hao's proposal, although he is not reconciled, as long as he is smart, he will agree to stop. Mr. Chow is obviously not an idiot, and he naturally understands the truth. He nodded when he heard Zhou Hao's words. Okay, even if it is a tie today, the previous things will be forgotten, but if I have a chance in the future, I will fight with you. After that, he said to the old man, Old sir, good means, I hope I will have a chance to meet again in the future. Okay, then I have a chance to see you again. But don't forget then, let me win a little money first, or every time I meet you, I will lose money. This is not what I want to see." He smiled. Suddenly he didn't care about Mr. Chow's words, and he didn't forget to satirize Mr. Chow. "Humph, let's just wait and see. Laoli Lao Zhu. Today we met an expert. Let's go." Mr. Chow's expression remained unchanged, and he snorted to Mr. Zhu and Mr. Li. Mr. Li and Mr. Zhu looked at each other and sighed when they met. They naturally knew what Mr. Chow thought. Mr. Zhu couldn't help but said to Ms. Zhang, "Sister Zhang, today the gambling is over. Go for 2 drinks." After he finished speaking, Mr. Chow was the one who hoped that Ms. Zhang would agree most. Unfortunately, Ms. Zhang didn't even hesitate and smiled softly. "Brothers, you guys go have a few drinks first. I plan to have another party. See you later." Although the 3 of Mr. Chow are relatively powerful old people, they are not the ones who are hard to find. Seeing that Ms. Zhang didn't want to go with them, although a little disappointed, they didn't say more, just let Ms. Zhang play well, and got up and left. When the 3 of them left, only Zhou Hao, Ms. Zhang, and the old man, Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu had been watching the game from beginning to end. Now they naturally knew who was the last player. Seeing that they did not leave, they thought Zhou Hao. Still have to play with 2 people. "Boss, let's withdraw too. Today this woman is very lucky, so don't gamble with her. The old man is also very good. I think he should be a master." That surname Chow was suppressed by him. Wang Xiaohu saw, quite clearly, afraid that Zhou Hao will suffer, whispered. Zhou Hao smiled slightly, then clasped his fist to the old man and said, "Senior, you have such a superb gambling skills. You are actually here. You are really a talented person. With your strength, if you want to challenge the gambling king He Hongsun, there should be no problem, right?" The old man admires Zhou Hao very much. Everyone can guess that he is extraordinary, but no one asks himself so straightforwardly. Now listening to Zhou Hao's words, he smiled and said, "It's past lunchtime, or else let's go to the restaurant for a few drinks and chat. I don't know if you two will appreciate it." When he was speaking, he invited Ms. Zhang together. The others were very sophisticated. Mr. Chow and the others could not see the relationship between Ms. Zhang and Zhou Hao. He could see clearly, although the 2 of them had no obvious cheating cards, but that kind of eye contact can't deceive someone with a heart. Now Ms. Zhang has obviously separated from Mr. Chow's small group. Since she is already Zhou Hao's woman, she will naturally follow Zhou Hao in the future. Now Zhou Hao is obviously interested in the old man, and she will naturally not refuse the old man's invitation. Zhou Hao wanted to talk to the old man, so he had no reason to refuse. He smiled and said, "It's really late. Why don't you go to my room and chat? There is nothing special about the restaurant. There are a lot of things in my room. Good wine. I don't know if the old gentleman is willing. Then the best. I am a person, I don't like anything, but I am interested in wine, and if it is a quiet wine tasting place, then the best." The old man chuckled, as if Zhou Hao is getting better. Hit his key point. Zhou Hao didn't invite Ms. Zhang. He knew that the old man was such a shrewd person. He would definitely see something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to pull Xiao Zhao up at the same time he accepted his invitation. But that's fine. Zhou Hao thinks that Ms. Zhang today, although this is fun, it's still awkward to pose as if you are not the same. While asking Wang Xiaohu to buy a few bottles of good wine in his room, he smiled with the old man and Ms. Zhang and walked to his room. Everyone knew that there was good wine in the room, but it was just an excuse. The main reason was that it was more convenient to go to the room to talk. Of course, no one will break. On the way, Zhou Hao couldn't help but curiously asked, "Old sir, depending on your performance at the party table, you should not be an ordinary master. Why don't you participate in the gambling competition? And I am also curious about your old identity. I wonder if I can know your true identity." Haha, the gambling contest is just a show by He Hongsun to improve his own reputation. Anyone who participates can eventually bet against him, but there are only a handful of people who can be better than him in Asia today. No one needs to use this method to see him. The old man did not directly answer Zhou Hao's words, but started from the gambling contest. Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang did not speak, waiting for the old man to continue speaking. He obviously knew this, and did not wait for someone to ask, and continued, "I am old, and I have long lost the desire to win. I am just here. Just play around. By the way, I came with one of my juniors. Unfortunately, she is already out." Naturally, Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang had guessed this a long time ago. If the people here are not contestants, they are their relatives, friends, or bodyguards. The juniors referred to by the old man may be his apprentices. If so, the old man's strength, it is very possible to teach a good apprentice. You can definitely think that I'm talking about my apprentice. If that's the case, I'll have no face here. Although I can't say how many people are in the world or in the country. If my apprentice bet even the final eighth if you can't get in, then you really have no face to stand on the rivers and lakes. The old man smiled and broke the two thoughts. It is always embarrassing to be broken by humans. But before Zhou Hao can speak, Ms. Zhang next to her has already excitedly said, "Are you a gambling demon?" The senior gambling demon who has disappeared for many years. The old man is a gambler. After listening to Ms. Zhang's words, he couldn't help but smile and said, "I really didn't expect that someone remembers me. I thought that people now only know He Hong's son." Forget it. Zhou Hao really didn't know about gambling demons. He had never heard of it in his past and present lives. He was different from Ms. Zhang, and he was considered to be a man of the rivers and lakes. Zhou Hao was at best a renunciation. The past was normal, but she turned her questioning gaze to Ms. Zhang. Ms. Zhang smiled slightly and said, "The senior gambling master is a master in the gambling world. Anyone with a bit of status in the gambling world knows the deeds of his old man. He was once the #1 master in the gambling world. Before the devil, he can only claim to be a junior, but he disappeared many years ago." The demon gambling nodded and said with a smile, "It seems that little girl, you know a lot. The thing you said is indeed a demon gambling thing, but depending on how old I am now, may it be the senior you are talking about?" This time Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao shut up together. The old man considered his age to be in his early 60s. However, according to Xiao Zhao's previous statement, the gambler should be at least 70 or 80 years old. Otherwise, how could he let He Hongson call him senior? Is this old man another gambler? This title should not be inherited casually. The old man can naturally see the thoughts of Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao, and did not continue this topic with them, but smiled. This gambling contest, the last person who will be promoted, should be confirmed tonight. You both it should be a player, don't you give up? Xiao Zhao smiled and said, "I was not interested in casinos at first, but this time I just came to join in the fun. The few wins just now are more than I won in the gambling contest. It is a worthwhile trip. Gambling competitions are also normal." Before Zhou Hao could speak, the old man smiled and said, "Don't ask, you must have been promoted. Don't say my old man has a bad vision. Tell the truth." Zhou Hao was startled and said in disbelief, "Old sir, you won't really see it. How do you know that I can be promoted? Are you related to the casino official?" The old man smiled and said, "Young man, my eyes are like Monkey King's golden eyes. No one can hide in front of my eyes. Since you got on the boat, I have paid attention to you, and my juniors have also fought with you. You can't hide it from me." Zhou Hao was taken aback and said with some suspicion, "I'm fighting against your junior. Who is he? You used to compare dice with others when you entered the casino. My junior was the dice player. Don't forget that he was defeated by you." The old man smiled slightly, explained to Xiao Yifeng, and let him start. "Not long after I boarded the boat yesterday, after winning some money on the slot machine, I went to play dice and was just challenged. It turned out that the master dice was actually the younger of the old man. So counting, he won the younger of the gambler." Zhou Hao couldn't help but feel complacent. "Actually, I am now a handful of old bones. You see that I am only 60 years old. Actually, I am already 84. This is probably my last time to participate in such an event." The gambler was very satisfied with the two. He smiled and said with emotion. Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang were shocked. They had estimated the age of the gambler before because they felt that his age was too low, so they were suspicious. Now that the gambler tells his age, they can't believe it, such a red face. The 10-year-old is already 84. Regardless of their reaction, the old man picked up the wine provided by Zhou Hao and smiled and said, "Offling, this kid, everything is fine, but the arrogance is too heavy, otherwise I really want to train him. Now his in terms of strength and dice, there are already rare opponents, and being able to lose to you only shows that you are too strong." Zhou Hao hurriedly said modestly, "Where? Offong is also very good. I only won by speculation." Only now did Zhou Hao know the name of the dice master. The gambler laughed and said, "What you said is correct. It's just some speculation, But as 1,000 people, don't we rely on speculation? After finishing talking, he continued, Offing told me that you shake the dice. And listening points are very powerful. I believe you are also familiar with other gambling methods. Zhou Hao nodded and said with a little humility, Mr. Gambler is right. Although I am not a professional gambler, I also know how to play some other games, but I don't have the talent for gambling seniors. It's hard to get into the eyes of masters. Hee hee. You really know your problem. That's good. But you tell me the truth. Are you really going to enter the finals? How many chips do you have? The old man is also very sincere, asked Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao hesitated. If he was too frank and inappropriate, if he didn't confess, and he appeared insincere, he was really embarrassed. After all, this bet is confidential, and neither the official nor himself will say it. Don't be so embarrassed. You can tell the truth or not tell me. It doesn't matter, but it doesn't prevent me from guessing. For example, if you have 20 million chips or 18 million, it must be enough for you to advance anyway. Seeing Zhou Hao's hesitation, the old man took the initiative. Zhou Hao glanced at the old man unexpectedly. He was indeed a gambler. There was no need to investigate. He had already guessed his chip number. Fortunately, the gambler did not participate in the game. Otherwise, who could be his opponent? He can't. Jingxi Mahjong. No, it's even worse for Bai Chongsheng. When he was looking at the old man, Xiao Zhao was also looking at Zhou Hao. She wanted to guess from Zhou Hao's expression whether the old man guessed it correctly. As a result, she saw Zhou Hao's moment of loss, even if he had nothing. Said, Xiao Zhao also guessed that the gambling demon must have been right, and Zhou Hao was indeed sufficient for drug gambling. The old man is really amazing. Well, let me be honest with you. After 2 days of hard work, my betting capital has been around 20 million. If there is no accident, I should be able to enter the next round. Zhou Hao felt that he had been killed. If he guessed it, just admit it straightforwardly. Even though Xiao Zhao guessed it, he heard Zhou Hao's words in person, but couldn't help but ask, Mr. Wang, do you really have 20 million chips? Based on the chips in the hands of the contestants, there is hope for 15 million. In the finals, you made 5 million more in this one, which is really amazing. Zhou Hao smiled slightly and said to the two of them, the reason why my wager reached 20 million, I have to thank Mr. Chow and the others. All my money later was provided by them. Without them, I would not be promoted. I just hope that no accidents happen. Hee hee. You are really unfounded worry. You can rest assured. According to the staff, even if you can't the player with the most chips, it will definitely not matter to enter the next round. The gambling demon suddenly expressed comfort Zhou Hao, as if the elders and the conversation between the younger generation made them a little confused. Let your old good words, if I really get promoted safely, I will definitely treat you to a good drink. Zhou Hao knew that he would basically be promoted, and he spoke easily. The gambling devil continued to smile and drank the wine in his hand. Am I just drinking your wine now? Besides, your wine is not for free. I think your gambling technique is very strange, or I will teach you it. You have 2 hands. The rest of the game is more difficult, and in the end you have to face the gambler. Zhou Hao froze for a moment, and then happily said under Xiao Zhao's reminder, if the gambler is willing to teach me 2 hands, I naturally can't ask for it. Then I will have more confidence in winning money below. Zhou Hao still feels like he is dreaming when he smiles without speaking, even if he is not thinking about gambling. But if he really learns the skill of gambling, he will definitely be profitable and harmless. He saw clearly that he couldn't find the other party cheating at all. Xiao Zhao is even more happy with Zhou Hao. Since the gambling demon is the deity, it will certainly not be a counterfeit. And Zhou Hao is not sure how powerful the real gambling demon is, but Xiao Zhao understands something. Alter, the modern gambling master, He Hong's son, the gambling king, is certainly one of them, and the master Qinshu Guanyin who has lived in Changsheng is definitely one of them. But if you count forward, you are a gambler. During the period when the gambler was rampant in the gambling world, even if there were no people of the same name, it can be seen how powerful he is, otherwise he would not be called a gambler. Zhou Hao was fortunate to learn from the magic gambling player, and even if it took time to run rampant in the gambling world, even if Xiao Shou and Zhou Hao are not in the gambling world, it does not prevent them from wanting to shine here. You and I are all friends. No matter how old you are, I won't ask you to call me a master. We are even the same generations. What do you think? Not only did the gambler not put on the elder's pretense, but said very kindly, "It makes people feel comfortable." Even though he said so, Zhou Hao didn't dare to be polite, but said with a serious face, "Senior, although juniors can't worship you as a teacher, you must insist on calling you senior. I am not the kind of impolite person." The gambler shrugged and said with a smile, "Then you like it. I'll start to teach you some skills now. Maybe you can use it in the finals." "That, little girl, do you avoid it?" Xiao Zhao pouted. This old man was really careful. He might have learned his skills, but he would be proud of Zhou Hao. "I really don't know how this guy is better than himself." Zhou Hao nodded and said to Xiao Zhao, "Ms. Zhang, if you have nothing to do, let's go back first. Let's have dinner together. See you later." After that, he said to the old man, "Senior, wait for Ms. Zhang to leave. I also have something to ask you. Actually, there are many questions in my mind." The gambler smiled slightly and nodded. "Okay, I know what you want to ask, and I will tell you too." Xiao Zhao knew that the gambler had something to discuss with Zhou Hao in private. At this time, she knew what wit, and left first, so that the rest of Zhou Hao and the gambler could talk frankly and openly. The gambler looked at Xiao Zhao's leaving back, and waited for a while before he smiled at Zhou Hao. "You should tell me the truth now. Are you really called Wang Xiao? A little-known person has such an accomplishment, my old man, but it's not so confused. Probably He Hongsen would not be so confused." Zhou Hao didn't feel surprised either. He always felt that this gambler was not an ordinary person. Now when he asked him, he smiled and said, "You're not a fool. I really don't call Wang Xiaohu. My name is Zhou Hao. People from the altar, I guess you have never heard of my name." The old man was taken aback for a moment. To Zhou Hao's surprise, he asked uncertainly, "You are the Hong Kong stock Zhou Hao who saved the Hong Kong stock market 2 years ago? I didn't expect you to be him." "Oh, you have always heard my name, and I am not a genius. It was just the right time, and I took the opportunity to make some money." Zhou Hao was indeed a little surprised. Not only Xiao Zhao knew him, but also the gambler had heard of it. "I couldn't help but smile and said, it seems lucky that I didn't use my real name. Otherwise, I really don't know how many people know me." "It's really fortunate that you didn't use your real name. You don't know how far Hong Kong and Macau are. At such a close distance, your name is just as loud in Macau. After 2 years, people may not remember your appearance. But this name is like a thunderbolt. Of course, the same name may appear, but if you sign up with Zhou Hao's name, at least people will pay more attention." The demon gambler nodded and said with a smile. Zhou Hao also smiled and said, "Then if I participate in the competition with my real name and still be noticed by you, you should know that I am Zhou Hao from Hong Kong. So will you still come to me?" The gambler smiled, didn't mean to be a general, and said casually, "If I know that you are Zhou Hao, I will find you even more." Maybe everyone knows that Zhou Hao is a Hong Kong stock god, but everyone is also possible. Ignore your other identity. Which identity the old man is talking about? "I really don't know that I have so many identities that can be followed," Zhou Hao asked with a smile. The gambler smiled more happily, and while smiling, he drank and said, "You are not only a special person, but also a very interesting person, but I won't go around with you. What happened between you and the girl and his family? I really thought it was a secret. This is one of He Hongsen's most faceless things. The matter between Zhou Hao and He Shuiyun is not a secret in Macau. Some people know it is normal, but the gambling demon obviously knows better than the average person. Just listen to him continue to say, you snatched someone's daughter directly from Macau for the first time. It was a sensation, but it was suppressed by He Hongsen. But then you two were blatantly together, and He Hongsen couldn't suppress it anymore." The gambler glanced at Zhou Hao and said with a smile, "When you came to Macau, the girl from the He family didn't find you and asked you to show mercy to his father? After all, He Hongsen is still Shuiyun's father. It will always be a little troublesome to come to Macau specifically to deal with him." Zhou Hao nodded secretly, but said calmly on his face, "Senior gambler, you really know what happened to me, but when I come to Macau this time, how can I say that I am going to deal with He Hongsen? He can be regarded as my father-in-law, but you are instigating the relationship between our son-in-law." The gambler looked at Zhou Hao with contempt and said with a smile, "You kid, don't play tricks with me. Since I already know you so well, I naturally know other things about you. Your father Zhou Liren is in the center. I still haven't heard of the status of yours and what you have done recently. A person like you is destined to not be low-key." This time Zhou Hao was silent. As the gambling devil said, he can still be very low-key in Macau. In fact, the slightly more informed people all over the country know their own affairs. Maybe they can't recognize themselves in time, but everyone knows everything about the situation, as well as his current status. The situation of the gambling demon. I heard Xiao Zhao say that he has retired. In Zhou Hao's view, perhaps it is more accurate to evaluate it by dormant. This old man has not missed any news. He, a person who has nothing to do with him, is so careful. The survey shows that the old man is very careful. Why? I think I know too many things, and I feel uneasy. Seeing Zhou Hao not speaking, the gambler asked with a smile, and then said by himself, "Oh, by the way, I just remembered that you are still a martial arts master. I don't know what level of strength has been reached. It should be very weak. I know so much. You don't want to kill people." Zhou Hao couldn't laugh or cry, looked at the gambling game with a frightened look, and said helplessly, "You old man, stop playing. If I really are such a person, you won't tell me this. This is all facts. I don't need to because of this. Let's kill him. Besides, since you know what I said, your junior must know it too. I can't kill him too." The gambler seemed to be ignorant of life and death, so he actually opened his mouth and said, "No, this matter is not known to anyone except me. If you really kill me, your business will not be known. The old gentleman doesn't take things like this, or seduce other people to kill others. I won't be joking with you. I'll tell you serious things." Zhou Hao felt that gambling is really old and not old, so he quickly said with a straight face, "You used to not know my true identity and wanted to teach me gambling skills. Now that you know, have you changed your mind?" The gambler's head shook like a rattle, and while shaking his head, he said, "How can I change my mind? Since I want to teach you, I have taken a fancy to your aptitude and potential, and the important task of the gambling world will be left to you in the future." Zhou Hao suddenly felt like he was on a thief ship. In the kung fu filmed by Zhou Xingqi in the previous life, there was a beggar in it. He was talking about this line of lines. Although the gambling demon is not as desolate as the beggar, this line is still full of its inflammatory. But how can I be an adult? How can I be deceived by his words? Just when he was about to speak, the gambling demon hurriedly continued, "Don't worry, I'm really learning. I am not a liar. After all, my gambling demon's name is not for nothing. At least you have seen it. After I suppress the guy with the surname Chow, you won't believe that I always get the cards he needs by luck." Zhou Hao pondered for a moment and asked, "I won't doubt your old skills, but I want to know why you teach me. You and I have never been in my life. You said that I just love talent. Forgive me for not believing it. This is also me." Before Ms. Zhang went out, I wanted to ask you something. The gambler lightly patted the palm of his hand and smiled. "That's right. I know you can't help but ask. Although my gambling skills can't be said to be the best in the world, at least if I really practice well, I will become famous. It's definitely okay. I didn't even teach juniors myself, so I have to teach it to you because I think you can carry forward my gambling skills." Without waiting for Zhou Hao's question, he has already spoken. No matter who you are in gambling, you always get luck. If you are lucky, you don't need to pay 1,000 and you can win cards. Of course, if you are lucky, with a little skill, it will be great. You have no opinion on this. Zhou Hao was attracted by his words and nodded clearly. The gambler was very satisfied and continued, "So, a person like you is suitable for practicing my gambling skills. You are not only good-minded, good martial arts, and you have enough luck. You can become a stock god, and you can advance to the final 8 this time. Your luck plays a big role." Zhou Hao has no objection to this. He is a rebirth person. This is luck that no one can match. However, he still doubts. Then according to the predecessor, you want to find someone with good luck to teach gambling. I should look for Ms. Zhang. Her luck is much better than me. She was winning the money just now. The gambler shook his head disapprovingly and said, "Although the girl is winning, her luck is indeed very good. But I believe that if she has my gambling skills, she will not have the luck now. Otherwise, I can't find you. She is not suitable for practicing my gambling skill. What conditions do I need to practice gambling? Then can I be suitable? I don't have any foundation, and I can't talk about any talent. You may always be wasting your thoughts," Zhou Hao said with a smile. "Funny." The gambling demon shook his head solemnly. "Don't think I'm just talking about it. Gambling is the same as martial arts. People who practice gambling also look at talents. We must learn this gambling technique by men. If we change to women, not only will we not learn well, and it may even become devilish. My gambling devil's name is not for nothing. This time it's Zhou Hao's turn to get serious. Since the gambling demon compares gambling skills with martial arts, Zhou Hao understands a lot. There are many techniques in martial arts regardless of gender, but many of them are passed on from men to women, or from women. If he doesn't pass on men, it's not because of the view of the door. It is really not suitable for practice, but he can't think that gambling can be the same. Actually, I also fell in love with your ability. People at your age and with such martial arts skills are very rare. They have enough luck, flexible skills, and full command and calm concentration. These are all necessary conditions for the successor of my gambling technique, and only you are satisfied. Seeing Zhou Hao's silence, the gambling devil knew that he understood what he meant, and he explained it to Zhou Hao in great detail. Since Zhou Hao's strength has reached the decision, his comprehension and memory have grown rapidly. The theoretical knowledge that the gambling magic taught him is simply unforgettable. Moreover, when it comes to the real skill training, Zhou Hao has the strength of a supermaster, and he can naturally do anything. Get started faster than the average person. Although Zhou Hao and the gambling demon are not considered masters and apprentices, the gambling demon has spared no effort in guiding Zhou Hao, as if he really regarded Zhou Hao as a successor. Although he is not sure of the true intentions of the gambler, Zhou Hao will not delay learning. Anyway, there is only one night. As for how much you can learn, it depends on Zhou Hao's comprehension. Speaking of gambling these things, in fact, it is nothing more than secretly taking pictures to change cards, recording cards and counting cards. Dice is just listening to the dice and throwing the dice. No matter which kind, it requires a high level of savvy and skill. If it is an ordinary person, it takes 10 or 8 years to really practice savvy gambling skills. People with insufficient understanding will not have much achievement in even 10 or 20 years, but Zhou Hao is different. Whether he is savvy, it is still technique, like a master who has been immersed in this way for many years. The strength of the supermaster is not only reflected in martial arts. Whether it is human spirit or coordination, there have been earth-shaking changes. Even if he is no longer like a human being, it is not an exaggeration. Zhou Hao's gambling skills were an eye-opener for Zhou Hao. He had never thought that he would say so much during gambling. This was the first time he had come into contact with gambling skills. Before, he only felt that these talented masters seemed to be blindfolded, or a scam. It is completely different only when you really contact the gambling demon, who feels almost the same as him. The gambling demon was surprised at Zhou Hao's learning ability. He really wanted Zhou Hao to learn his skills as much as possible. He didn't expect him to become a master at once, but he really taught him. When he got up, he realized that Zhou Hao was completely beyond his imagination. Zhou Hao is not only clever and smart, but he immediately understood what he said. The most important thing is his hands-on ability. It takes an average of 10 or 8 years to do things that ordinary people may not be able to do. But he has never touched it at all. The two of them just taught and learned, and didn't care about the passage of time. Zhou Hao felt that he was quickly learning the skill of gambling, and the gambling increasingly felt that he had found a suitable heir. With such qualifications, let alone yourself, just casually. A gambler wants to teach him. Gambling masters, like martial arts masters, have their own unique abilities, and whoever wants to become a master has high requirements for disciples. As the so-called one technique, universal technique, Zhou Hao is a bit like this. Learning everything is 10 times faster than ordinary people. It wasn't until 8 o'clock in the morning that Ms. Zhang, who went out yesterday, knocked on the door and came in. At this time, Zhou Hao and the gambler didn't sleep all night, but they were still in good spirits. The two of them were very excited. I said the two of you won't stay up all night, right? What are you discussing so excitedly so early in the morning? Xiao Zhao still maintained the appearance of Ms. Zhang, and asked curiously when he saw them. Hey, girl, you are here. This kid is not easy. I taught him almost all the skills I knew last night. This kid is also very upbeat. He actually learned all of them. He has reached 80% of my strength. He really taught his apprentice to starve the master to death. His learning ability is too strong. Zhou Hao hadn't spoken yet. The gambler was already sighing and praised Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled, and said modestly, Teacher, don't praise me so much. I will be proud. I'm just an ordinary person. How can I be as exaggerated as you said? Besides, my skills are still very strange. You are far from it. If you can have half the strength of a teacher, I will be content. Don't be humble. There are no outsiders here, and my old man's eyes don't rub the sand. You and this girl are not so innocent. The gambler laughed and ruthlessly broke the relationship between Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao. Zhou Hao chuckled. He was already worthy of being a teacher and student of the gambling demon. The gambling demon said that it was a care for the younger generation. Of course, Zhou Hao understood this truth and had no background to refute it. Xiao Zhao was blushing, but he still asked in a puzzled way, "Why do senior gamblers think that we are not innocent between people? I'm so much older than him. How can he like me as an old woman? Girl, don't want to lie to me. Although I am old, I don't have eyesore. Even if your age is not young, you will never exceed 25 years old. Makeup can change a person's form, but it's just a change of appearance. Many signs of life cannot be changed." The gambler explained to the two with a smile. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao stared at the gambling demon in a daze. He said that the content was a bit too advanced. What are signs of life? Zhou Hao, who has been exposed to various online novels in previous lives, could think of how much he could think of. Xiao Zhao simply asked directly, "What does it mean? What does my sign of life mean?" "It means your appearance has changed, but your shape and breath are still young girls, which is the same as a tree with growth rings. Even though your appearance looks very old, you are actually very young. Of course, this kind of observing skill is not something anyone can do." The gambling demon seemed very proud of this. Zhou Hao pondered for a moment and asked, "Then according to the teacher, you know how to observe people, and you are very accurate in seeing people? You taught me gambling, isn't it, because it looks right to me?" The gambler was very frank and shrugged. "I only know a little about the art of observing people. That is, I can see a person's actual age and personality. As for other things, I can't see it. It's not. Huang Daxian, how can I be sure? As for you, it's a completely different matter and has nothing to do with observing people." Zhou Hao nodded and then asked affirmatively, "Then the teacher is not because of this. Now you can always tell me the actual situation. Yesterday you taught me gambling, but you didn't just look at me. Let me be an apprentice. There are other purposes." When he said this, he seemed a little disrespectful to the gambler, and it was not what a disciple should say to the master. But now that he said this, Zhou Hao completely abandoned each other's identities. At this time, the two of them were back again. When I first met, it was not a master-disciple relationship. The gambler was not angry either. He obviously had anticipated it early. The reason why Zhou Hao was not accepted as a disciple was because they could not become true masters and disciples. It was not so much a relationship as they shared common interests. Thinking of this, the gambling demon smiled and said, "Actually, since I knew you, I knew that you were not a simple person. I said before, you must have doubts. The reason why you want to learn gambling with me is because you want to. It's just learning my skills. Yes, I really want to learn from you. I don't know how your gambling skills are better than He Hong's son, at least a master. If I learn from you, I will definitely be able to improve my gambling skills in the future." Zhou Hao did not hide it. Everyone is honest and relative. "Actually, I appreciate your character. In my opinion, it is very rare for a person like you to study modestly. Even if you and I have no common interests, I will teach you as if you were me, just a successor to yours. With your current strength, as long as you take time, you can definitely surpass me." The demon gambler nodded, very sure. Zhou Hao nodded and thanked the gambling demon, and then said, "Since the teacher said so, then tell us what common interests we have. Is your goal also the gambling king He Hong's son?" Xiao Zhao is actually listening curiously. The gambling monster disappeared many years ago, but now he suddenly appears again. As a junior, she is naturally full of curiosity. What's more, Xiao Zhao's pseudonym Ms. Zhang is also a gambling figure, interested in the story of the devil. The gambler looked at the two people, did not answer Zhou Hao's words, but slowly said, "Let me tell you about our time. This happened 50 years ago. At that time, I was 30 years old. There are two well-known gambling players in the arena. One is a gambler, and the other is my senior. As for my senior, you may not have heard of it. In that era, my senior was actually superior to me, but he was low-key. In the eyes of outsiders, I was the only one who was really powerful. When others mentioned me, he was a gambling brother. I am young and energetic, and I don't care so much. I just feel that I am beautiful. Later, my brother accepted a disciple, and this disciple is He Hongsun. You probably only know that he is the king of gambling. Don't you know his pedigree? Because his master is actually a low-key person, but he has a pretty good one. Uncle Master, that's me, betting on the devil. The devil said here, and paused. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao looked at each other. At first, they thought that the gambler was the same as other masters, and had a certain grudge with He Hongsun. They did not expect this relationship between them. It turned out that the gambler was He Hongsun's uncle. What's inside their own door, and it's still a secret. The two of them are not stupid. They heard the gambling demon said here. It is certainly not a story of sect harmony. Speaking of it, their grievances are much deeper than the grievances of others than those of others. You might have guessed that the grievances between me and the gambling king, He Hongsun, came from this way. When my senior brother passed away, he left the essence of his life's gambling skills, including some of the master's inheritance. The reason why the senior is better than me. Also because of this. Gambler glanced at the two of them and continued. In fact, He Hongsun and I don't have much hatred. It was just a momentary impulse back then. Then we tried it out. If whoever wins, we get what the brother left behind. In the end, you guessed it. I must have lost. I didn't expect that his savvy was so high, and he surpassed me after a few years of learning. The gambling demon continued. Then 20 years later, I went to challenge him again, and the result was self-evident. After so many years of studying the secrets left by my brother, he became stronger. I still lost. Later, I wanted to concentrate. Cultivation has disappeared from the gambling world, and I am now making a comeback. The gambling demon finished in one breath. I'm making a comeback this time. When the gambling devil said this, Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao understood what gambling meant. Although he and those people had different purposes against the gambling king, He Hongsun, they chose this situation. The precarious moment. He is not a robbery by the fire. The most is to seize the opportunity. After all, at this time, He Hongsun is also the most likely to make mistakes. He and Zhou Hao have similar ideas. They all want to win He Hongsun at the gambling table. The proudest side won him. Now you understand why I said that we have common interests. I know that your goal is definitely He Hongsun. Although their starting points are different, the ultimate goal is the same, so I found you. The gambler finished his own words. Circumstances, he smiled again. Zhou Hao naturally doesn't come to this time and still doesn't understand the gambling devil's mind, but still asks. Even if our goals are similar, we don't necessarily have to look for me, but also teach me gambling skills, which seems to you. There is no help. This is what you think, but I feel that if I want to win the gambling demon upright, it is not appropriate for me to go by myself. I have already lost to him twice. If I lose again this time, there will be no chance in the future. And according to the seniority, what I say is his uncle. Now as long as I find an apprentice who can surpass me, who is also his junior, and win him, isn't that the perfect one? The demon gambling shook his head. Zhou Hao really didn't expect to hold this kind of thought anymore. After listening, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Teacher, although your idea is pretty good, how can I compare with He Hongsun with my current strength? No matter how weak he is, you should be between you and master. I'm still far away. Boy, don't be so subtle. You obviously think I am weaker than He Hongsun. Why do you still say so nice? The gambler laughed and cursed, and then continued. I haven't been out in the mountains for so many years, and I concentrate on studying gambling. Not under He Hongsun, and he hasn't paid much attention to gambling for so many years. I don't believe he hasn't fallen. Zhou Hao absolutely believes in this. He didn't understand gambling before, and he's not so sure, but now that he understands it, he understands this truth. Gambling is similar to martial arts. It is a skill of long-term practice, just like sailing against the current. Advance is retreat. What the gambling king He Hongsun was like in the past, Zhou Hao has not seen him, but he has met He Hongsun several times in the past few days, and every time he was busy with other things. How can a person who is always busy with other things be concentrated? Research gambling. In this way, the current gambling demon might have surpassed the gambling king. As for why he didn't challenge He Hongsun directly, it is probably a psychological problem. Facing a person who has won himself twice, the first thing he established is to win. His confidence. The gambler should be lack of confidence. Seeing that the two were silent, the gambler smiled and said, Anyway, If you have a chance to meet He Hong's son and fight against him, then you will remember to give me a good win against him. If you lose, you don't have to mention it. Me. If you win, remember to mention that you are my student. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao felt like an old fox at the same time. The last sentence of the gambling demon was what he really meant. This is not a clear attempt to take advantage. If he loses, he does not lose, and if he wins, he has an advantage. However, people's requirements are not high. Not only did they teach Zhou how to gamble, but he didn't ask for anything in return. At most, he asked him to try the water. Even without his teaching, it would be a matter of time before he had to face He Hong's son. Now I have learned. The skill of gambling monsters has increased the odds of winning against He Hong's son. Since the teacher said so, I, a student, can't refuse, and this is what I should do. I learned my gambling skills from you, so I should report your name. Zhou Hao thought of this and immediately agreed. Tao. The gambler smiled, looked at the two of them, and stood up and said, I knew I would not mistake you. Unfortunately, the time I taught you was too short. Otherwise, with your qualifications, it will be a matter of time before He Hong's son. Just look at your savvy and luck. Sometimes a person's luck is more important than gambling skills. Zhou Hao understands this principle very well. As long as he can get the cards he needs, even if the opponent has the skills, he may not be able to destroy his cards. People with good luck will always make the gambling players the most headache, just like Xiao Zhao. Sometimes it is outrageous that luck is. Xiao Zhao listened to the two for a long time, and the gambler did not evade her. He had already determined that Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao had a special relationship, and now he naturally treats him as his disciple's woman. If it is not passed on women, it is estimated that teaching gambling skills does not need to avoid her. Okay, we have nothing more to do now. Let's go out and have a look. The boat will be docked at noon today, and the finalists can be determined. Even if you have a lot of confidence, you have to see if you can rank the number one. This is very important and may determine your opponent. After the gambler stood up, he said to the two. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao looked at each other and nodded. Then let's take a look. I'm actually quite curious about who will be in the finals this time. I still have two friends. I don't know if they qualify. Gamblers and Xiao Zhao and Zhou Hao are all first acquaintances. Naturally, they don't know about Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong. Zhou Hao didn't intend to hide them. Their relationship with him is not very ordinary, even if they can't say they are relatives or friends. The current period of time will certainly not be detrimental to yourself. In fact, the two of them are also very curious. Who is a person like Zhou Hao who can be called a friend? They are also master gambling players. They actually vaguely guessed that these two people may also belong to a cooperative relationship with Zhou Hao. On Real Friends, Zhou Hao didn't explain to the two of them. He just took them to the restaurant. At this time, there was nothing to continue fighting in the arena. Those who were sure to enter the finals were almost settled. The others were the players waiting to get out. For players like Mr. Chao and Xiao Zhao, it is best to make some money. In this regard, gambling competitions are actually the most popular among the elderly. Every time they are held, they can generate income. Even if they don't have the skills to the end, they can withdraw halfway. It is not a problem for people with a little ability to win several million. There were obviously more people in the restaurant than usual, and Zhou Hao's two acquaintances, Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong Mo, were also there, but they were all sitting at two tables separately, and Bai Chongqing with two bodyguards was talking softly. Jingxi Mahjong Magic still maintains a solitary style, eating breakfast by himself. The two saw Zhou Hao almost at the same time. Zhou Hao didn't hesitate and went straight to the Jingxi Mahjong Devil's table. He smiled and said, "Brother Morning, it's a good day today. I finally sat here for breakfast. I haven't seen you yet. Of course I can't see it. I'm struggling to qualify. How leisurely like you are. What is your brother's performance?" Jingxi Mahjong Mo shook his head, smiled and asked, "Sit down and eat together. Are these two?" Zhou Hao glanced at the gambling demon and Xiao Zhao and said with a smile, "These are my two friends. This is Mr. Hong. This is Ms. Zhang, both of whom are in the gambling world, but they have given up the game." The surname of the gambling demon was mentioned when he taught Zhou Hao's gambling skills, and he once said that he did not want to reveal his identity, and Zhou Hao did not specifically introduce it. In this way, the Jingxi Mahjong demon would not know the old man in front of him. That is the legendary old gambling demon, a complete master. Even though both of them have the word magic, They are not on the same level regardless of their strength or fame. As Xiao Shou and the gambling demon said, before the gambling king became famous, the most beautiful person in the entire gambling world was the gambler. After the gambler retired, it was the turn of the current gambler. I said, "Brother Wang, you are really unkind. I'm not happy to see my old brother, who didn't say hello and came here directly." While everyone was talking, Bai Changsheng came over with his bodyguard, pretending to be very unhappy. Zhou Hao had to smile and said, "Brother Changsheng, it's not that I don't say hello to you. It's because the location here is just right. I plan to go to your side after dinner. You are really impatient." "Of course I am in a hurry. This guy won my money in the casino. I think he is unhappy. If you go to sit with him, I will be even more upset." Bai Changsheng said. He seemed very depressed. Weeping to Zhou Hao, I said, "Bai Changsheng, you have won so many. I don't want to earn some points from you. How can I enter the next game? You really don't have too much. Do you not know that you are enough to enter the next round?" Jingxi Mahjong Demon rolled his eyes and said, very dissatisfied. Bai Changsheng still has to speak. Zhou Hao has hurriedly said, "I said 2 brothers. Can we get along with each other? We are friends in the first place, so we can make a noise when we meet. Besides, we can come out at the gaming table without mercy. Just have a drink and forget it." The two of them value Zhou Hao very much. Now he came out to be a peacemaker. The two glared at each other, snorted, and stopped talking. Zhou Hao continued, "This table is not enough. Let's change positions. Talk about it." Speaking of taking the lead and walking to the big table next to him, the others had to follow. He was actually used to giving orders, but before that, he had been participating in the game with a game mentality, and he did not reveal his leadership qualities at all. Now he is unconscious. Some revelation makes people feel irresistible. After everyone sat down with him, he began to ask, "Both brothers, you should all have a good understanding of the game. What do you think will enter the finals this time, and how much money you can gamble? 1 round. Who can enter the next round this time is not easy to say. After all, everyone is free to gamble, and entering and leaving the casino is also very casual. Apart from official knowledge, we have no way to guess, but according to calculations, as long as the gambling amount reaches 18 million, it should be stable. Go to the next discussion." Bai Changsheng, who knows the market better, said very positively. Zhou Hao and them will always have a lot of information to understand. Listening to the two of them, I already know that he must have entered the next round, and he has a bet of about 20 million. Brothers, how much do you have for gambling now? Can you reach the standard for entering the next round? After thinking for a while, Zhou Hao couldn't help but ask. Bai Changxing and Jingxi Mahjong magic are both related to him, although they are not. They must be the last friends, but they can enter the next round, which is definitely beneficial to them. Jingxi Mahjong Demon hasn't spoken yet. Bai Changsheng has already spoken. "Brother, you have to have confidence in your brother. Although I can't say to ensure that you win the championship, at least the current strength will be no problem in this round. As for this guy, I guess it should be enough, but he took a lot of money from me." He was still full of grievances when he said it, but Zhou Hao didn't understand that Bai Changxing should be much stronger than Jingxi Mahjong in terms of strength. Now he actually said that he lost a lot to Jingxi Mahjong. I don't know what's going on. Gambling Demon and Xiao Zhao are both outsiders. They don't know the relationship between the three and will not just interrupt, but Zhou Hao believes that they should also know Jingxi Mahjong Demon and Bai Changxing. They are regular visitors in gambling competitions, and also has a certain status in the gambling world. This guy knows that I have won him a little bit. I don't know how much he has won. I just get a little bit from him. If he is allowed to win again, it is estimated that the standard for this promotion will drop, maybe 1,000. 6 million is also possible. Jingxi Mahjong Magic didn't care how much Zhou Hao thought, rolling his eyes. After he finished saying this, several people were shocked. As I said before, 8 people are promoted, and each person's gambling capital can reach 18 million. Now, because if the gambling is reduced by 2 million because of the whole life, then it is that he won the 2 million from others. Everyone knows what it means. Bai Changsheng is so powerful. This is really beyond the accident of others. If it weren't for Jingxi Mahjong Devil's unexpected win, Bai Changxing's gambling capital should have reached 30 million. But this does not mean that he really has reached this point. Level. Otherwise, he won't lose to Jingxi Mahjong. Zhou Hao said to his heart. No wonder Bai Changsheng dared to find himself to cooperate. and also wanted to fight against the gambling demon. Although Zhou Hao had a fight with him, but that time, Bai Changxing only lost carelessly. Looking at his personal strength, he should have reached a high level. The realm may not be under the gambling demons. Teacher, Ms. Zhang, do these two still use me to introduce you? I just kept talking, and I forgot about it. Zhou Hao didn't continue to think so much, but asked the gambler and Xiao Zhaodao. Xiao Zhao and the gambling devil did not hesitate, and laughed together. Who can't know them? Jingxi Mahjong Devil has a good reputation in the Macau gambling scene for more than 10 years, and the results are also good, although they have not won it once. The winner of the gambling competition is also a celebrity. As for Bai Changsheng, it is even more powerful. Thousand-handed Guanyin has 8 arms on the belly. You know how powerful it is by hearing the name. This time it was Ms. Zhang who spoke. The better didn't speak. He probably knew Bai Changsheng, but didn't know Bai. The bottom line of longevity. This time it was Bai Changxing's turn to have an accident. He didn't expect this strange woman to know the identity and so much detail. He squinted and said with a smile, Miss Zhang, what you know is quite clear. It seems my identity is not that simple. Everyone is my brother's friend. I don't think you should hide it. When he said this, he was actually a temptation. He naturally couldn't figure out the relationship between Zhou Hao and Ms. Zhang and the gambling demon. Especially Zhou Hao called the gambling demon a teacher before. Zhou Hao's identity is he. Knowing clearly who can be Zhou Hao's teacher, he really didn't understand. Xiao Zhao looked at Zhou Hao, then hesitated, still didn't tell the truth, smiled and said, I've been in the gambling world for so many years. What's the secret? My identity it's very simple, just a widow, and because her husband is gone, luck is especially good. Before the gambling demon spoke, the Jingxi Mahjong demon suddenly exclaimed, Widow? You are the Black Widow who is called the Man of Fortune? Sorry, you are the Master of the Man of Fortune, a female player who relies solely on luck. This time, Bai Changxing also remembered. His face changed, and he smiled and said, I didn't expect to see you here. I heard that Ms. Zhang has hardly lost any special results for so many years. No matter how much you win or less, you will eventually win anyway. Go some more. Zhou Hao didn't expect Xiao Zhao to play Ms. Zhang so famous. He looked at Xiao Zhao in surprise. Xiao Zhao came back with a triumphant look, but he said modestly, You guys are really overrated. What kind of lucky people are those gossips made up casually? But in fact, I just got better luck. The gambler smiled and said, Little girl, I really didn't see it. You are so famous. No wonder you can win so many today. Fortunately, I didn't continue to fight with you. Otherwise, I won a few chips in the past 2 days, and I will lose all of them. Here you are. You are really a great character. Oh, does the old gentleman like to play a few too? I didn't see you in the game, and I didn't see Miss Zhang today. You played outside. Bai Changxing saw that Miss Zhang was so famous. I also became interested in gambling. Not to mention that the old man's appearance as a master is curious. But to say that he is teacher Zhou Hao's identity is enough for Bai Changxing to ask more questions. In fact, the Jingxi Mahjong demon watching next to him is also very curious. I also guess that the old man is definitely not an ordinary person, and the Jingxi Mahjong magic is not a fool. Zhou Hao heard them ask about the identity of the gambler again, and looked at it funny. He estimated that the gambler would not tell his identity. With the character of this old man, if he wanted to make a high-profile comeback, he would not hide his identity. Jingxi Mahjong Devil and Bai Changxing seem to be their own friends, and they are probably hopeless. The gambler seemed to see through Zhou Hao's mind, and an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then suddenly said to Jingxi Mahjong and Bai Changxing, I did play with the little girl twice before, and it was outside. Not only me, but the kid also played together. He pointed to Zhou Hao. Before anyone else spoke, he quickly continued. As for the gambling game, I'm so old. Whoever participates in the game, it's fine to play. My name, I guess you two might also listen. I said, how about I tell you guys? Jingxi Mahjong Demon and Bai Changxing were taken aback. They really wanted to know the identity of the gambling demon, but they were suddenly broken by his opening. Both of them blushed and coughed to cover up their embarrassment. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao were equally surprised. They both thought that the gambler would continue to remain mysterious, but they did not expect that he would actually protect his identity. Haha, you are curious about my identity, and I can understand that I am not a person who is afraid of people knowing who I am. It doesn't hurt to tell you." Seeing the crowd, the bettor laughed and said, "A few decades ago, people call me gambling demons. I don't know how much people know about me now. Have you two heard of it?" Jingxi Mahjong Demon and Bai Chongqing thought about many possibilities, but they didn't expect that the old man was actually a famous gambling demon. The key point was that he was Zhou Hao's teacher, and the two unconsciously took a breath in their hearts. They thought in their hearts. Their eyes turned to Zhou Hao, and there was a strong resentment in their eyes. This kid didn't tell himself about such an important thing, especially Bai Chongqing, who had a cooperative relationship with Zhou Hao. Bai Chongqing even suspected that he deliberately concealed it. Zhou Hao coughed and looked helplessly at the gambling demon who was causing him trouble, and explained to Jingxi Mahjong Demon and Bai Chongqing, "Don't misunderstand the two old brothers. I actually only met the teacher. I am his old man. I have consulted a lot of knowledge. It's not that I didn't mention it to you before. Don't blame this kid, you two. It was indeed yesterday that he and I met. You are the most important thing in making friends, but don't make any misunderstandings." The gambler also came out to prove it, and then continued, The kid said everything in order to make friends with you, so don't hide anything." Zhou Hao's heart moved, and the gambling demon said so. Except for the trick to himself before, it seemed to have a deep meaning. He paid attention to the Jingxi Mahjong Demon and Bai Chongqing. Although they did not have any obvious performance, their eyes flickered, betraying their minds. In fact, Zhou Hao understands this in his heart. Let's not talk about Bai Chongqing, his nominal partner. He will definitely not be able to compare himself with him. Jingxi Mahjong is also a friend who just knows him and feels like a friend, let alone say anything. Frankly, relative. The gambler didn't seem to want to continue this topic. He smiled and said, "By the way, it's almost 10 o'clock now. According to the time, the gambling boat should be about to reach shore. You can also play the following races. I think you three they should all be promoted." Hearing this, the surprised gambling demon and Jingxi Mahjong Demon only remembered after the initial stage. He didn't know how much Zhou Hao had gambling capital. It seemed that he hadn't been in the game yesterday, so he quickly asked in unison, "Brother, how much do you have for gambling now? Is it enough to advance?" Zhou Hao took a funny look at the two of them. Now the two of them remembered to ask themselves. Either they didn't think they could be promoted or they didn't take themselves seriously, but no matter what the reason, Zhou Hao didn't think anything. Quickly replied, "Now my gambling money is okay. If 18 million can be promoted, I have enough." Jingxi Mahjong Demon and Bai Chongqing have guessed that he can advance. Otherwise they won't be so leisurely, but they still want to hear his specific numbers and look forward to Zhou Hao together. Zhou Hao also understood their thoughts, smiled, and looked at the Jingxi Mahjong Magic Road. "Brother, we are a team. This time I should be the first, and you are the second. I am now about 20 million. Zhou Hao's words this time really shocked Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong. They had a high estimate of Zhou Hao, but they did not expect that he already had such a high gambling capital. Moreover, according to their observations, Zhou Hao just participated in the 2-day competition. The two of them struggled day and night, and it took 3 days to truly stand out. It took Zhou Hao to reach this number in only 2 days. They are now a little skeptical. Zhou Hao used to retain his strength. He is a disciple of gambling demons, with superb gambling skills. Zhou Hao also guessed what the two of them were thinking. He didn't rush to explain, but smiled and said, "Let's go to the casino and have a look. It's probably ending soon. When they announce, we can rest assured." Who is the last player to advance? Jingxi Mahjong Mo and Bai Chongqing saw that he was unwilling to say more, and they understood in their hearts that they had no objection, and smiled and said, "Okay, then let's go now. If we can all enter the next round, then it should be the last opponent." Zhou Hao smiled, turned his head to the gambling demon, and said, "Teacher, I'm going to see the results of the game. You should go to rest first. I didn't sleep last night. I'm exhausted. Don't you say that I haven't felt it yet, but I really feel a little tired. I am old, and my arms and legs just can't keep up. The next game depends on your ability. Play as much as you want. Don't let me down. After all, the gambler is in his 80s, and he stays up all night, but his body is indeed exhausted." Zhou Hao nodded, as he agreed to the gambler's request. As for whether he could face the gambling king He Hongsun in the end, Zhou Hao had already calculated it. Now Hong-sun probably doesn't know what happened to him. Even if he meets sooner or later, he also don't plan to see you now. He has his own plan. Ms. Zhang, let's go with us. Now everyone is in the casino. Whether you want to participate in the game or not, go and watch the excitement. What do you think? Zhou Hao thought about it and turned to Ms. Zhang again. Ms. Zhang is Xiao Zhao and Zhou Hao's woman. Since he has spoken, she naturally won't refuse and said with a smile, "Let's go. I am one of the contestants. I am naturally curious about who can enter the next round. Just walking with the three of you who entered the final 8, I really feel a little inferior." Bai Changxing's communicative skills are good. Hearing Xiao Zhao's words, he immediately smiled and said, "How come? You, a beautiful woman, walked with us to give us face. How can you say that you want to be inferior?" Jingxi Mahjong magic seems to be really at odds with Bai Changxing. At this time, I didn't forget to tease Bai Changxing and said, "Yes, Ms. Zhang, it is definitely his honor for you to be with us. When did he have this? The beautiful lady has traveled with him. He might be so happy." Bai Changxing was not angry. In front of women, probably all men would subconsciously maintain their demeanor. They just made a gesture of please, and then clasped their fists to the gambling demon and said, "Senior, we will listen to the results now and wait for you to rest. Now, let's ask you again." Not to be outdone, the Jingxi Mahjong demon also clasped his fist and said, "I have long admired the demeanor of the predecessors. It is an honor to be able to see you today. When the results here are announced, I will definitely come to learn from the predecessors." "Okay, don't talk nonsense with me. Go ahead. It's estimated that it won't be long before the result will come out. I'll go back and rest first." The gambling demon didn't take the two of them to heart. For so many years, many rookies in the gambling world wanted to ask themselves for advice, but were rejected. The four people watched the gambling devil leave together, and then walked to the game field together. At this time, most of the people participating in the game were there, at least more than 40 people. With their arrival, almost all the players were present. Mr. Chow was not on the field. After all, he was a player who was expelled from the competition. Mr. Zhu and Mr. Li were here without hiding. Seeing Zhou Hao's people coming in, Mr. Li and Mr. Zhu greeted Zhou Hao with a bit of embarrassment. Mr. Chow was not the fuse, and they did not have much grudges with Zhou Hao. They just saw Ms. Zhang following Zhou Hao. Some doubts. In their opinion, Mr. Chow's pursuit of Ms. Zhang, even if it can't be said to be stable, at least it should be sooner or later. But who would have thought that Zhou Hao was born? The chances are slim. Sister Zhang, it seems that you can't make it to the finals this time. How about this, Mr. Wang? Is there any hope? Despite these thoughts, Mr. Zhu and Mr. Li did not forget to ask about Zhou Hao's situation. Ms. Zhang knew about the relationship between Mr. Li and Mr. Zhu and Mr. Chow. They didn't have any extra thoughts about themselves. Asking this question obviously helped Mr. Chow, so she smiled casually. "I really don't know this, but I think it should be. There is hope. Don't you look at his confidence? Anyway, the results of the 3-day match will be announced in a while, and you will know it right away. There is no need to rush for a while, right?" Mr. Li and Mr. Zhu laughed embarrassedly. Everyone is smart. Ms. Zhang said that she did not want to tell them about Zhou Hao. If they continue to ask questions, they will be a little bit ignorant, but they are also in their hearts. It's not worth it for Mr. Chow, and it's a waste of paying attention to this woman. They have known Ms. Zhang for a long time, and they know each other very well. Although Ms. Zhang seems to be in her 30s, she has always been very self-respect and has no widowhood. That's why Mr. Chow is more excited. But now Madame Zhang's attitude towards Zhou Hao, they all felt that Ms. Zhang moved sincerely. Since Zhang's sister has no special news, we won't ask anymore. But if you can't make it to the finals this time, will you go back to your hometown or spend 2 days in Macau during this period of time? Mr. Li is relatively smooth. Since Ms. Zhang did not want to talk about Zhou Hao, she immediately changed the subject. Ms. Zhang glanced at Zhou Hao, deliberately letting Mr. Zhu and Mr. Li see it, and then said, "I should stay in Macau for a while, so I don't have to leave in such a hurry." Mr. Zhu and Mr. Li looked at each other and knew that Ms. Zhang wanted to stay. It was definitely not because Zhou Hao was here, but because Zhou Hao was here. They sighed in their hearts and said together, "Forget it. Originally we said when the time comes, we will leave with Sister Zhang. Thank you two brothers for worrying about your sister. It's okay. When the matter here is over, I can go back by myself." When the time comes, the three of you will go back first and visit you when I go back. Ms. Zhang seemed sincere, smiled, and agreed to go back to meet. Mr. Zhu and Mr. Li are both smart people. People who are so polite may not really do it, but on the surface they still have to say politely, "That's okay. I must tell my friends when we go back. Send someone to pick you up." Ms. Zhang naturally promised again and again, but she knew in her heart that this kind of agreement is impossible to achieve. Let alone her identity is false. Even if everything is true, she would not ask them to pick her up. Now it is still true. To make an end with the previous identity, this matter is over. Xiao Zhao intends to make Ms. Zhang's identity completely history, and it is better to use Xiao Zhao's identity to stay with Zhou Hao. In fact, Zhou Hao has been watching them chat with cold eyes. With Zhou Hao's strength, even if he doesn't work, he can hear clearly what they're talking about. He is more satisfied. Xiao Zhao's resilience is very good. If he stays with him, he can really do it. Help yourself many things. Thinking about it, Bai Chongxing and Jingxi Mahjong Magic said together, "Look at the host coming out." It is estimated that the result of the game will be announced. Although they participated in the competition more than once, it was inevitable that they were a little nervous at the critical moment. Zhou Haoji was a little more relaxed. In fact, among the three, the Jingxi Mahjong Magic is the most nervous. According to the current known opponents, in his group, Zhou Hao already had a higher stake than his own. If there is one person in this group who has a higher wager than his own, the minimum guarantee of 18 million may not be accurate. After all, this is to choose the top two in each group. Perhaps there will be three in a group that exceed the average. People, or a group of people who do not exceed the average. All of this can happen. Hello everyone. I haven't seen you for 3 days. You should have had a good time. No matter how you win or lose, the game will continue. Today, the results of the game will be announced. The top two players in each group will enter the following. It's the final. The host was more happy and said straightforwardly. Everyone was looking forward to watching the supporter, wishing to urge him to recite the name quickly, but everyone was a master of gambling, and the most important thing was patience. Although they were about to catch fire in their hearts, everyone looked confident. The host glanced at the contestants and secretly said in his heart that he is worthy of being a gambling expert. They are so calm, but they don't know if he will be scolded if he waits 2 more minutes without releasing the results. He didn't have the courage to provoke the irritation of the crowd. After a pause, he continued. This time, the result is the local Macau player Bai Chongxing. Then he added 5 names in a row. No surprise, Bai Chongxing entered the next round and is the first identity of the group. When talking about the players from outside of Macau, the host suddenly smiled and said, "The players in this year's competition are very interesting. The first 6 players are very relaxed and there are no opponents. But this group is a bit surprised. The first player, it was Wang Xiaohu. He was not challenged, but the second-place player was challenged. The difference between the two was only 50 yuan. The Jingxi Mahjong demon was shocked. The most unwilling thing to see happened. He was not considered the strongest in this group. Because Zhou Hao accidentally won a spot, the remaining spots became more intense. I know if the player who paid $50 more is himself. Jingxi Mahjongmo waited for a long time and didn't see the host announce the last finalist, and his heart became unsure. After all, the host had already said that the difference between the two players was only 50 yuan. With such a small gap, Jingxi Mahjong Magic is not sure. But the host just left this point alone. It seems that he also knows the tension of the players and wants to wait for the players to be anxious. In fact, besides Jingxi Mahjong Magic, there are also a few people who are worried. Their chips are not low. Consciously, all hope to enter the finals, but now obviously only 2 are the closest to advancement. As for who this person is in the end, no one is sure. They looked at each other and finally guessed that the player who is most likely to enter the final should be a gambler. Within this group, there is real hope to enter the next round, and it is recognized that the strong are also gamblers. Zhou Hao's promotion has been a big upset, and they feel that the upset should not appear again. At first, Zhou Hao and others thought that it would not be a problem for the Jingxi Mahjong Magic to advance, but now they know that the same group has the same strength as him. According to the current results, the players who are not recommended outside Macau are not weaker than the other 3 groups, but also broke out upset. Fortunately, there is no peripheral gambling in this quarterfinals promotion. Otherwise, everyone will lose a mess. Zhou Hao will qualify for the first place, which is enough to be considered the biggest upset, except that Zhou Hao has shown good skills and is betting. It is true that Tan is not a celebrity at all. The host just wanted to whet his appetite, but he didn't really intend not to announce the results. Seeing everyone showed a curious and anxious look, he smiled and said, "Everyone who has advanced to the last stage is our Jingxi Mahjong demon. The advantage of $10 in chips won Mr. Gambler. He is indeed an interesting host." He did not mention the names of Jingxi Mahjong Devil and the Gambler at all. Instead, he directly called out their nicknames. Anyway, he also knows that these two people are very famous in the gambling world. Remember their nicknames, but the names may not be remembered. Jingxi Mahjong was taken aback for a while and immediately smiled. "Mother, it's really me. It scares me to death. If I fight so hard, if I can't enter the next round, I really won't be able to participate in this competition in the future." Bai Changxing curled his lips on one side and didn't forget to blow. It's okay to be able to advance. Anyway, you are in the bottom of the quarterfinals. Don't be too excited and don't lose too ugly. Hey, I am satisfied with being able to enter the quarterfinals. As for whether I can advance to the top, I don't mind. Besides, you are not necessarily the champion. You don't have to be too amazing. I still support my brother. He is also a gamble. Senior Demon's apprentice. He must be good enough. Jingxi Mahjong Demon was not angry, he said with a smile. Bai Changxing snorted and said nothing. Jingxi Mahjong Demon was obviously happy after promotion. It would be useless if he hit him again. Moreover, even though they are now competitors, they are also friends because of Zhou Hao's existence. Zhou Hao just nodded and smiled on the side. He was also very happy that Jingxi Mahjong Magic could be promoted. After all, Jingxi Mahjong Magic had not entered this round before. Today is an exception. He doesn't think Jingxi Mahjong Magic is himself. This time I don't plan to win the championship, and the headache should be given to Bai Changxing. While the three people were talking and laughing here, the host continued to say, "Mr. Jingxi Mahjong Mo is very lucky this time. The gap between Mr. Gambler and him is only 50 yuan in chips. This is also because everyone keeps their chip number secret. Otherwise, as long as Mr. Gambler wins another minimum bet, the estimated result will be different. We can only say sorry to Mr. Gambler." The gambler was somewhat surprised that he did not qualify. After a few seconds, he smiled and shook his head. He seemed to say something to the people around him. There was no obvious regret, and he left back to the cabin with someone. "When the matter is over, we will go home after we disembark." The gambler is not a native of Macau. Whether he will stay and play for a few days is up to him. Everyone can also see the randomness of the gamblers. He may really not care about the gambling competition. It is probably because he has participated in several times, and it is not once or twice to enter the quarterfinals. After all, players like him only need it's not a dark horse, and it really won't be eliminated. This time not only did Zhou Hao's black and white batches of black and white come out, the Jingxi Mahjong Demon performed well, and it made sense to be out of the game. He obviously wanted to understand this. This free and easy, in fact, is also very impressive. Zhou Hao had this feeling. He didn't care about the game because his mind was not in the game. Since the gambler has such a title, he is probably a person who values gambling very much. If this is the case, it is really precious. It's a pity that I am not a person in the gambling world, otherwise it would be nice to make friends with him. Of course, this idea also flashed through Zhou Hao's mind. After all, he was not a real quack. The host watched the gambler leave and didn't say much. He just waited for him to leave before continuing to say, "The top 8 players in this game have been contested. After half an hour, our gambling boat will be docked. This trip is over. Are you satisfied with this trip?" Zhou Hao looked at the host and wanted to ask with a smile, "Is it necessary to give a score to your service attitude?" This is the last customer service request often seen in previous lives. The host didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing that everyone did not speak, he continued, "According to the requirements of the competition, except for the top 8 players in this competition, all the bets of the other participating players are owned by the players. The top 8 players bring gambling to the next round." His words are the rules of the gambling competition, but after finishing speaking, there are still a few happy and sad. Most players, all players who can enter the gambling boat, have won 1 or 2 million. If you really are in the casino, restraint he knew that he couldn't advance, So he gave up the game and eventually won a lot. Those who wanted to fight and then lost all their bets would lose their money in the end. Not all gamblers with good strength have the ability to restrain themselves. The more skilled and addicted players are, the more they want to win, and when they lose, they are more likely to lose. In this way, in fact, there are not many players who can leave with money in the end. Most of them lost their money to the winners in this competition. In addition to the players who have already advanced, there are also a few people who are close to the promotion. They almost lost all, and He Hong's son actually lost a lot in the casino. But because the top 8 are going to advance to the next round, the bet can't be lost. This is He Hongsen's calculation. Those players who are out, but still have some bets, even if they regret not being able to enter the finals, they are not too bad. They are happy to play with ease. The most difficult thing is the players who cannot enter the finals and lose all their chips. Fortunately, they only invest 100,000 is not too bad. Zhou Hao watched the host announce the results, then smiled and said to Xiao Zhao, Ms. Zhang, although you did not enter the finals, you are still the biggest winner. You won several million in the competition, and then you used this a few million, and we won nearly 100 million from those of us. It's really a huge profit. Jingxi Mahjong Demon and Bai Chongqing only knew how powerful Xiao Zhao was. They looked at Xiao Zhao in surprise together and unconsciously said, Ms. Zhang, you won them 100 million today? This is more than all the players outside. Get up even taller. You are really amazing. Xiao Zhaojiao gave Zhou Hao angrily. She naturally knew that Zhou Hao was teasing herself and snorted. That's not as good as Mr. Wang. You are the biggest dark horse in this competition. You are the first in the group. In the finals, I don't know what you will meet then. Zhou Hao smiled and said, It's no big deal. At most, it's just being eliminated. Anyway, I'm here to join in the fun and just walk through the quarterfinals. After a pause, he said to Bai Chongqing, Brother Chongqing, you have to come on. I am optimistic about you. Bai Chongqing and Zhou Hao had an agreement before the match. Hearing what he said, he understood what he meant. He immediately laughed and said, Of course, I finally made it into the quarterfinals. I will naturally cheer, and you must also cheer. We are going to meet in the final. Zhou Hao nodded and said with a smile, Yes, we are all finally able to advance. Everyone must work hard. If we can meet in the finals, that would be great. Hey, I said, you too. Can you stop encouraging each other there? I seem to have entered the quarterfinals. Do you just ignore me? It's not very good. Jingxi Mahjong Demon can't stand it anymore. Spoke quickly. He didn't know the agreement between Zhou Hao and Bai Chongqing. Bai Chongqing curled his lips and snorted. I have said that your quarterfinals were just an accident. For the remaining 7, who do you think you can win with confidence? Don't look at me losing you a lot before. That's just my carelessness. I will definitely go all out for the next games. Jingxi Mahjong Demon was not to be outdone and snorted. Humph. Don't be too proud. You can lose to me in the previous bets, and I will also win your money in the future. Don't think of yourself. How mighty. You really have to go head-to-head. You don't have to be afraid of anyone. Do you think, brother? Zhou Hao shook his head and hurriedly said, Come on, don't involve me. You should solve the matter between you. Anyway, as long as the next game, we will go all out. If you have the ability, you will take the championship, but we 3 people can enter the quarterfinals at the same time, so you have to go and drink a few glasses to be happy. Anyway, the game will not be played until at least tomorrow. This time, Jingxi Mahjong Devil and Bai Chongqing did not object, and said with a smile, This is the most correct statement. I want to celebrate everyone's promotion together. You have been in Macau for so long. Have you not been to the nightclubs here? Today I have a treat. Let's go and have fun together. The gambling boat docked during the discussion, although it was a few happy and sad, but in general, everyone had a good time. He Hongsen's boat gambling game allowed everyone participating in the game to play everywhere. Now, it can be regarded as a kind of welfare for those contestants from other places. Show how everyone's prediction is correct. The next round of the game will not start until the next day. Today is considered a holiday for the players. There will only be 8 people who will actually play tomorrow, and the audience this time is only the relatives of these players. There can be no outsiders. Bai Chongqing wanted to invite everyone to celebrate the promotion. Zhou Hao and Jingxi Mahjong Demon did not refuse. After all, they are indeed worth celebrating now. Zhou Hao is better. Jingxi Mahjong Demon has entered the quarterfinals for the first time. The two agreed to Bai Chongqing's invitation. Xiao Zhao looked at them and finally smiled at Bai Chongqing and said, "Big brother Chongqing, since you are going to entertain, please take me with you. I have been in Macau for so long. So fun." Bai Chongqing was stunned. He didn't expect that Ms. Zhang would also follow. When the three of them went to nightclubs, they would inevitably call some people to accompany the wine. It was not convenient for women to follow. He knew that Ms. Zhang went to nightclubs mainly because of Zhou Hao, never knowing whether to refuse or agree, turned his embarrassed gaze to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled and said to Xiao Zhao, "You don't need to ask Brother Chongqing like this. He is not a stingy person. Since he wants to invite us to play with you, he will definitely bring you with you." He turned his head and smiled at Bai Chongqing, said, "Brother Chongqing, let's go to play this time, so everyone will go together. There are more people and more lively." Seeing Zhou Hao's agreement, Bai Chongqing laughed and said, "Of course, there will be more crowds, so we might as well go early. Macau's largest nightclub is full every day, and there will be no place at night." Jingxi Mahjong has also lived in Macau for many years. Although he is a foreigner who participated in the competition, he is familiar with it everywhere. Hearing what Bai Chongqing said, he immediately added, "Yes, this nightclub business is very good. If we go late, there will be no good place." Zhou Hao is a real foreigner. Listening to them, he curiously said, "Is there anything special about this nightclub? The business is so good, and it needs a good location. As long as it is a place to drink, it doesn't seem to be a location. Please wait for something special." Bai Chongqing didn't answer, but smiled and said, "We will go back and make arrangements for a while. We haven't gone back for 3 days. There are always things to be handled. At 6 o'clock in the evening, we will meet at the entrance of the big rich nightclub. Do you have any comments?" Zhou Hao thought about it. He should go back to the security company, and then nodded. "Well, that's okay. Let's go back and organize things first, and make arrangements for the delays in these 2 days. But the name of this nightclub is really pretty. The vulgarity is actually called the rich and uncharacteristic." Jingxi Mahjong Demon smiled and said, "You are really picky. Don't think the name of the nightclub is very vulgar, but it is actually very distinctive. You will know when you go. You can talk slowly. We met at the door of the rich." Zhou Hao and Bai Chongqing knew that he was leaving and waved with him together. They agreed to meet at 6 o'clock in the evening. When disembarking, Zhou Hao also wanted to make an appointment with the gambler at a time, but the gambler didn't want to play with them. He declined Zhou Hao's invitation and left with his junior. Now, in their group, only Zhou Hao and Bai Chongqing are left. Zhou Hao takes Xiao Lu and Wang Xiaohu, and Bai Chongqing has only 2 bodyguards to follow. The other is Ms. Zhang, which is Xiao Zhao. Zhou Hao saw him for the first time. In the life of Chongqing, it was the current lineup, with just one more Ms. Zhang. Bai Chongqing looked at Ms. Zhang. He wanted to talk to Zhou Hao about the next game, but with this woman next to him, Bai Chongqing felt a little inconvenient. After all, he and Zhou Hao were going to cooperate. This was not a glorious cooperation. The less people know, the better. "Brother Chongqing, what do you have to say? Just say that Ms. Zhang is not an outsider. It doesn't matter what she hears. You don't have to worry about it." Zhou Hao is very smart. He naturally understands the concerns of Bai Chongqing and is very refreshing. His opening dispelled Bai Chongqing's scruples. "Brothers mean? Is the relationship between the two of you already?" Bai Chongqing was naturally sensible. Hearing Zhou Hao said this, he asked a little hesitantly. Zhou Hao didn't hide it either. He smiled and said to Bai Chongqing, "Brother Chongqing, don't guess. Xiao Zhao is your younger sibling. Don't worry. Although we haven't told her about our affairs, we don't need to hide it. Haha, brothers are really amazing. You are so rich and beautiful in your arms for 3 days. You are really young and romantic. And Miss Xiao Zhao will definitely know the true identity of that brother." Bai Chongqing was taken aback for a while and immediately laughed stand up. Seeing that Zhou Hao had already admitted his identity, Xiao Zhao simply stood beside Zhou Hao and listened to Zhou Hao continuing. "Well, Brother Chongqing, don't worry. Xiao Zhao has already known my identity, even if it's our own. No matter what, Brother Chongqing doesn't have to worry about it." Bai Chongqing was also refreshed, haha smiled. "Well, since my brother said so, I don't have to go around the corner with you. We are now in the quarterfinals together. As long as we play well, we will probably meet in the finals. Our previous agreement." Having said that, he paused. At this time, he was really afraid that Zhou Hao would change his mind. Before, he thought that Zhou Hao had some gambling skills and hoped to enter the finals, but he did not expect that he was a student of gambling magic. I really don't know if he will change his mind, but Bai Changsheng has no idea in his heart. Xiao Zhao looked at Zhou Hao. She really hadn't heard Zhou Hao talk about any agreement. Now Bai Changsheng clearly wanted Zhou Hao to make any guarantee. She didn't know much about Zhou Hao, and she was curious now. Brother Changsheng, what you said is a bit early, but this kind of possibility is really inaccurate. If we really get to the end, in case we both enter the final result of the final will definitely follow the previous one. Agreement, my greatest strength is honesty and trustworthiness. Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. He looks serious when he speaks, but Bai Changsheng and Xiao Zhao both want to laugh at him. Although Zhou Hao can't tell lies, no one believes that Zhou Hao is an honest person. If Hong Kong stock is really full of truth, then I don't know. How did he accumulate so much wealth? But no matter what they think, Bai Changsheng's heart is really at ease. Zhou Hao's words are like reassurance. He knows that Zhou Hao still agrees to his plan. If this is the case, he can at least defeat several opponents. It is believed that Zhou Hao was defeated when he came up. The three of them talked and laughed. Since the agreement is okay, the relationship between the few people is naturally still so strong. It is like a good friend for a long time. They did not mention those things before. After chatting for a while, Bai Changsheng and Zhou Hao after separation, after he was relieved, he naturally wanted to leave. When Bai Changsheng left, Xiao Zhao couldn't help but curiously said, "What agreement did you and that Bai Changsheng have? Listening to what you say, it seems to have an impact on the result of the game. This Bai Changsheng is not that simple. I don't worry about this person. His city is very deep." Zhou Hao smiled slightly, patted Xiao Zhao's hand, and explained to her, "Xiao Zhao, Bai Changsheng and I are not good friends. We are friends in interest. I helped him win the gambling competition. I get a part of all his income. We are this agreement. He really wanted to fight his idea. If you can beat him, all his profits will be yours. Now if you give it to him, you can only get part of it. Isn't it a disadvantage for you?" Zhao snorted, very dissatisfied. "I understand this naturally, but it's hard to say whether I can make it to the finals or whether I can win by Changsheng or not. Even if I learn the gambling skills, I'm not sure. After all, I learned the time is too short, so it's better to give up." Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. Xiao Zhao wrinkled his neck and said in dissatisfaction, "You have no confidence before the game. How can you continue the game like this? This is not like your personality. You are still really smart. Okay, let me tell you the truth. In fact, the main reason is that Bai Changsheng wants to deal with He Hong's son. This guy has been deliberating for many years. He wants to take this opportunity to hurt He Hong's son. Under such circumstances, do you think I should support him or deal with him?" Zhou Hao laughed and told the truth. Xiao Zhao frowned and said, "It turns out that Bai Changsheng has to deal with He Hong's son. From this perspective, we can really be regarded as a battle line. If you support him like this, it makes sense, but do you think Bai Changsheng can defeat He Hong's son? After all, he is a gambler for many years. This depends on Bai Changsheng's ability. He Hong's son is the king of gambling, and Bai Changsheng is also an apprentice of Avalokitesvara. He is also from a well-known family. He must still have a certain level of strength. Besides, even if he can't do it, there are still us. Are you too? We will definitely help." Zhou Hao narrowed his eyes and said leisurely, "I really think you are like an old fox. Obviously you are not too old. You are really confusing." Xiao Zhao stared at Zhou Hao for a long time and said strangely. Zhou Hao looked at Xiao Zhao's cute appearance. He smiled and said, "What's wrong with this? I am really young, but I may be some kind of deity reincarnated and have lived 2 lives. Who can do that? Bah, if you are reincarnated as a god, you know you lied to me. I don't believe it." Xiao Zhao curled his lips and expressed disbelief. Zhou Hao shook his head and laughed. There are always things in this world that are unclear. It is clear that he is telling the truth, but no one believes it. Everyone would rather believe a lie. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao arrived at the big wealthy nightclub on time. It looked like a red light district in Hong Kong with brilliant lights. It really reminded Zhou Hao of life in Hong Kong. "Husband, how come Bai Changsheng and Jingxi Mahjong Demon haven't come yet? Haven't they arranged to meet at 6 o'clock in the evening?" Xiao Zhao has returned to his original appearance, leaning against Zhou Hao, looking cute and lovely. Zhou Hao looked around and then smiled and said, "It's okay. It's estimated that they will be able to come soon. Since they have made an appointment, they will definitely not be delayed. It will be fine later, but this is a nightclub. I feel uncomfortable." Xiao Zhao curled his lips and said disdainfully, "What's wrong with this? But it's just to call two little sisters who accompany the wine. What's the matter? Anyway, if I accompany you, they just call it as they like." Zhou Hao smiled. This shameless man really deserves to be a saint of the demon sect. Although she does not have the style of the demon sect, she has this evil spirit. Even if girls know these things, they will pretend not to know, even if they don't. Making trouble is also closing one eye, but Xiao Zhao is different. She simply doesn't care. The two of them were talking, and they saw Bai Changxing showing up with his bodyguard in the distance. He was here in Macau. He probably didn't have enough sense of security. He would take his bodyguard wherever he went, but he could come on foot. To the surprise of the two, it is estimated that his home is not far from here. Look, isn't he here? Since he is going to treat him, how can we wait for a long time? It's hard to say that it is Jingxi Mahjong Demon. He has no special friendship with Bai Changsheng, and the relationship between the two is not very good. Okay, maybe it won't come. Zhou Hao looked at Bai Changxing and smiled. Xiao Zhao hesitated and pointed his slender hand. "Husband, look, isn't that Jingxi Mahjong magic?" Although he doesn't seem to have a good relationship with Bai Changsheng, I think their relationship should not be much worse. Go. Anyway, he can come anyway. Zhou Hao followed Xiao Zhao's fingers and saw that the Jingxi Mahjong Demon came by. He was still alone, dressed like an urban white-collar worker. He could not believe that he was a master gambling player, and in order to hide his identity, Jingxi Mahjong magic is obviously carefully organized. Bai Changxing and Jingxi Mahjong magic appeared in different directions, but they reached the door of the rich and powerful and saw Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao who were waiting here. The two looked at each other and did not say hello to each other. Say hello, he is now a bridge between the two sides. Zhou Hao smiled and said to Bai Changxing, "Brother Changxing, you came so late. I thought you were reluctant to entertain and let the pigeon escape." Then he turned his head and smiled at the Jingxi Mahjong Demon. "I say, old brother, what's your situation? Why are you dressed like this? I almost didn't recognize you anymore." Bai Changxing laughed and said, "Brother, you can really make a joke. Just play around tonight. Even if you order the best wine and find the most beautiful girl, you won't eat me poor. I can run away." Big brother Bai Changxing, you would be unkind if you did this. If you didn't see him taking me here, you asked him to order a little girl, then I'll forget it. Watch the fun. Xiao Zhao heard Bai Changxing say this. Immediately stood up, unhappy. Jiao said. Bai Changxing was taken aback, looked at Zhou Hao, and said in confusion, "Brother, who is this?" Zhou Hao knew that Bai Changxing could not recognize Xiao Zhao. Now her appearance has changed back to her original appearance. Neither Bai Changxing nor Jingxi Mahjong magic can see from her what they were like before. Now Xiao Zhao suddenly spoke. He naturally wondered if understand how this young girl can know herself. He didn't say anything bad, just smiled and said, "Brother Changxing, you are so true. The girls are right. After all, when we are together, she must be with me. You now ask me to call me a little sister with wine. Isn't it fun to find it? Brother Changxing will have to drink 2 more glasses, otherwise I won't be able to help you." Bai Changxing looked puzzled. He didn't know who Xiao Zhao was, or how they were related. However, since Zhou Hao said so, he couldn't refuse, so he smiled and patted his forehead and said with a smile, "Okay, brother, I was wrong. I'll find myself 3 cups in a while. Let's go in now." "Okay, I'm just trying to see the difference between nightclubs in Macau and those in the mainland. I'm really curious." After speaking, he followed Bai Changxing into the rich, and Jingxi Mahjong magic and Xiao Zhao followed them. Behind him, the last two are naturally the bodyguards of Bai Changxing. This time Zhou Hao didn't take Xiao Lu and Wang Xiaohu. This time it was a private date. If you take 2 people, they can only stand on one side like a classmate. Zhou Hao is not used to being served by others like this. Bring Xiao Zhao, simple and convenient. There is no difference between the rich and ordinary nightclubs, just a few floors, and then in each private room. Occasionally you can see women in simple and cool clothes walking back and forth. These people must be the staff of the rich, that is, the little sister who accompanies the wine, although they all look sexy, but few beautiful ones. Especially in the case of Xiao Zhao, These vulgar fans are very ordinary. After all, Xiao Zhao is also a stunning beauty. In front of her, it is difficult for a few women to be confident enough to call themselves beautiful women. Women around, no matter who they are, I guess they won't be interested in these little sisters. As he walked, Bai Changxing smiled and said, "Brother, I understand a little bit why you brought this little sister here. With her by your side, you don't need any kind of woman. What a wise decision." Zhou Hao smiled slightly and said, "Brother Changxing, you really thought I was going to bring her here. She wanted to come by herself. Even if she is not a beautiful woman, I can't help it." "Huh? Brother, you shouldn't be so strict with a woman." "Oh, yes, I forgot to ask you, Xiao Zhao. Isn't she coming together? Why didn't you see her?" Bai Changxing was funny at first, shaking his head, then suddenly thinking of Xiao Zhao, he asked curiously. His voice was not loud. Obviously, he didn't want Xiao Zhao to hear it. It's just that since Xiao Zhao has developed his internal strength, his hearing has naturally increased. Then he suddenly said, "Brother Changxing, you haven't guessed who I am." "Ms. Zhang, it's me." "It's you? You're Xiao Zhao?" "No, I obviously met Xiao Zhao yesterday. You and Xiao Zhao are not the same person. They are so much different. Don't lie to me. I think this I can also be said. It's glaring." Bai Changxing shook his head violently after hearing Xiao Zhao's words, expressing his disbelief. Zhou Hao didn't wait for Xiao Zhao to speak, and said first, "Brother Changxing, don't talk about you. I didn't believe it at first. After she changed her appearance, I was shocked. I thought I had changed a lot. But I can be sure that this Xiao Zhao and the previous Xiao Zhao are the same person, like a fake replacement." Bai Changxing looked at Xiao Zhao suspiciously, then turned his head to look at Zhou Hao, and said suspiciously, "Brother, you guys are not playing with me. Why do I feel so unreliable? A person changes and cannot change. It's so big, it's a bit too unreal. If I didn't believe in you, I wouldn't dare to believe it at all." Jingxi Mahjong Demon suddenly interrupted and said, "In fact, although it is very unexpected, I still believe that she is Xiao Zhao. You probably see people through your eyes. I have a city where I can distinguish people through noses. I can feel that she is still the original Xiao Zhao. Yeah, it turns out that you are a dog. Only dogs distinguish people by nose. I didn't expect it. This really surprised me." Bai Changxing smiled and said he already believed the identity of Xiao Zhao. Jingxi Mahjong snorted without speaking. Zhou Hao hurriedly laughed. "Brother Changxing, you know now, women can always change. Anyway, if Xiao Zhao is with me today, there is no need to call someone to drink. You can whatever you want to play." Bai Changxing and Jingxi Mahjong Demon don't need to be polite. They are all sons and daughters of the rivers and lakes. Naturally, it's not embarrassing to act on the spot, and Bai Changxing has already set a position today. It's in a private room on the side of the hall. The dance floor in the hall is very close. It seems that Jingxi Mahjong magic is not a frequent visitor, and I am still a little curious about everything here. Of course, it is not without any experience. There is no uncomfortable coming in. In fact, even thinking about it, Jingxi Mahjong magic cannot be regarded as the top level in the country. Gambling players, at least they will not be short of money, and it is normal to come here to play. The waiter was quickly called by Changsheng and asked him to bring the wine he was going to drink today. A man is naturally red wine, and a woman is a simple cocktail. Although Zhou Hao estimated that Xiao Zhao could also drink some red wine, he did not ask for it. At this time, Xiao Zhao is here to join in the fun, and the protagonist is still a man. When the waiter was leaving the house, Bai Changxing asked, "How long will it take to start performing?" "It's almost 7 o'clock now." The waiter looked at his watch and then replied, "There are probably more than 10 minutes left. The performance starts at 7 o'clock every day, but to see the most exciting, you have to wait until at least 7:30. Ladies and gentlemen, please be patient." Bai Changxing nodded, waved away the waiter, and then said to Zhou Hao, "Brother, when you come to Macau, you have to watch the show. Since you are so free today, let's take a good look, but you must be mentally prepared. It might be a little unexpected." Zhou Hao laughed secretly in his heart. He hadn't seen any performances for so many years in his previous life and this life, especially when the internet was developed in his previous life. For all kinds of performance videos, he has watched countless. How could it be beyond his expectation? But he didn't say much now, he just nodded and smiled. Brother Changxing is really interested. He came to drink and have fun and arrange for me to perform. It's the beginning of the month, Everyone enthusiastically killed me with love letters. Please, let me keep my current ranking. Zhou Hao followed Bai Chongqing into the private room. After Bai Chongqing ordered the wine, he asked, Brother Chongqing, you always have to watch the performance. What kind of performance is it? I haven't heard of any special performances here in Macau. Brother, let's take you to an eye-opener today. This is very secretive. If it weren't for my acquaintance with the rich man's manager, you wouldn't be able to see it if you want to see it. Bai Chongqing smiled and said deliberately. Zhou Hao turned his attention to the Jingxi Mahjong demon. Since Bai Chongqing didn't tell the truth, Zhou Hao thought of him. After all, the Jingxi Mahjong demon has lived in Macau for a long time. He should know something about Macau. Zhou Hao thinks he should know. Jingxi Mahjong magic saw Zhou Hao turned his eyes to him, coughed, and laughed. Brother, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't know. I've always belonged to a poor family, unlike Bai Chongqing. He eats, drinks, and has fun every day, and these things are still familiar to him. Zhou Hao curled his lips and said in dissatisfaction, Come on, brother, don't cry poor with me. Although you are not a billionaire, you have nothing to do with the poor. There are no poor people who participate in gambling competitions, but they burn money. Activity, if you do this again, don't blame my brother, I despise you. Oh, you don't understand this. The gambling contest is a profitable business. If it weren't for the annual gambling contest, I would have fallen out of poverty a long time ago, so don't ask me. If you have a lifetime, or it's more appropriate. Jingxi Mahjong demon sighed in distress, pretendingly. Okay, I won't ask you anymore. Don't cry poorly with me. I don't believe it anymore. Let me ask Brother Chongqing. Zhou Hao hurriedly waved his hand. This Jingxi Mahjong demon is really serious. Don't tell yourself what to do. Bai Chongqing watched and laughed and said, Brother, don't ask, but it will be wonderful in a while. But Xiao Zhao had better not be so curious. This performance is not suitable for women. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Xiao Zhao's expression changed, and he pointed to Bai Chongqing and said, Brother Chongqing, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did you show us this kind of performance? You are so bad. Bai Chongqing smiled and said, I said before that I was going to the nightclub. You had to follow me, but now I regret it. It will start in less than 10 minutes. This is a rare performance. Zhou Hao looked at Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong demon, and then at Xiao Zhao around him. It seemed that everyone except himself knew what the performance was about to begin. Since Xiao Zhao knew what it was, he was obviously very famous. How could I not know? Xiao Zhao saw Zhou Hao's curious eyes turn to look at him. His pretty face immediately blushed, and he was very dissatisfied. Big brother Bai Chongqing is a pervert. He actually brought you here to watch the show. I would have thought early that I will not let you. It's really irritating to come here. It's too late to want to leave now, and it's about to start. Zhou Hao was speechless and said helplessly, I said you talked for a long time and didn't tell me what the show was. It's really anxious. I'm so curious. No one can explain it to me. Xiao Zhao didn't wait for Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong demon to speak, but he grabbed Zhou Hao and whispered, Husband, don't ask. The show will begin soon. You must not mess around for a while. This guy is dead. Fortunately, I followed. Otherwise, who knows what's going to happen? Zhou Hao was confused and looked at Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong demon secretly laughing, feeling a bit weird, but he also knew that these people obviously didn't plan to tell him, so he had to stay calm and wait to watch the show. In fact, he is not a particularly curious person, but everyone knows that he is in the dark. This feeling is not good, especially when you see Xiao Zhao's desperate appearance. It is even more curious. What kind of performance can make Xiao Zhao is so upset? And Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong magic seemed to be in high spirits. When he was curious, all the lights outside suddenly went out, and then a very sultry music sounded. Even a well-informed person like Zhou Hao had to admit that the moment the music sounded, the atmosphere of the entire nightclub became ambiguous. And as the music sounded, two accompaniment girls in clothes suddenly entered the room, because the lights were dim at this time. If it weren't for a master like Zhou Hao, you could hardly see the appearance of the woman who came in. Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong the devil also has martial arts, and his eyesight is not comparable to ordinary people, so he can naturally see the appearance of two women. The two women are wearing clothes. The upper body is a thin gauze. It is almost transparent. A tight tube top can be seen inside, which restrains the plump breasts. The skirt is even shorter. only covering the buttocks. The between the legs are looming. Not to mention that in such an environment with a strong, ambiguous atmosphere, even if the lights are bright, the temptation of these two women is very big. They are not as beautiful and refined as Xiao Zhao, but they are more charming than Xiao Zhao. After all, Xiao Zhao has nothing to do with herself. Apart from her appearance and figure, she couldn't compare with these women. After they came in, naturally one sat in by Changxing's arms, wrapped his arms around his neck, and one attached to the Jingxi Mahjong devil's body. Even if they didn't make any special teasing actions, they could already make people excited. Not to mention the upcoming performances, just look at the unique beginning of the rich and powerful, and they already have the capital to seduce the guests to come again. The quality of accompany the young girl is good, and it is very attractive. No wonder it can become the hottest nightclub here. Husband, do you think those two little girls are very attractive? I'll accompany you. You regret it. Seeing Zhou Hao could see, Xiao Zhao suddenly whispered in Zhou Hao's ear. Zhou Hao wanted to tell the truth, but he felt that there was a small hand moving around his waist. He immediately became vigilant and quickly said seriously, "How is it possible? They are all professional, and they completely regard Bai Changxing and Jingxi Mahjong as goods. This is touting my own skills. How can I look at them?" His voice was even lower. Other than Xiao Zhao could not hear him. Xiao Zhao was satisfied with Zhou Hao's reaction. He smiled and said, "Look, the performance over there has already begun. I promised to surprise you. But my husband, you have to stay calm and don't think about it." While speaking, he gave a gentle breath in Zhou Hao's ear. Zhou Hao fought a cold war. This little girl is really a witch. The saint of the magic sect is a witch after all. She broke her body and began to learn to seduce men. Fortunately, Zhou Hao believes that Xiao Zhao will only seduce herself. Otherwise, she will be treated. I'm really worried. Although Xiao Zhao is his own woman and has always been called his husband, both of them know that the relationship between them can be maintained, but it is definitely not a husband and wife relationship. Now calling his own husband is only in Macau. Wait until Zhou Hao after leaving Macau. The two might not have such a name. At this time, she behaved like a jealous little woman, and she would not really interfere with Zhou Hao's freedom. From a certain perspective, she could satisfy a man's desire, although Xiao Zhao has never experienced any man. But still understand the truth. When Zhou Hao was thinking, his eyes turned to the outside unconsciously. There was a beam of light, like a spotlight on a stage. Generally, there would be performers here. He used to work in the entertainment industry in Hong Kong. Zhou Hao knew this very well. It's just that Macau's performance is a bit different this time. Actors did appear there, but they neither sang nor danced. Instead, there appeared a man and a woman, all wearing very little clothes, and women wearing even less than the accompaniment sister I just saw. Men, there is only a pair of small shorts, and depending on the situation, there is nothing inside. They are all very well built. The women's measurements are prominent. The whole queen is very sexy, and their faces are not bad. Just looking at her looks, even if they are not stronger than Xiao Zhao, they are also stronger than the two accompany sisters. The most important thing is Zhou Hao had to look more at the softness she posted on the actor's body. This is not to say how lustful Zhou Hao is, nor how beautiful a woman is. It really feels very special. Men and women linger together and tease each other. Zhou Hao has not experienced it, nor has it never seen it. It is just so true. It was the first time that I saw a couple of men and women in front of me, and they were not pure affection, but performance. Zhou Hao could even see the man's finger movement on the woman's chest, and he could also see the woman touching the man. As their movements became more and more intense, the clothes on the body are also decreasing. They don't have much clothes on them, and because they are specially designed, the opportunity is effortless. There is only a pair of trousers left on the woman, and there is no other fabric on the body. The top 2 points have been pushed up by the man, which can be seen. She was already excited, and the man was simpler. He didn't have any clothes at all. At this time, after being stripped off by the woman, the man's murder weapon was so exposed to the air. The ambiguous music is even more exciting to people's hearts, especially as the woman's small hand touches the key parts of the man. The man's action on the woman is more forceful, and between turning, Zhou Hao can even see the crystal clear light between the woman's legs. Underneath, even more lewdness. It was the first time that Zhou Hao saw other people perform so clearly. Even though the concentration was very good, Her heartbeat speeded up. At this moment, Xiao Zhao's breathing was gradually getting heavier. She sat next to Zhou Hao. On his body, it seemed that without Zhou Hao's physical support, he was already unstable. He also remembered at this time. It seemed to be a special performance. He had heard of it in his previous life. Some places in Macau would provide a performance for couples, but he did not expect that he would be here. I saw it. It was a reality show. No wonder the reaction of the three of them was so strange, and now Zhou Hao knew the reason. Zhou Hao didn't expect that Bai Changxing would take himself to watch this kind of performance. No wonder it has been mysterious. In fact, this kind of performance is full of curiosity, whether it is a male or a female, but it is really rare to see it in groups. But it's nothing. What they perform is not a pornographic service. It is completely artistic. It's just that this kind of live performance, placed in such an environment, will not make anyone feel artistic, only feel to be very lewd, especially when men and women are together. This is completely different from watching a movie with everyone. This is a live performance, and it is not far away. Zhou Hao feels that he can't calm down. Although his concentration is not very strong, he can at least resist the temptation. Now there is this. With the performance in front of him and Xiao Zhao by his side again, he couldn't control it. Originally, Xiao Zhao just leaned on him. Because the performance became more and more popular, Xiao Zhao didn't know when he had already fallen into Zhou Hao's arms. The two had already broken through that relationship. Weaker. The clothes of the two people on the stage have completely fallen on the ground, using a posture that allows everyone to see clearly, doing things familiar to everyone. And because of the atmosphere on the scene, it is even more exciting than usual. Human nerves. After all, Zhou Hao is an extremely master. Even in the face of such temptation, he can keep a trace of calmness. He just touched Xiao Zhao lightly, did not really do anything too much, and he was still in the mood to look at other people. At this time, Bai Changxing and Jingxi Mahjong Demon have already begun to wander away. The woman sitting in Bai Changxing's arms was already twisted, her legs straddling his body, and her body was constantly twisting. From Zhou Hao's point of view, we can see that she is now fully in the state. The short skirt below it's still on the body, but there is nothing inside. As for Bai Changxing, he was also very busy. One hand was rubbing on the woman's chest, and the other hand was hidden between the woman's legs. He knew what he was doing without asking, and the woman's mouth was open, and it seemed that it was difficult to breathe. Lie in Bai Changxing's arms and let him play. The Jingxi Mahjong Demon is not as easy to let go as Bai Changxing, but he has been stroking all over the woman, but has been staring at the performance outside. In this case, he can keep himself without being an orc, which is very rare. Worthy of his status as a first-class master. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. I really don't know whether I should blame Bai Changxing or thank him. I have never seen such a performance. Today is an eye-opener, but the situation is a bit special now. If the women are all accompany wine sisters, I don't mind being presumptuous with everyone. But now he has Xiao Zhao in his arms, and he doesn't want to declare adultery in public. Fortunately, he can also see that even though Xiao Zhao is the most beautiful of all women, he will not be noticed by other people at this time. They either focus on the field or on the woman in their arms. Zhou, as long as Hao controls his emotions, there will be no problems. Xiao Zhao has some internal strength because of the double cultivation with Zhou Hao, but after all, at this time, it is not only the internal strength that can stay awake. She leaned in Zhou Hao's arms, twisted very impatiently, and said softly, "My husband, how am I? It's hot. I want to undress. Let's go home. It's too hot here." Zhou Hao wanted to laugh. Xiao Zhao was not at all because of the heat in the house. It was entirely due to body heat. But even though Xiao Zhao usually behaved very sturdily, he would tempt himself from time to time. When it came to the critical moment, he was pure and cute. Zhou Hao didn't nod, just nodded. "Two brothers, I see this situation. I can't have a good drink today. I didn't expect you to invite me to see this. I'll go back first." Xiao Zhao is a little uncomfortable. Zhou Hao thought about it for a moment. Bai Changxing and Jingxi Mahjong Demon said. At this time, Bai Changxing and Jingxi Mahjong Demon were a little bit unable to control their situation, but if Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao were present, it would be inconvenient for everyone. Now Zhou Hao wants to leave, they really can't ask for it. Bai Changxing and Jingxi Mahjong Magic have both lived in Macau for many years. They have already prepared for this kind of live performance. They also feel that it's not a big deal. If Zhou Hao leaves, it will be more convenient. So they nodded in agreement. Seeing that the two of them had no objection, Zhou Hao picked up Xiao Zhao, smiled, and said goodbye to the two of them, turned around, and walked out of the private room, and walked outside of the rich man. In fact, when they came out of the private room, they would be a little more conspicuous. Everyone's attention is on the performance, and when they come out, they will be noticed by others. Although Zhou Hao is handsome and attractive, but in this kind of place, only beautiful women are the most noticeable, especially a beautiful woman like Xiao Zhao. Although she is comparable to the women around Zhou Hao, in the eyes of others, it is a stunning beauty. The women of the rich and powerful here are also considered beautiful women, but they are always slightly inferior to Xiao Zhao, especially now Xiao Zhao Qiao has a blushing face. Her cheeks are full of spring, and she is more charming by 3 points. As long as it is a man with a little taste will be attracted to her. Zhou Hao knew that Xiao Zhao would be very charming now, but she did not expect her charm to be so great. Even just passing by the door of other boxes, it attracted other attention, and the other party had the courage to come out. "Sir, please wait a moment. Our boss would like to buy you a drink. I hope you can save face." Two big men in black appeared in front of Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao. They looked like bodyguards. They stopped Zhou Hao and got straight to the point. "Tao." Zhou Hao didn't answer their words, but followed their hands and looked into the private room. There were 3 people sitting inside, all in their 20s. Everyone had a woman in their arms, and almost all of their clothes were stripped off. Now, their eyes are focused on their own side. More accurately, they should be looking at Xiao Zhao in their arms. The flame in their eyes, even Zhou Hao, who was outside, could tell that these 3 people were slightly drunk, and it was not the first time they had done something like this. Zhou Hao sneered in his heart. These 3 people are really looking for death, and they are fine to trouble themselves. Before Zhou Hao spoke, Xiao Zhao already said in disgust, "Go away, don't stand in the way here, we don't know who your boss is, and we are not interested in drinking with him, and we don't need to save face." She had a fire in her heart, although she was not angry, but now, because someone blocked the way, she naturally vented her anger and spoke rudely. She was also a smart woman, and she could understand what Zhou Hao could see. "I was anxious to leave. Those men actually dared to beat their own ideas. They were really scolding. As a saint of the demon sect, when did Xiao Zhao suffer a loss? Not to mention that he is now a martial artist. I'm not afraid of anyone." Xiao Zhao's words are not polite, and the bodyguard's face is naturally hard to look, and he said in a deep voice, "This lady, you have to think clearly that our boss is not an ordinary person. He wants to buy you a drink. It is your honor. Don't toast. We don't want to use strong alcohol." Zhou Hao shook his head and laughed. "You are still planning to use it. Isn't your boss asking us to have a drink? Your attitude seems wrong." "Hey, sir, you still haven't figured out the situation. If you accept the invitation, our boss will invite you to have a drink. If you disagree, we will not invite you, but must ask you to go." Withstand the words, he with a smile. Xiao Zhao snorted and said angrily, "What is your boss? Whoever doesn't agree to what he said, you want to deal with whom? In Macau, your boss speaks best. I really don't know who has such great skills in Macau. Are they still the king of heaven and I can't do it?" When she said this, she was completely angry, and thinking of some common plots of bullying men and women in movies. She couldn't help saying it in one breath. This made Zhou Hao almost laughed. And the big guy on the opposite side didn't laugh, but said very seriously, "I'm sorry, this lady, you are right. Our boss is indeed the king of Macau. As long as our boss says one thing, no matter who you are in Macau, you must give him some face. If you don't give him face, don't stay in Macau any longer." His words made Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao stunned. The only person in Macau who can be the king is He Hong's son, the gambling king. Now the 3 young people here claim to be the kings of Macau. Kind of. Their dazed expressions were in the eyes of the big man, thinking that they were all suppressed by their own words, turned to look at his boss, and seemed a little impatient. He knew that the boss was not satisfied with him. "You too. Do you want to understand? If you want to continue living in Macau, it is best to know who can offend and who should not offend, or follow us obediently and have a drink with our boss." The big man was anxious, but still solemnly said. Zhou Hao, who was planning to leave, suddenly had a heart attack. He smiled and stopped Xiao Zhao, who wanted to speak, and said to the big man, "Well, Since your boss is so kind, let's have a drink. The big man smiled contemptuously in his heart. The boy toasted and fined himself. At this time, the performance on stage was still going on, but their bodyguards could only be watched. There is no way to accompany a young girl, but he can be a bodyguard. The concentration of the people in the world will be much stronger than the average person and will not be affected by the environment. Xiao Zhao didn't know what Zhou Hao's idea was, but since he agreed to go in for a drink, he would just follow him. With Zhou Hao's strength, she could only count others and not suffer. She was actually a little curious. She dared to claim to be what is the identity of the young man of the King of Macau? The two followed the big man into the private room. At this time, the three young men boldly played with the women around them. Although they hadn't really started yet, they were almost there, and there was not much clothes left on them. When Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao entered the private room, the three young men inside were already out of shape. They stretched out their hands and touched the drinking sister who was in their arms, but their attention was focused on Xiao Zhao who came in, as if they couldn't wait. Swallow her into the stomach. Xiao Zhao looked at them in disgust. She and Zhou Hao thought about the same thing. She just wanted to see who these three people were. As for the cheapness, they would definitely not be able to take it, let alone Zhou Hao by his side, even if he was not there. Now Xiao Zhao's ability will not necessarily suffer. The big man who had stopped Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao walked to the middle of the young man and said respectfully, "Brother Hung, people have already been brought to you. This kid and that woman don't seem to be honest. If you're not satisfied, we can teach them first." "Hey, don't worry. You wait for me to talk to them first. This thing can't be used blindly, then it's boring. I don't think they are idiots. Just stand on one side of you." The young man stretched out his hand and thought. The big man who wanted to behave looked at Xiao Zhao with a squint. The big man just wanted to show himself. Since the boss understood what he meant, he didn't try to behave. He stood obediently and watched his boss speak. The young man's eyes have never seen Zhou Hao, just staring at Xiao Zhao. It seems that in his eyes, Zhou Hao is the heir, and only Xiao Zhao is the focus of his eyes. But it's no wonder that at this time, such an environment here, only women are normal in the eyes of men. "This little sister, I am in a good mood today. I would like to invite you to have a drink. If you don't mind, please introduce yourself. We can be regarded as meeting one, don't you think?" The young man said straight to the point, without the slightest wordy. Xiao Zhaoqiang resisted the urge to rush over to beat him, and said with a straight face, "Since you want to invite me to drink, you also want me to introduce myself. Don't you know who you want to introduce yourself?" "I don't know. We'll contact people who don't have a name, am I right?" The big man's face changed, and he said angrily, "You dare to talk to our brother Hung like this, you really?" Before he finished speaking, the young man reached out his hand and stopped him. He smiled and said, "Sure enough, this is what I like. It looks like I have a good vision. Then I will let you know. My name is He Xiaoing. My friends call me Hung Xiao. I am more agreeable with you, so you can call me Hung Brother." Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao looked at each other, and they saw a glimmer of surprise in each other's eyes. No wonder they dared to call themselves the King of Macau. Although he did not say about his relationship with Ho Hun's son, they could also guess that it seems that He Hun's son is in Macau. The forces are really big enough to guard against the sky. He Xiaohing didn't know the identities of Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao. Seeing that they were silent, he thought they were stunned by their names. They were happy. He had been in Macau for so many years, and he didn't know how many things he could do with his uncle's name. This beauty is about to enter her arms. He is also a well-informed person, but a beauty like Xiao Zhao is still very rare. When he thinks that he can put such a beauty under his body and play with it, he immediately became interested and unconsciously rubbed his hands on the woman in his arms. Pinching it up caused her to groan louder, and he felt that he was stronger. It was just beyond his expectation that Zhou Hao was supposed to retreat immediately. Xiao Zhao gave him a hug. After a glance at each other, Xiao Zhao and Zhou Hao wanted to go outside. Xiao Zhao also said, "It's a trash from the He family. I thought it was a big man." Zhou Hao is also not very interested. For He Hongsen's family, except for his wife He Shuyun, he really didn't find anything worth seeing. He had seen the children of his family before, and he had no impression of the young people in front of him. It shows that his status in the He family must also be average. Since even He Hongsen's immediate family members are not counted, what else can attract Zhou Hao's attention? He thought he could be an outstanding person. Now that he knows the result, It is really disappointing and curiosity is gone. He feels no need to stay on. He thought very clearly. He didn't put He Xiaoheng in his eyes at all, but at this time, He Xiaoheng put Zhou Hao in his eyes. It was the first time that he was so ignored. This kid is too shameless, especially that little girl. What do you mean? I look down on myself. Stop. Who told you to leave? Since you are here, don't think about going so easily. Grandma, no one has ever been so arrogant in front of me. He Xiaoheng suddenly patted the table and stood up angrily. Hey, it seems that young Master Hung doesn't plan to let us leave like this. I don't know how you want to let us go. Zhou Hao squinted at He Xiaoheng and said with a smile. He Xiaoheng snorted coldly. It's easy to want to leave. The man dries the bottle of wine, and the woman stays to play with our brothers. Then the benefits will naturally be yours. The table is full of bottles of red wine. Let alone an ordinary person with such a bottle of wine. Even a person with a good drinker would not be able to stand firm and become popular after drinking. This guy clearly didn't want Zhou Hao to stand out. Not to mention the following sentence. If a man goes out and leaves a woman behind, the result will be known without asking. Before Zhou Hao spoke, Xiao Zhao already said angrily. It's just a prodigal son of the He family. You are so arrogant. I really don't know what luck He Hongsen has not been dealt with for so many years. You want to keep me? Just leave me. What do you think you are? She endured the anger for a long time, and she couldn't suppress it at all. No matter who He Xiaoheng was from He Hongsun, she directly scolded He Hongsun, and there was no fear in her tone, but full of contempt. If He Xiaoheng is in a sober state, he won't be so wasteful. Naturally, he can hear Xiao Zhao's tone, knowing that she is definitely not easy. She didn't take her patron He Hongsen seriously, but now he has drunk a lot. And beauty is currently, how can it shrink? Smelly girl, you are quite stiff. I will let you know why I want to keep you. After speaking, he waved his hand to the big guys, and then reached out and pressed the woman's head in his arms to his hip. He instructed, First let me vent the fire. This woman really makes me irritable. The performances outside continued, but the room was already at war. He Xiaoheng completely ignored the presence of everyone, and directly let the woman serve him, enjoying the woman's verbal service. It seemed that he was in a better mood, but his desire for Xiao Zhao was stronger. The eyes are full of greed. After he waved to the big guys had already taken out their pistols. All four of them had pistols in their hands. The black muzzles pointed at Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao, as if they were going to shoot as long as they disagreed. You can see that this is not a joke. Well, stinky girl, can you see what they have in their hands? Do you know why I am so sure of leaving you? I guess no matter how good you are, you can't be incapable of shooting. Hurry up and follow what I said. Do. The man goes to drink the wine, and then crawl out. I will not stop you. The woman will come to take over her work. I can wait for you. He Xiaoheng proudly dragged the woman below, shaking ugly things, waiting for Xiao Zhao to come over. Zhou Hao has experienced a lot, but this is the first time for such an arrogant and unscrupulous person. Zhou Hao laughed so furiously that he grabbed Xiao Zhao, who was already eager to rush over, and said in a deep voice, He Xiaoheng, you really show your face shameless. In that case, you can enjoy the services of others, but I don't know if you will feel comfortable. Huh? What do you mean? Do you want to surrender? Want a drink? Let a woman serve me. Huh? You have been like this. Then everyone is happy. Why suffer? It is a pity that you are late. He Xiaoheng is one first. Frozen, and then reacted, thinking that Zhou Hao had been subdued. Zhou Hao didn't get angry. He just fixedly looked at the four bodyguards holding the guns and said with some regret, You could have been good bodyguards. You had to be dogs for him. It's really disappointing. In that case, I will fulfill you. After speaking, before they could react, Zhou Hao had already flexed his fingers a few moments of energy. Originally, with the strength of his supreme master, it was completely possible to issue a sword-like attack with his fingers, just because of this internal force. It is very difficult to put out, and the distance is limited. However, since Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao double repaired, their internal strength has increased, and they suddenly become more fierce. In this way, a few consecutive finger powers popped out, and it easily hit the hands of several big men with pistols, as if their wrists were when the bullet hit. A blood hole appeared on his wrist. The wrist was injured, and the pistols in their hands landed naturally, and their movements were neat and uniform. They directly held their wrists with the other hand and wailed. Zhou Hao hated them for being a tiger and had already severed their veins. Even if it is cured, it will be in the future. If you can't use too much effort, you will be considered a waste. Zhou Hao's finger force has 5 points, 4 of which were given to these big gunmen, and the other one was naturally given to the mastermind, He Xiaoheng this time. This guy has always been arrogant, and obviously not the first. Zhou Hao is not a person with a strong sense of justice for bullying men and women for the second time. But since the other party has bullied himself, how can he teach him a lesson? This energy is the strongest among the 5 realms. The other 4 can penetrate people's wrists. Naturally, he won't be relaxed now. This ray of his finger power is directly exposed by He Xiaoheng. On a certain key part, that place was like a layer of window paper, which was directly punctured by Zhou Hao. He Xiaoheng only saw Zhou Hao flick his hands a few times, still sneer in his heart. You think you have magical powers with your fingers, but as a result, you feel the heart-piercing pain between your legs. You can't let him think about it. Screamed consciously. Zhou Hao ruthlessly abolished He Xiaoheng and several of his bodyguards. Although the parts they had spent were different, they were enough to shock everyone. The 2 young men who had been playing together couldn't sit still. Before, I just watched with the mentality of watching the excitement and sharing a cup of soup. At this time, Zhou Hao made a move to hurt people. One of the young people suddenly yelled, "Smelly boy, you don't want to live anymore. Even our young master Hung dare hurt." Then he turned his head and said to the few big guys who didn't hold a gun, "You are all dead. Hurry up and see Hing Xiao's injuries, go to the hospital, and call someone right away." This young man looks about the same age as He Xiaoheng, but he is not like an ordinary prodigal. He arranges things in an orderly manner. At least at this time, he doesn't show much confusion. The other young man is much worse. He is dressed and has retired to the bodyguard. In the middle, for fear that Zhou Hao would hurt him. Zhou Hao watched them and left in no hurry. He Xiaoheng must have been scrapped. He was very confident in his previous finger. At least He Xiaoheng is now empty between his legs. No matter how advanced medicine is, he doesn't hope to restore the functions of men. Hearing what the young man said, he immediately came to He Xiaoheng's side. He just took a look and grinned and said to the young man who gave orders, "Boss, Xiaoheng is not going to work. There is nothing wrong with this life, but he may not be able to do it in his next life. Man, what should I do? Trash, what to do? Call an ambulance and save Hung Xiao's life." The young man had already anticipated the result and was not particularly nervous. He urged his subordinates to do something, then calmed down and asked Zhou Hao, "Brother, you which way is it?" Even Xiaoheng dared to hurt him. "Don't you know how good the gambling king, He Hongsun, is?" Zhou Hao was so impressed with this young man. After he knew his strength, he could still face himself so calmly. Over time, he would definitely achieve something. The young man didn't provoke him. Zhou Hao didn't plan to take him. "How about it?" With a smile, Zhou Hao said indifferently, "Of course I know the king of gambling, He Hongsun, but the king of gambling is the king of gambling, and He Xiaoheng is He Xiaoheng. I scrapped a waste. Could the gambling king really dare to trouble me? If I don't abolish him, he will ask people to abolish me. How can I wait and die?" The young man ignored Zhou Hao's words, but Enin smiled and said, "Boy, what you said is quite reasonable, but these days, you can't get along with reasoning. He Hongsun and He Xiaoheng are indeed not the same person, but they fight dogs. It all depends on the master, not to mention that Hung Xiao is still the nephew of the gambling king, He Hongsun. You are now the guilty plea. Maybe there is still a chance, otherwise Macau will be the last place in your life." Zhou Hao decided to take a look at the young man. The temperament of this young man was different from the other 2. Both of them were obviously children of the rich family. He Xiaoheng was even more typical of a dude who bullied a man and a girl. This young man revealed one thing. Zhou Hao has seen such a temperamental young man in I Xiaodong in Hong Kong. Although he doesn't know what his identity is, Zhou Hao, based on his own feeling, is sure that this young man must also belong to a mixed society. As for which power in Macau, he can't be sure. At this time, Xiao Zhao dragged Zhou beside him. "Hose clothes. Husband, I thought about it. The guy on the other side is not too young, and he is almost catching up with He Hun Sen's nephew, but no one is good Hun's son in Macau." Xiao Zhao's voice was very low. Only Zhou Hao could hear. Before Zhou Hao could speak, Xiao Zhao had already spoken. The 14K branch of Hong Kong is also in Macau. This guy is the godson of the 14K branch master Gue Wangdong. He is also considered one of the underworld figures among the younger generation. His name is Song Biao. Although his name is a bit vulgar, his strength is not weak. Hearing what Xiao Zhao said, Zhou Hao really looked at Sang Biao more. He is not one of the kind of martial arts masters, but it is true that the ground snake in Macau does not know how strong he is than by Changshan. Thinking of this, he whispered, Zhao Dao, how does this person's strength compare to Lifelong and your demon cult? The magic sect is incomparable with them. The magic sect is basically a legitimate business now. If it is in terms of business, of course the magic sect is strong, but they are a society and can cause us a lot of trouble. There is no big way, but they don't dare to provoke us easily. Xiao Zhao wrinkled and explained in detail. As for Bai Changsheng, I don't know his specific strength, but according to my guess, Bai Changsheng's strength is only above him. After all, Bai Changsheng is deliberately trying to bring down He Hong's son. His strength has reached a very strong level. It's not comparable to this kind of small society. After a pause, Xiao Zhao continued. After hearing Xiao Zhao's words, Zhou Hao knew in his heart that 14K is not the strongest society in Hong Kong. Now a branch in Macau will naturally not be as strong, and if Sang Biao knows who he is, he will definitely not. Talk to yourself like that. Maybe ordinary people don't know what kind of relationship there is between Hong Kong stock, Zhou Hao and so many societies in Hong Kong. The heads of the major societies must be very clear that Macau is so close to Macau, they have no reason not to know. He and Xiao Zhao were whispering, feeling that he was being ignored, and suddenly angrily said, Hey, that kid. You abolished He Hongson's nephew. How about you have to explain, Macau? This place, not everyone can come to the wild. Zhou Hao turned his head and said sternly, I don't care what your relationship is with He Hong's son. You'd better not intervene in this matter, let alone the strength of the people behind you. As far as the current situation is concerned, I want abolishing you is just a finger move. You should know that some people cannot be offended. Sang Biao was just why Xiaoheng was in his head, but he was not a foolish fool. Seeing Zhou Haohen's face, he felt a little guilty in his heart. Zhou Hao had abolished He Xiaoheng and the 4 big guys before. He saw them all, but he didn't know what Zhou Hao did. When I arrive, this ability is beyond ordinary people's understanding. After thinking for a while, Sang Biao said, Today you have the advantage. You can be arrogant, but after you leave here today, you must be prepared to accept the revenge from the He family to see if you can leave Macau safely. Zhou Hao smiled and said without fear, You only need to take care of your people, and it's best not to let your trouble me. Otherwise I won't mind turning you into a useless person. As for the family's affairs, then it depends on their abilities. Anyway, He Xiaoheng has been abolished by me. Anyone who wants to retaliate against me depends on their abilities. Sang Biao knew that Zhou Hao could not be stopped today, and the ambulance was coming right away. At this time, the outside performance had ended. Sang Biao had already sent someone to notify the rich man's manager when there was an accident. The performance ended here today. Everything that happened here, except for the rich man's manager, the other boxes didn't know at all. They were still obsessed with previous performances. Many people were busy releasing their most primitive desires. How could they know what happened here? Big thing. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao didn't want to stay here for a long time. Under the gazes of Sang Biao and the other young man, they left the box of the rich man. No one stopped him this time. People are always like this. Only once they are afraid of being beaten. Know that some people cannot provoke themselves. After Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao passed this incident, the flames they had caused before had already been extinguished. They didn't rush back home to make friends. They looked interestingly at Sang Biao, the young man, and other big guys, and everyone's eyes were full of anger, but a little timid. Xiao Zhao looked at the men next to her. Her pride soared. She felt that the most correct choice she had made in her life was to be with Zhou Hao. In modern society, facing the bodyguards with guns, she still leaves so calmly. Those people with modern weapons and hatred, he dare not act rashly. Zhou Hao is only in his early 20s, but he already has such a deterrent power. If he doesn't have to do anything for another 10 or 20 years, it will be enough to make them afraid to be enemies. She is really Zhou Hao now. Proud. When the two left the rich man, Xiao Zhao suddenly patted his chest and smiled. Husband, you are so amazing. Those guys were so frightened by you that no one dared to do anything. The usual fierceness is gone. Zhou Hao also smiled and said, These people are used to spreading their teeth and claws on weekdays, but when they really meet someone who is better than them, they can't be tough. They are all people who rely on modern weapons, and they still have their weapons. Useless. It is tantamount to a beast with no toothed beasts, empty, with animal nature and no ability. Xiao Zhao understood Zhou Hao's meaning and smiled charmingly. Husband, do you mean that you are both animalistic and capable? Then I am not very dangerous. Zhou Hao didn't expect to speak well. Xiao Zhao actually started to seduce himself, especially the charming eyes, like a little hand that moved his heartstrings, and the flames that had just subsided a little bit burned again. This chick is really a restless stunner. She seduced herself the first time, and now she does it again. Zhou Hao naturally didn't resist Xiao Zhao's seduction. She was originally her own woman. If she had to resist at this time, she would be a little short-sighted. Little girl, this is what you asked for yourself. I'm going to be beastly today. Zhou Hao's heart became angry, and he took Xiao Zhao's hand and said in a deep voice. Xiao Zhao made a weak look and said, Husband, don't you want to be wild? I am so weak. How can I stand your ravages? Please be gentle, okay? Zhou Hao took a deep breath and said helplessly, This is the street. Can we not be here? Do we want to go home? Xiao Zhao smiled sweeter. Husband, I just know this is because you can't do anything on the street. That's why. You bear it, oops. Before the words were finished, she was already caught by Zhou Hao. He picked it up and ran toward the garage. Regardless of Xiao Zhao's resistance, Zhou Hao hugged her directly into the car. He did not bring Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu with him when he came. They drove by themselves. Zhou Hao's driving skills are naturally good. Now they are in a car. Audi. Zhou Hao has his own preference for cars. He does not like cool sports cars like ordinary young people. He wants to keep a low profile in Macau. The only suitable cars for him are Audi and Volkswagen. Relatively speaking, Audi is better than Volkswagen. More high-end. Zhou Hao drove an Audi this time. The atmospheric body and the spacious space are enough for Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao to do anything in it. This is probably one of the reasons Zhou Hao chose this car. Of course, he will not admit that he always thinks he chooses such a car, but because it is low-key and comfortable enough. After Zhou Hao took Xiao Zhao into the car, he threw himself on her, stroking her body, and teasing him as he touched him. Little fairy, you still seduce me, no? You really think I don't go home? Just take it. There is nothing you can do. There is no one here anymore. Xiao Zhao's has been suppressed for a long time, and now it's already out of control. Under Zhou Hao's domineering aggression, he breathlessly said, I just want to seduce. I will make you uncontrollable. I like to see you crazy for me. I am very happy for you like this. Oh, don't touch that. Zhou Hao didn't get angry either. He smiled, took his hand from between Xiao Zhao's legs. There was something crystal clear on it. Took his hand in front of Xiao Zhao. He laughed. Little girl, you said to seduce me. I think you are no better than me. How strong. Look at what it is. You can't control it. Although Xiao Zhao was boldly teasing Zhou Hao, but seeing Zhou Hao like this, he still couldn't help his body getting hot. His pretty face was hot and softly annoyed. You're really a badass. I seduce you. Can I just think about it? If I don't invest, how can you be seduced by me? Anyway, you are broken. Zhou Hao laughed and planned to take off Xiao Zhao's clothes. Xiao Zhao directly held Zhou Hao's hand and said vigilantly, It's not right. It seems that someone has come here, and it's not alone. Xiao Zhao's reminder surprised Zhou Hao. If it was in normal times, Zhou Hao's vigilance was enough to detect anything wrong, and now he needs Xiao Zhao's reminder. It can be seen that his vigilance is not enough. He looked out the window. It's leaning over, and a group of people is coming around. These are all young and dangerous clothes, holding all kinds of weapons, baseball bats, and someone holding a machete. In such a short time, dozens of people have gathered. What is the origin of these people? Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao can know without thinking. Unexpectedly, this funeral movement was quite fast. I called a lot of people in a few minutes. It seems that we can't do what we want here. Zhou Hao glanced at the people slowly surrounding him, smiled, and said to Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao squeezed Zhou Hao and said with a grin, I told you to trick you. Now naturally someone comes to trouble you and prevents you from succeeding. Now let's do it. Or leave. Zhou Hao was not to be outdone. He rubbed Xiao Zhao's towering chest and stared. You have some internal strength, so you are ready to move with others. You didn't see them all holding murder weapons. If you are not careful, you just have to be caught by them. If you hit once, you will be seriously injured if you are not sure. Xiao Zhao indifferently shook his head and smiled. It's okay. I believe you will protect me. If I am really in danger, you must protect me in time. I have confidence in you, my master. Come on, don't take the risk. So many people surround us. Although there are no masters, but because they are not masters, they really do. Just do everything. If I don't pay attention, you will be injured. Zhou Hao sat up straight and said while starting the car, Get up, buckle your seat belts. We are going to fly out. These people are just young and dangerous. They should be on the surface. Song Biao knows how good I am. Let them come. It is pure cannon fodder. I believe they are sure if you have a backhand. Let's see what they are thinking, he said, stepping on the accelerator. Audi is not a sports car, so the starting speed is naturally not fast. However, under the operation of a master with a very strong driving skill like Zhou Hao, the starting time has been shortened as much as possible. The car roared and rushed out, completely regardless of the person in front of it. Just rush out. The young and dangerous boys didn't expect Zhou Hao to act decisively and immediately drove out. When their boss ordered to do it, they especially told him that Zhou Hao's skill is good. Everyone should be careful. These young and dangerous boys are also human. Dare to fight and kill does not mean that they are not afraid of death. The car is so aggressive that no one dares to stop it, shouting and finally giving way. Zhou Hao drove the car and rushed out of the underground garage, also out of the encirclement of young and dangerous. This Sang Biao doesn't know what to think, and he can come up with such a mentally handicapped method. I really plan to use these young and dangerous boys to keep us. Is it a bit whimsical? Xiao Zhao looked at the crowd going away. Can't help but sneer at the nose. Zhou Hao drove the car, listening to her saying this, and laughed. Of course, Sang Biao can't just arrange such a few people. They are simply the smoke that confuses us. The real thing is on both sides. Following Zhou Hao's words, Xiao Zhao seeing the place passing by Zhou Hao, he drove 4 cars quickly. These 4 cars are all black Lexus cars, and their performance is not worse than that of Zhou Hao's Audi. They are not in a hurry. They just follow Zhou Hao steadily, but even if Xiao Zhao does not know how to track people, can guess their goals. This is just like a plot often appearing in movies. Their car was followed by people, and it was 4 cars. When passing through no man's land, there might be chasing scenes. Not only did Xiao Zhao not worry about this. I feel very excited. I seem to have become the heroine of the movie. Any girl has a star dream. Although a girl like Xiao Zhao has been designated as a saint of the demon sect since she was a child, her life is quite monotonous. She has never experienced such exciting things. She has enough confidence in Zhou Hao. Believe that he will not let others hurt himself. Now there is only excitement. Why are you so excited? People are following us. Maybe they will hit us with a car in a while. Zhou Hao looked at the car behind him in the rearview mirror, turned his head, and asked Xiao Zhao strangely. Xiao Zhao smiled and said, Of course I know, but this kind of thing has only been seen in movies. I didn't expect to experience it personally. I was naturally excited. This is not something that everyone can have the opportunity to encounter. Believe that you can protect me, and you won't let me down, right? Zhou Hao shook his head. He knows so many women, probably except Situ Jianying and Yang Jiabao. None of them will be so crazy. Xiao Zhao is pure excitement and has nothing to do with his own skills. If it were Li Shuihan and Hongya, it would be Yi Gao. Bold, this chick just likes excitement. That being the case, Zhou Hao is also rare to go crazy. When the steering wheel is turned, since they want to chase the car, give them a chance. Zhou Hao's car quickly goes to the suburbs. He is not particularly familiar with Macau, but he also knows the suburbs of Macau. There is the kind of track we prepare for racing. Macau's black market car races are very famous in Hong Kong, and even more gambling than Hong Kong. After all, Macau is a gambling city, but this kind of racing races are generally held at night. During the day, there are few such tracks. It's the night, and there will definitely be someone holding a racing race there. Maybe it's a motorcycle or a car. No matter what the car is, Zhou Hao intends to get in today. Unfortunately, the car he drives is not a sports car. If you change it to sports cars, the effect should be better. But Zhou Hao, after all, is different from ordinary people. The ultimate master is not only reflected in martial arts, but also much better than ordinary people in the control of many things. Otherwise, he can't learn the skills of gambling in such a short time. The same goes for driving. Technically, Zhou Hao is also top. He has the ability to react and maneuver beyond the average person. He can change the direction of the car in an instant, and can also do it in an instant, making the car turn at an angle that ordinary people can't imagine. As long as the quality of the car is not bad, it will not be too delayed. Zhou Hao can use Audi cars to run out of ordinary sports cars. These Xiao Zhao didn't know, and those who followed Zhou Hao naturally didn't know. When they saw Zhou Hao driving towards the outskirts of the city, they immediately became enraged. This is really a way to heaven. You don't go. Has no way. If you break in, don't blame brother, they are cruel. At first, the above command was just to follow Zhou Hao well to see what this guy came from. Of course, sending so many brothers at once, in addition to tracking, also took the opportunity to clean up him. Now this guy has created such a good opportunity for everyone. If you can't cherish it, everyone feels a little sorry for God's arrangement. Watching the car coming by, Zhou Hao's mouth unconsciously showed a cold smile. If these people don't want to die, Zhou Hao won't really deal with them. Since these people followed without hesitation, they can only say they are I found myself dead. Zhou Hao is not a young man who has never seen the world. Since his rebirth, countless people have died in his hands. The people in these cars are like ants in his eyes, if it weren't for Xiao Zhao to experience the excitement. I don't need to spend so much time and effort. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao unconsciously touched Xiao Zhao next to her, stroking it on her leg, and said with a smile, Xiao Zhao, you see these people have followed, and I guess they may have guns in their hands. Are you afraid? Xiao Zhao was touched by Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao had a ridiculous smile at this time. The unspeakable evil was full of a special charm. Xiao Zhao's eyes were blurred, but he was very firm. Said, don't be afraid. As long as you are by my side, I am not afraid of anything. After hearing Xiao Zhao's words, Zhou Hao smiled proudly. Well said. As long as I'm here, they won't be a problem at all. I will see how the drivers in Macau are driving today. He now seems to be back in his previous life. He once saw a movie, Initial D, starring Jay Chou, in which he is a car, and Zhou Hao is like that driver now. He seems to be able to see the slow, every movement of the car can be clearly reflected in the mind. The speed of the car is constantly improving, but he himself is still calm. When his car reaches the outskirts, the speed is almost 200, which is quite fast for Audi cars, and as he enters the ring line, the speed of the car remained unchanged, so just bypassed. His crazy way of driving made the cars that followed him complain. They didn't expect that the person they were following was actually a racing enthusiast. They couldn't help cursing. Damn, why don't you drive a sports car and break the car? Audi came out. Everyone's judgment was wrong now. The person next to him drove and said angrily, has this guy's car been modified? How can anyone drive an Audi? This is a comfortable car. Is this a joke? Although complaining, they can only bite the bullet to keep up. The four-person car is not a sports car. If it is driven to 200, it is difficult to control, but the boss's command is still in his ears, and no one dares to take it lightly. In the event of being punished by gang rules, it would be worse than death. Zhou Hao's Huanshan Road is the outer lane of some underground car races. When he turned a few laps and reached halfway up the mountain, there were already many young and dangerous boys and little sisters gathered here, with weird costumes and strange appearances, and they stopped. Many cars and motorcycles are now betting. Xiao Zhao saw what they looked like and said to Zhou Hao, husband, we seem to have caught up with the underground car race. The people here are racers and money gambling players. Should we change the road? It may be very dangerous here. Zhou Hao smiled indifferently. In my opinion, it's the same everywhere. It's fun to watch here. Why don't we participate in the game together? Race against them. Husband, our car is not good. Although this Audi is good, it is not a special sports car. These people have good skills in racing cars all the year round. The cars are generally modified. We bet against them. I definitely won't win. Isn't this a loss? Xiao Zhao was surprised and quickly discouraged. Zhou Hao smiled confidently, looked at the rearview mirror with his eyes twinkling, and then said, this is called a surprise victory. You can't even think that I will do it. Naturally, the people behind can't think of it. Don't they like chasing us? They chase enough. Don't worry. If you are not sure, how can I come to the car? He speaks very confidently, but in fact he has never participated in such a competition at all. He did this only to pursue excitement. He was driven by Xiao Zhao and rarely wanted to be crazy. Xiao Zhao looked at the four cars that were still following. understood Zhou Hao's thoughts, clenched his fist, and said, "Husband, just do as you say. Let them like to chase and enter the race." "Come on, husband." Zhou Hao smiled slightly. The car turned the steering wheel and plunged directly into the crowd. He stopped the car in the most crowded place without getting out of the car. As many young and dangerous boys were watching, Zhou Hao said loudly, "Hey, who is the person in charge here? Come out and say something." All the people present are young and dangerous, usually arrogant and domineering, but today I saw even more arrogant. Such an uninvited guest driving an Audi car unexpectedly came up to talk to his eldest brother. He is either crazy or dependent. The young and dangerous boys first surrounded Zhou Hao's car, and then a dark-skinned young man in a denim uniform walked out, gave Zhou Hao a stern look, and then said, "Who are you, me? It's called a fei. I have the final say in this piece. What can I do?" Zhou Hao looked at him, then looked around, confirming that a fei is probably the boss here, and then smiled and said, "Brother A Fei, I want to ask, is there a race car here? If you bet on it, what is the highest bet, and what are the odds?" A fei's eyes brightened. They held a black market car race for nothing more than making money. This kid drove an Audi. Whether he was participating in the race or placing a bet, he would give himself money. Those who come to participate in the race, this car will definitely not win. In his eyes, Zhou Hao today is definitely a fat sheep, a not-so-satisfied rich man, who has nothing to do to join in the fun, especially since there is a beautiful girl in his car, most likely the kind of person who is taking care of himself. To this kind of fat sheep giving money, Yelfy's attitude is naturally much better, and he smiled and said, "We do have a race here today. The highest bet has already been opened, which is 1 million. According to the drivers, the strength is determined, and the biggest odds are 1 to 3. Zhou Hao thought for a while and said with a smile, "Well, what is your reputation? Well, the odds come out, and you won't admit it if you lose." He didn't care about the angry eyes of the young and dangerous. He still finished the question. He was completely like a young man who knew nothing, and he was not afraid of death. The more so, the happier Ah Fei said with a smile, "Please don't worry about this. We are absolutely guaranteed credibility. If you win, we will give you the amount of money. But one thing, it must be cash. After all, this car race is not protected by law. If you run away from your order, where can we find you?" Zhou Hao seemed to be considering gains and losses, whether it was appropriate, and then he paused. "You see, if this will work, I will bet my own people here. When I came, I didn't bring cash. As long as the game is over, if I lose, I will get the cash and people will wait here, can I?" A Fei was upset at first, but when he looked at the girl next to Zhou Hao, this chick is really pretty. If he really escapes, pressing this chick here will also make the brothers feel refreshed. He nodded. "If it's okay to bet people here, but you have to convince us that you can afford it." How could Zhou Hao not know what his plan was, and smiled. "Of course, if I can't even guarantee this, what competitions I will participate in." When he said, he completely regarded himself as a contestant. He leads. In fact, A Fei initially thought Zhou Hao was just betting and would not participate in the game. Pointing his finger at the 4 cars behind him, Zhou Hao said to A Fei, "Did you see? Each of the 4 cars is worth at least 400,000 yuan, right? I will bet these 4 cars and people here, if I lost the game and I went to withdraw the money. If you don't worry about it, just take the car away. I only put them 4 cars and mortgage 1 million. When Zhou Hao came over, the other young and dangerous boys naturally noticed the 4 Lexus, but they had been parked in the distance and did not come over. They naturally thought that this was Zhou Hao's bodyguard or entourage. Hearing this, everyone is more sure. Although he has never experienced such a thing, Yelfy's account is pretty good. A Lexus of this model is worth at least 500,000. Even if it can't be measured by the price of a new car, the value of 4 cars is more than 1.5 million. Yes, now this Kaizi is only priced at 1 million. If he loses and runs away, he will make money by taking these 4 cars himself. Human beings will always lower their vigilance when facing temptation. If Zhou Hao really mortgaged at the original price, A Fei would have doubts, but in the face of this temptation of interest, A Fei's vigilance fell, and he took it for granted that the car behind, it really belongs to Zhou Hao. Thinking of this, A Fei looked embarrassed and said, "Brother, you have never had a gambling method like this. I don't think it is appropriate. You see, brothers are not satisfied. You are like this." He said, giving the brothers a wink. The young and dangerous boys all glared. Zhou Hao smiled to his heart, but said with a little fear on his face, "Why don't you do this? I'll take 800,000 yuan. If I lose, I'll use 800,000 yuan and take these 4 cars to you and wait for me. Take cash to redeem. What do you think?" Fei was delighted that this person was indeed a triumphant. He was so scared that he lost another 200,000 yuan. If he loses then, who will give him the chance to redeem the car and sell it directly? At least it is half of the profit. Make up your mind that ALFY will definitely not let these cars run away. Well, since you want to participate in the race so much, I will accept you. But you will have to redeem the car when the race is over, in case you lose. We just run a racing casino, and there is no way to deal with the car for you. This kind of mortgage, it can be regarded as an exception. Fei said embarrassedly. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao naturally knew that Fei was pretending to be able to open a peripheral casino here. If you can't sell a few cars, who can believe it, unless it is really stupid? It's just that Zhou Hao's performance is really stupid this time, and he nodded gratefully. Affiliate, don't worry, if the game loses, I will definitely come to redeem it. You just have to wait for me overnight, and I can come tomorrow with the money. Redemption. When he spoke, he constantly used psychological cues, first to make Fei think that he would definitely participate in the game, and then to make Fei think that he would definitely lose. The result was that Fei became more and more concerned, and Zhou Hao gave himself money. If this method is used on some veterans of the rivers and lakes, it will not be effective at all. However, Fei is just a young and dangerous boy. With more brothers and a peripheral casino, he has no high ambitions. Tempted. In this kind of gambling, the young and dangerous boy has nothing to lose. No one of them thinks that Zhou Hao will win this race. Whether it is his car or people, it looks like he can win the race. Zhou Hao and Fei settled on the bet. The next step is Fei arranging the game. Actually, there are many people here who are looking for excitement. No matter who is participating in the game, as long as someone dares to come to the game, naturally many people will follow the bet. Now everyone saw that the young man driving an Audi car with a beautiful woman was actually going to participate in the race. They suddenly talked about it. They didn't expect Zhou Hao to participate in the race. Before, they just thought he was going to bet. No one was optimistic about this. Rich people who don't know life and death. Zhou Hao didn't care about their opinions. His participation in the competition was just a whim. By the way, he played with the people who followed him. They didn't know that they had been regarded as fat pigs by him and bet to Fei. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to follow behind safely. In fact, Zhou Hao also admired these people who followed him. This is blatant. He is already here to participate in the racing competition. These 4 cars are waiting on the periphery. If they are not following him, fools don't believe it. From this, we can also see how arrogant these people are in Macau. In fact, they don't know that tracking should be low-key, or they simply don't take themselves to heart. Macau was similar to Hong Kong before its return, and the triad organizations were also very arrogant. Even after the return of Macau, because the gambling industry still exists, the underworld has changed from bright to dark, and it is still full of vitality. After all, with gambling, there will naturally be loan sharks and various debt collectors. Zhou Hao has heard many reports in his previous life. Unfortunately, 1 country, 2 systems, he has no way to change. But now these few people who follow themselves have been framed by their own design. They don't know yet, and they are still waiting there. It is estimated that they think like many people, thinking that they are coming to bet. After all, they are driving ordinary. It may be a rare experience for Audi to participate in the competition in a century. No matter what everyone thinks, the black market car race will naturally be held as scheduled, especially when ALFY feels that the fat sheep has entered the circle. How can he let him run, hold the race early, and feel at ease? There are a total of 4 cars in this race. In addition to Zhou Hao, there are 3 people. These 3 people are all young and dangerous, and they seem to watch Zhou Hao bring a beautiful woman. They are very unbalanced. Everyone is in the co-pilot. Carrying a girl with heavy makeup, she can't see her true face clearly. Young and dangerous with flying girls, this is an absolute standard. Anyway, these flying girls are not too old. Even if they put on makeup, they can show their youth and beauty. Girls in this era are more avant-garde in makeup at best, and are more avant-garde than in previous lives. The protagonist is much more normal, especially than those who are non-mainstream. non-human, and become non-human, so many times stronger. The flying girls, like the young and dangerous boys, compare with each other. The girls in the three cars are all regarded as little beauties, but I don't know if it's because of their insufficient age or the fact that they are really poor in aptitude, compared to Xiao Zhao, who is around Zhou Hao. There is always a feeling that a crow is more beautiful than a peacock. Zhou Hao naturally understands the gap. What Xiao Zhao said is also the saint of the demon sect. Even if the current demon sect is not as good as before, the saint cannot be anyone who can do it, and the martial arts of the saint cannot be guaranteed. And scheming can at least guarantee her appearance. Xiao Zhao is definitely one of the best. A man like him who is accustomed to seeing beautiful women has a kind of amazing feeling when he sees Xiao Zhao's first appearance. What's more, these young and dangerous boys who have never seen real big beauties have tried their best to save their face, but they are still inferior. The match between Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao had already lost even before the game started. In fact, Zhou Hao is also a handsome guy. The flying girls can't help but look at Zhou Hao more, but under the light of beautiful women, Zhou Hao is not so dazzling. Not only men love to see beautiful women, but also women. It's to compare who is more drifting. Yelfy's mind is full of money now. Normally, it's good to get hundreds of thousands in a game, but this time there are more than 1 million waiting for him. How can I have the mind to look at those women? Anyway, when I have money, what kind of woman is not just looking for it, and the posture is up to you? 4 cars lined up on the starting line. Yelfy announced the rules of the race. Now you 4 listen. There are 13 circuits ahead. You have to finish all of them, and then the first one to turn back is to win. 3 of them, this loop, is very dangerous. There are 90-degree corners. Be careful. If there is any accident during the game, you are responsible for it. In fact, Fei didn't talk about these rules, and the young and dangerous boys also knew that. He said that was specifically for Zhou Hao. Relatively speaking, he is now his own big benefactor. No matter what the result is, the superficial work must be done well. Fei, this kind of professionalism is still there. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the big brother of this young and dangerous boy. Zhou Hao laughed secretly in his heart, a black market car, and also made 13 laps in Central. I don't know if it's studying Hong Kong movies, or it's really designed like a Hong Kong car race. Anyway, I should be able to get it today. Let's play with the title of a Zhonghuan 13 Lang. Here he thought. Yelfy has raised the flag and the countdown has started. The black market race is not so formal, just a symbolic flag raising. But at this time the drivers have already concentrated, and the sound of the engine is loud. Yelfy also knew that everyone was ready. There was no time wasted. The flag in his hand fell instantly, indicating that the race had officially started. The 4 cars rushed out of the inspiration line together. The 4 cars looked like ordinary private cars, only for a long time. People who play cars know the mystery. In fact, apart from Zhou Hao, the other 3 cars have been modified. The straight line speed can reach more than 300, and the startup time will not exceed 10 seconds. Both the startup speed and the car performance are much better than Zhou Hao's car, but running out of a straight line, Zhou Hao could only follow 3 cars. When he started participating in the race, the 4 Lexus were far away and didn't see clearly. When they found out that Zhou Hao was missing, they knew that Zhou Hao had been playing tricks this time. This guy was actually a driver in the race. To bet. Thinking that the task this time was to follow Zhou Hao, they didn't know the rules of the game. Eventually, Zhou Hao would come back here. They thought Zhou Hao would take the opportunity to escape and hurriedly wanted to drive to chase him. Even though the start was slow, they believed they had a chance to catch up. It's just that when they drove away, Yelfy didn't agree. These 4 cars were just a bet that the fat sheep stayed here. No matter who they were, they couldn't let them leave. When the 4 cars were about to start, they suddenly realized something was wrong. The front, rear, left, and right of the cars were already full of people. There were 3 to 5 groups of young and dangerous boys participating in the black market racing. There were hundreds of people, and at least 100 or 200 were here. The regular customers of Fei were very familiar with Fei, and everyone gathered around when Fei gave an order. Although the people in the Lexus car are members of the Macau underworld, facing so many young and dangerous, there is no bottom in their hearts. A dozen people, facing 100 or 200 young and dangerous, are not confident that they can leave safely. The person sitting in the co-pilot of the first Lexus car pushed the door and stood up, staring at so many young and dangerous boys, and said angrily, "What do you want to do?" Don't block our way. We have to follow the front car. This man is dressed in black and wears sunglasses at night. He looks very cool. He speaks without anger and prestige. Obviously, he does not give orders less often. It is a pity that he meets a group of the most rebellious teenagers, most of them curious. Zai are young people who pursue individuality and like rebelliousness. After hearing what he said, not only did everyone not leave, they even laughed, until the man in sunglasses was a little at a loss and didn't understand what was wrong with his sentence, only to see a young and dangerous boy who appeared to be the leader came out. No need to follow. Your boss has already put your car on us. If he loses this race, your car is ours. I can only be embarrassed. Please go down the mountain. This is our rule. I am willing to bet and lose. Don't think that you are cars and we are human beings. We can let you break out. Afei looked at the cars and people in front of him, saying arrogantly, "Our boss. How could it be possible? How could our boss take part in your gambling game and bet our car is a bet on you? What are you talking nonsense? Get out of the way." The man in sunglasses frowned and didn't know how to respond. Afei smiled, not angry, and said to the man in sunglasses, "Why your boss did this, I don't know, but I know that none of you can go now. When he comes back, if the game wins, you can go, and you can also take away your money. If you lose the game, I'm sorry, you guys can go and the car will stay." Even if the man with sunglasses is stupid, he will react. Zhou Hao must have deceived the young and dangerous Fei, and suddenly said angrily, "You fools, you have been deceived. They are still here to help count the money. That person is not our boss. Don't make trouble, let us go quickly." Fei raised his eyebrows and said violently, I want to lie to Lao Tzu. He is not your boss. You still protect him. You really think I am a fool. People can leave and the car stays. No matter how nonsense, don't blame us. Polite. The man with sunglasses is usually also a professional thug, but with so many people, he didn't dare to take it easily. He didn't know if Fei had been cheated, so he could only sneer and said, "Humph, just wait and see what you think. Boss, will he come back? He has already left, a bunch of idiots." Fei was still not angry. He smiled and said, "It's okay. Your boss, if you lose, your car is ours. If your boss ran away, your car is mine. I won't suffer. Just stay here." Actually, Yelify is not an idiot. After listening to Zhou Hao and the man in sunglasses, he has already guessed, but he covets these cars, no matter what their relationship is, and no matter who is deceiving. Anyway, these cars are for themselves. It's fixed. Unless there is a miracle, Zhou Hao can win the game. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.